In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you had a fabulous Monday and weekend. Hello, Fred Shields. It is good to see you. Let's get into our news. Please tap your screen twice to hit the like button, or hit the like button if you're watching on regular YouTube. Now, as you see here, I'm going to talk about this $1.3 or $1.7 billion that your president wants to take from the Treasury. As you recall, I told you about how Trump was suing the IRS for $10 billion. So the judge said, I don't know if I can take up this case, because I don't know if you're suing someone who is an adversary against you in this giving you $10 million. I don't know if you're just putting the paperwork in front of the court, and you and the person you're suing, which is the IRS, the agency that you are over. I don't know if you guys are not in agreement about this $10 million, and you're just trying to make it look as if you're about to fight over this $10 million. Because if you have no adversary relationship with the IRS and you are in cahoots with the IRS, you can figure out many ways to say, I'm going to sue you. And then what usually comes before a court case is even slated to be heard, there's usually mediation. There's usually mediation, and and a lot of times, cases that are filed don't even go to court because they are mediated outside of court. So the 1.3 or $1.7 billion was a mediation price that your president said, okay, IRS, I won't sue you for $10 billion for doing something that I should have done when I was running for president the first time. we can settle this case out of court for 1.3 to 1.7 billion dollars. Now you can no longer sue myself or my sons. After this, you can no longer sue us. This is a part of our settlement agreement. You can no longer sue us. I think I'm not sure. I think he said something about can no longer audit them. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on the audit. But he also wanted to set up a fund. See, because he said he would set up. He said he was going to give it all to charity when he initially filed to for $10 billion. We're not talking about millions. We're talking about billions of dollars. This man talks about billions when he sees a way to take money out of our treasury for his friends. He said, we're going to put it on some board. We're going to have some board over this $1.3 trillion. And one of the people, some of the people he planned to pay with this $1.3 billion were the people who caused the insurrection on January 6th. Let that sink in. Not only were they tried and convicted and their sentences either commuted or pardoned, now he wants to pay them with your tax dollars. So what is this? The paid insurrection force that he has? He has a way to pay anybody who comes up against the government. Your Second Amendment rights is to form a militia against your government. So is it really considered a militia when your government is paying its own little personal militia? Is this how he's paying his militia? Is it strange? Does it strike you as odd that this is coming as this is one of the solutions that is coming forth right before the midterm elections? So is he signaling? Is this a dog whistle for a new militia to rise up if the Republicans don't win? Because we understand that the only thing that will make the election fair is if Republicans lose a broad swath of seats in this midterm election. See, if the Republicans win a broad swath of seats, there's nothing to see here. There is no fight to be had. Everything is considered free and fair if the Republicans win. But if the Republicans lose, is he dog whistling for his new militia and telling you, I will pay you money? We understand that the job market is beyond pathetic out here. We understand that prices are high as fuck out here. And we understand we have some ignorance out here that are willing to do it. They were willing to do it for free. Now that he's paying the people who did it for free, do you think that there will be more people out here on the street for pay? I do. I most definitely do. So here we have the most corrupt president in the history of any president, sitting up on his Qatari jet. You remember before his first election, he said that I can go out on Fifth Avenue and shoot someone, and nothing will happen to me. Are we at the point in this election that he is trying to steal money from the Treasury under some false pretenses? And do we have Todd Blanche, head of the DOJ, his former attorney, brokering this deal? We know we have Scott Bissett up there saying, "Well, if the president, if they make a settlement, yes, I will send a wire transfer." We know Scott Bassett sitting up in the Treasury is all fine and well with it. We know the Supreme Court has closed their eyes to all of the shit that has gone on in this illegal shit that has gone on in this administration. But who would they be to even say anything about all the illegal shit that goes on in this administration when they hold themselves to no standards at all? When they take gifts and trips and all of this stuff from rich donors who will be sitting for them to have a court heard before them? They want you to look the other way because they don't want you to look at the shit that they are doing. They don't want you to look at the shit that their wives are doing, making themselves millionaires, interviewing lawyers to clerk in the Supreme Court. You know, the type of lawyers that they want to clerk in the Supreme Court. You know, usually the Supreme Court justices are fielded through lawyers who have actually clerked for a Supreme Court justice. And you have all of these lawyers being these far right attorneys being chosen by Justice Roberts' wife. She is the one who is vetting attorneys who are clerking at the Supreme Court. What type of attorneys do you think? We will not forget that Justice Roberts, since the 1980s, wanted to eliminate a Section 5 and Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So what type of attorneys do you think that she is making a big pool of to be selected the next Supreme Court justice? Now, two people are talking about retiring from the Supreme Court, which means there are two more life appointees possibly coming up. Now, I personally don't see why any government position does not have term limits. If if uh, if someone wants you to serve, you should serve in a distinct amount of years, and then you must be reevaluated. Hey, foot soldier, it's good to see you. So, also, I want to talk. You should definitely be reevaluated because there is no way in fuck these old motherfuckers sitting up here should be. Half of them don't even know where they are. Uh, Mitch McConnell, Dianne Feinstein, Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas. He been crazy ever since they put him on the court, though. What's that other guy? Chuck Grassley. All of these old ancient ass motherfuckers. Ugh. Okay. So we definitely need some term limits. The Supreme Court can't be bothered with all of the theft and breaking of the laws that our president is doing because they set it up that way. They set it up for him to do exactly what he's doing. But let's be real clear. They said that he can do whatever he wants to do as long as he thinks that it is in his presidential powers. As long as it's not something, outside of the presidency. Now, a story came out this weekend about him making over 3,000 stock trades that netted him hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars on stock trades. And curiously, these are stock trades that he had never been trading in before. Now, usually, a president separates themselves. They don't do their personal business while they're in the presidency. Remember, they hand it over to a trust or whatever. And, you cannot trust Donald Trump when he says that his children are handling his business like he did in the last time he was in office. He's not even saying that anymore. Uh, I signed it over to a blind trust that my children are over. Well, if your children are over it, it's not blind. It's not blind if your children are over. He's not even saying that now. Now, the only reason this has come out this weekend is because the time limit had come up for disclosures. So if he did not have to disclose this, he wouldn't have disclosed this. And he disclosed this and thinking like, hey, I'm just doing business. Um, Andy Trujillo, why don't you go to your channel and you talk about that? Okay. You are more than welcome to open up your channel and talk about whatever you want to talk about. But let's stay on my topics. If you don't like my topics, I don't understand why you're here. You don't tell me what I'm talking about. You sit here and you listen and don't suggest me to talk about something I'm not talking about. Yes, Nancy Pelosi also has been accused of doing a whole lot of insider trading. So since Nancy Pelosi is accused of doing insider trading, should I not talk about your president doing insider trading? Huh? No, I'm talking about your president. I'm talking about all of them doing insider trading. I'm talking about why are they allowed to trade while they are in elected office in the first place? But who is doing more insider trading than the person that sits in the White House who knows exactly what he's about to announce on his live social that will drag the market down or bring the market up? Who is in a better position? Who knows that they're about to put out something that is going to buoy you of the stock market and make people start buying, or who has to announce information that is going to let you know that oil prices are about to sink, so you better sell? Who is in the better position? Would it be Donald Trump or Nancy Pelosi? All of them need not to be able or to uh, buy and sell stocks. All of them should have to have some true blind trust to handle their business. So what's your point? You don't want to talk about that, though. You don't want to talk about that, though. Typical Republican ignorance. You don't have anything to say about that. Okay, so 90% of what has to go through Congress? 90% of what? Of it? What is it? What is it? 90% of it has to go through Congress. What it do you speak of? What is the it you fuck you? Anyway, let's continue. Oh, 90% of it has to go through Congress. What is it? It is every decision. Would it be the decision to go to war? Did that go through Congress? Shut the fuck up. You sound stupid, just like a regular ignorant ass Republican. No wonder Donald Trump love his ignorant Republicans. Talking about 90% of it has to go through Congress. Nothing is going through Congress. Everything in this administration is avoiding Congress, congressional, even the things that are supposed to. All of the money that Congress has allocated, your president has taken this money, and curiously, they haven't told you where they have taken this money that has been approved by Congress, what they're doing with this money. So don't come on here with this dumb shit. All right. Fuck you. Goodbye. Your mama's delusional, bitch. Okay, let's continue. Okay, let's see what else we have to talk about. Oh, now wake up this morning, and who other than the governor of Louisiana is in Greenland? Why is the governor of Louisiana in Greenland? He is the who is the who is Landry to Greenland? What is his name? Bill Landry or Tom Landry? I don't know what his name is. The racist Landry who stopped a whole election to uh, make all of the maps in Louisiana white Republican maps. That Landry, who hopefully it will be successfully recalled from his seat as governor. That Landry, he is in he is in Greenland. Now, he is over in Greenland wearing war bridges, and he is over there trying to entice little boys with cookies and all of this type of stuff. What is Landry doing over uh, at, after halting a whole election that people had already started voting in to make to Jim Crow the whole state of Louisiana. Now he's over in Greenland. They are all over on some military task in Greenland. So if you did not know, your president just left China, and your president has sold your country out to the Chinese. Your president has sold your country out by uh, in places like Louisiana specifically. It's what's so strange about it. Rural parts of the country, farmland. He has sold American land out to the Chinese. You know how they always want to talk about communist China, and Xi is one of my best friends when he's in front of Xi. He's bowing like a bitch when he's in front of Xi, but when he's here at home, it's China. Yeah, communist China. All of this dumb shit that he's doing. But what did he? Whose interest was taken care of when they were over in China? He bought a whole lot of CEOs. CEOs only went to China with him, and their interest only was talked about with him. Your president gave over Nvidia, those Nvidia chips that he said that he told you that China is trying to get our chips, so we have to put up all of these data centers all over your towns, and you're gonna pay for these data centers that these billionaires in that I'm going to take to me with China, but I'm going to tell you, China is trying to get our chips, so we have to win this AI war because China, they're going to steal our chips, and Biden made it easier for China. Well, he went over there and gave these Nvidia chips to China. He gave those chips in China. What else? What other big deal did he make? He made a big deal about those. Remember, he did a interview on Fox News, and he said that Americans are not educated enough to go to our own best colleges. Therefore, he wants 600,000 Chinese students to get visas to go to the best colleges in the United States, and that is what he went to China to also ensure. Why does he want to ensure that these Chinese children get the best education that America can offer? Why does he want to ensure that American voters stay dumb and ignorant, like most of the ones who vote for him are dumb and ignorant? Or in the ones who are not dumb and ignorant, they have an agenda, and they have the closeness, the proximity to profit for themselves and their personal family members. They don't give a fuck about America. They give a fuck about themselves and their proximity to wealth and power. The ones who are not dumb. You know, the ones who you guys continuously vote against your own interests for. Those all up and down and through this government. We had the Tennessee Senator Tim Burchett say that he was against that bill, that big bloated budget bill, because it would take too many people off of their health, kick too many people off of their health care. And he was going to, I'm going to the White House and I'm going to talk about it. You know, there's a boy from Tennessee, from Buttfuck, Tennessee. Who would have thought that somebody from Buttfuck, Tennessee was going to have an opportunity to talk to the president? And then he came out with motherfucking signed Trump hats, shirts, and memorabilia and said, oh God, it was so nice. He said he'd like to see me on TV. Yeah, I think we going to do something to get this bill on through. For fucking a cheap ass merchandise that was made in China. You know, the America First president is now you want to talk about shit. At least you want to talk about, what's her name? You want to talk about Nancy Pelosi? A bitch in this chat wanted to talk about Nancy Pelosi. At least she getting to the cash. This motherfucker sold the whole motherfucking United States out over some fucking cheap ass Chinese merchandise with a Trump logos on them. And what does that do for your stupid ass? Shit. Don't knock the hustle. Don't knock the hustle. If the gates are open and everybody else is going through it, do you think that the gates need to be closed? But all you want to talk about is Nancy Pelosi. You want to talk about Nancy Pelosi as an individual instead of talking about all of these motherfuckers. All of them. The reason I was specifically talking about Donald Trump is because Donald Trump came upon the date where he had to file. That's why I was talking about him specifically, because he filed his a disclaimer, and it came out how many hundreds of millions of dollars that he had earned by knowing what the stock market was going to do, by manipulating the stock market in his live social tweets. So let's be real clear. If you cannot talk about the topic on hand, we're not talking about no whataboutism. All of that shit is fucked up. None of them should be able to be doing the things. What about, I noticed you wanted to talk about Nancy Pelosi, but it never dawned on you to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, that didn't suit your fancy to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, okay. Unserious people. Thank you, none of your business. Thank you. Serena Lagoon, be specific. Why would that be? Sabrina Lagoon? What did I say that was not factual? Huh? I'll wait. I will wait. The Cuddle Maggot can't even see reality. They just love the taste of fascist, not toes. They love the taste of fascist nuts in their mouth. How about MTG straight up saying that Trump is protecting the pedophile ring that she supported him on exposing? No, they don't have anything to say about that. They don't have anything to say about those things. So Trump comes up on a disclosure date that he must make his disclosures, and I'm telling you how many hundreds of millions of dollars that he has profited off on inside information. And they want to talk about Nancy Pelosi. Okay. Uh, these are the uneducated voters. The uneducated voters choose to talk about Nancy Pelosi. Now, let me get into this Greenland stuff because I find it quite crazy that we are over in Greenland and we got none other than Tim Landry or Tom Landry, the governor of Louisiana, over in Greenland. Now they're supposed to there is a supposed recall on Landry. I hope they get him out of office, fresh off the heels of suspending an election. He has nothing better to do than to go over to Greenland. Why is he going? Oh, I digress. Why is he going over to Greenland? Because after your president went over to China and came back with a pack of rose seeds for the rose garden that is no longer there. I went all the way over to China and I sold out rural farmland and I sold out interest into our best universities, and all I got to show was a pack of fucking rose seeds when I had already uh, cemented and tore down the rose garden at the White House. How apropos. As I go over to China and I ooh and all over the roses that Xi has. And if you want some roses, here, this all you get from Xi is a pack of rose seeds. He didn't even give you rose buds. He didn't give you a rose bud. He didn't give you what that little root that you usually buy from the root of the rose where they cut it off and it's the stems. And right before spring, you go and to Home Depot or whatever garden center that you shop at. He didn't even give you one of those. He gave you fucking seeds, bitch. And you gave him all of America, all of the land of the white ignorance that vote for you. Oh, but you already know that they're not going to be able to afford that land anyway because you don't give a fuck about what American people have to pay for. You are well aware of the farmland that is being lost by American farmers, so you may as well give it to somebody whose government is doing something where their people are able to go to another country and buy the land because the people who live on American land can't even afford their own land. But you want to call me? You think I'm crazy when I know you're crazy. Anytime you think you want to open your mouth to say I'm crazy, understand the simple fact that you said that I'm crazy and you cannot tell me anything that I said was wrong. It just shows that you're crazy. But thanks for being here. Hit the like button. Tap your TV screen twice because you must love showing how stupid you are. And there's no better place to show how stupid you are by trying to say I'm crazy because I'm saying something that you don't like, but you cannot counter with a alternative of truth, as they call them. You can't even create a reason why what I'm saying is wrong, but you want to say I'm wrong. But you can't be specific about exactly what I'm wrong about. I'm glad I make you mad. But in the midst of making you mad, I'm gonna give you some truths. Do with it as you will. So let's get on to this Greenland situation. Um, right after Trump went to Greenland, uh, after Trump went to China, these are the only things that he was able to do with China. Give up the Nvidia chips that he uh, told you that China was trying to steal and get figure out how to get. He gave them up to China. He gave up farmland to China for Chinese people to buy rural farmland. He gave up the best spots in universities, American universities, because he have to keep his voting pool uh, uh, clear of being educated. So therefore, the education slots goes to people in other countries, because if he allows American students, to, he totally dismantled education single-handedly. So if he allow Americans to be able to go to their own best universities, where would he get anybody to vote for him? He loves the ignorance, and the ignorance love him. Okay, so Vladimir Putin is over in Russia now, and there is some distinct differences between Vladimir Putin being over in Russia as it than it was when 45, 47 was in Russia. China and Putin have 40 agreements. 40 agreements that they're signing. Xi is just not walking around with a pet a snake on the leash, walking around gardens in China as he did when Trump was there. No, they're doing business. They're signing agreements, and they now. I would be remiss if we're not going to pretend like she told Donald Trump, "Your time is over." Uh, uh, we're we're taking over the top spot in we're taking over the top spot in the world. America time as the greatest superpower is over. And your president agreed with him. When he was over in China, your president agreed that China is now a superpower above America. Xi said it to Trump's face, and Trump agreed with him. But now he's running around trying to shore up Greenland as some place that has to go through him before Greenland a sovereign country, Greenland. He wants them to deter to America before they go into any agreements. Where does a sovereign country have to get approval from the United States of America before they do something? Now, Greenland is our ally. We have military bases on Greenland. But he is trying to tell Greenland, no, you cannot make any agreements unless America approves of them, because of this sphere of influence that he's trying to have in this part of the world, because he knows he has no influence nowhere else. So it's funny that he sits up and try to make our allies that we are supposed to be fighting together. He's fighting against, unless now, what can he get from Greenland? We already talked about all of the rare earth minerals that Peter Thiel, of the billionaire Peter Thiel, wants to get from Greenland. What can he get from Greenland? That's what he can get from Greenland. While other nations are shoring up of their position in America, he's going around these smaller what they can get from the world. He's going around ensuring up all of these smaller, weaker nations who many of are our allies. He's going around and bullying them and basically saying, I'm taking over everything in your country. Your sovereign nation can't do anything unless you check with me. How do you think this is going to work out? A motherfucker who has solely and by himself isolated the United States. Let's get into this Greenland story, shall we? All the links will be in the description box. This is under Greenland.
Loose in the Arctic as Donald Trump's humiliation in China, failing to negotiate anything and getting completely outmatched by Xi Jinping, has led Donald Trump to do what he always does when he's exposed as an utter loser: attack our allies. Donald Trump has dispatched Jeff Landry, governor of Louisiana and envoy to Greenland, to head to nuke, to threaten the people of Greenland, essentially give up your sovereignty by June 14th, Donald Trump's birthday, or else. They're trying to frame this as a negotiation for a United States permanent military presence in Greenland. They're trying to frame it as the U.S. should have full veto power over any major decision that Greenland makes in terms of making deals with other nations. But let's not make any misunderstandings about what's happening. This is a
where they do that at? And what is all of this on his birthday? On his birthday, we're gonna do things on his birthday, like his birthday is a national holiday. I will not be surprised if before this election is over, all of this shit of this MMA fight on the lawns of the White House is supposed to be done on his birthday. I would not be surprised if before this term is over, they will not vote to put his birthday on the national calendar of birthdays that are honored and celebrated in this country, where you get the day off with pay. You know how they took Dr. King off, how they took Juneteenth off the calendar, how they took all of a different Puerto Rican Day and whatever, all of these recognized days off the calendar. Don't be surprised if they try to put his birthday on. Oh, and another thing, they always try to drape things in something patriotic. We're doing the MMA fight on the White House lawn to celebrate this country's 250th anniversary. But we're going to hold it on President Trump's birthday. You know how they always try to make their bullshit under some fake patriotism shit? About that $1.776 billion agreement that they are trying to broker between the Treasury Department, the settlement. Now I remember exactly the amount of that money that they want to take out of the Treasury to pay to January Sixers and whomever else they decide to pay, because they will not be under any obligation to disclose who they give this $1.776 billion to. You know why? What made me remember the exact amount? Remember, I was saying it was either 1.3 or 1.7. No, it's $1.776 billion. Why do I remember? Because they tried to flag it under something patriotic. 1776. They always try to flag their bullshit in some patriotic symbolism. That's how I remember. Now, he wants to rob the Treasury to pay people who tried to dismantle the election, the free and fair election. Now he wants to pay them under some bullshit 1776 payment logic. Oh my God. Let's continue.
Threat to snatch the sovereignty away from Greenland and Denmark, and this is exactly how it is being perceived in Europe. What types of deals does Donald Trump want to have veto power over? Well, he realizes, for example, as Donald Trump has threatened Canada, and again, I'll tell you about what happened in the past 48 hours as well. Canada has deepened its ties with the European Union, with Australia, and with other countries. And Canada specifically has deepened its Nordic defense ties amid these threats by the United States, expanding its Arctic defense cooperation with Nordic countries. We also see France entering into important deals with Greenland and Denmark, Greenland being still a territory of Denmark. And Trump wants to be able to block all of that from happening and assert American dominance over Greenland. So, as Vladimir Putin is now taking a trip to Beijing, where he and Xi Jinping have announced that they will be signing 40 separate documents together, 40 separate agreements, including one announcing a multipolar world with China essentially as the new leader in the world. Donald Trump is attacking our allies. Oh, yeah. And the Treasury Department has extended the removal of American sanctions against Russian oil for the third time. This as Ukraine has taken the initiative in Russia's war against Ukraine, and Ukraine is striking in the heart of Moscow. Donald Trump is doing whatever he can to help Russia right now. And so we saw...
In the meantime, Donald Trump in this war in Iran, this ill-begotten, ill-fated war in Iran, he has come out with another announcement. He came out with another threat, of course, and then miraculously, where there are actually no negotiations going on, miraculously, last night, he came out with a reason why they are holding off on their strikes in Iran because MBS from Saudi Arabia, somebody from Oman, we'll get to this. All of the different names that he put down, they came to me and they asked me, let's continue with the negotiations. We're getting so far in the negotiations. But the only thing that he did not mention in these alleged negotiations with all of this name dropping, he dropped 0 names of anybody from the United States who is negotiating with anybody about this Iran war, because there are no negotiations going on with this Iran war. The same shit that he has always done to manipulate the markets. And trust and believe, there will be a time when they put the flag out for their friends to know when to buy and sell in this market as they manipulate the gas prices. Period, point blank. What happened to all of these people who were going to be buying this American oil? When are these people going to show up? All of these people that are buying American oil. And people want to pretend like buying oil from the Middle East is the same thing as buying oil in the United States. It's total different oil. It is. Why do you think they are not sending? Why do you think that they stole the oil from Venezuela? Because Venezuela has that thick crude oil. America has that thin honey-like oil, thin as honey. The oil in Venezuela and the Middle East is total different oil. And it cannot be used the same as this thin American oil. So who was buying all this American oil? Nobody. No one. But Americans. Now, if he wants you to believe that America is going to be so rich because other nations are going to be coming to America to get the oil, it ought to make you think further, as in, well, he said that we don't get much oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And the reason that the oil prices have jumped is because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. But if America doesn't get their oil from the Strait of Hormuz, why then, as soon as the strait closed, did American oil prices go so high? Why is everything dependent upon what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz? Does the price of American oil go up if we have enough oil to sell to other countries, and it's going to make so much money? Who is it making money for? It's not making money for American people. It's making money for American corporations. That's who it's making money for. So you should ask yourself, if your president knows that we get most of our oil here, it's American drill baby drill oil. Why is he letting these corporations raise the prices on American oil so high based upon what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, where he himself says we don't get much oil from? You ever wonder that? Did you ever sit down and wonder why the day the straits are closed, that gas stations already started increasing the price of gas here in America? This gas was in the grounds of your gas station already. Why all of a sudden did the price of your gas go up overnight based upon a place where you don't get gas from? Why was that allowed in here in the great United States of America? If we have so much gas that we are allegedly going to be able to sell to other countries and we're going to get rich. No, we're not going to get shit. We're going to get broke. If he wanted to make sure that America's stayed rich, he would have did something to make sure that you weren't being gouged off based upon the prices of oil that comes out of the Middle East. When your gas don't come out of the Middle East. This is what your president tells you. But no, you're too stupid to even understand that this is all about a corporation. And what did he say about you? He said he don't consider you and the price increases that you must pay when he's dealing with the war, a war that we have no reason of being in. He don't consider every American person knows, and they all understand, and they are willing. I'm not willing. I tell you right now, I'm not willing. None of this stuff makes sense. But you sycophants don't have ability to rationally look at something for what it is. You must be led by your nostrils like a bunch of fucking fools. You cannot critically think about something that simple and understand that what you're being told is a pack of bullshit. Well, they're the greatest state sponsor of terrorism. Are they, or is Israel that? Are they, or would that be Israel? As we have depleted most of our munitions to even fight against somebody now. Russia and China over there signing agreements about they are the greatest world power in the world. And now here comes Donald Trump trying to bully nations into having United States has veto power over you and everything you do, trying to pretend like they are all powerful. Now, what if the people who have the real power, who have not squandered their power, what if they decide to strike America right now? America has let Benjamin Netanyahu take them over to Iran and use up all of our fucking warfare on a country that did absolutely nothing to us. We had absolutely no reason to strike. Oh, but you guys can't think about that because you guys still think America's the greatest country in the world. It didn't take long. We're not even a year and a half into this presidency. And look where America sits now. A laughing stock of the world. And you dummies come in my chat talking stupid shit. I love it when you come in my chat talking dumb shit. Because you tell everybody in the chat, hey, I'm ignorant. I am ignorant. Let me say something that's supposed to hurt somebody's feelings because all I can do is say ignorant shit. I can't think for myself. I have no reasoning. I have no critical thinking skills. I'm a dummy. I'm a Trump dummy. That's all you say when you come in here. Let's continue.
Jeff Landry, again, this envoy to Greenland, as Donald Trump is calling him, he was wearing military fatigues, these camouflage pants. We can show you the B-roll of what he looked like. And he was being incredibly creepy with everybody. He was asking the little children if they want photos with him. He was saying, if you head over to Louisiana where I'm the governor, I'll give you a cookie. You want some American cookies? This guy is so damn creepy. An ambassador of the Epstein class is who he really is. Watch Governor Landry to a Greenlandic boy asking, do you want a picture with me? And the boy's like, no, who the hell are you? Get out of here. Here, play this clip.
He wanted to know if you were famous. I said, well, I don't know if he's famous, but he's the governor of Louisiana.
You want to get a picture? No?
He's like, I'm good.
And here was Landry telling a Greenlandic child, you want a chocolate chip cookie? You want a little cookie? No, what are you talking about? We all know why you're in Greenland. It's part of Donald Trump's attempt to conquer it. That's what's going on. Here, play this clip.
If you come to Louisiana and you come to the governor's mansion, all the chocolate chip cookies.
He like, what? If you come to Louisiana, if you come to America, all the chocolate chip cookies you can eat. Because he thinks that he going to have another mammy over there slaving in his kitchen making chocolate chip cookies for the fine whites. That's what is going on in Louisiana. Why would you want to go to Louisiana? Let's continue. Let's get to
right here.
The Greenlanders are a little nervous about what your intentions are. If it's still to acquire Greenland, what do you say to that?
Oh, no, look, I'm here simply to build relationships and to look and listen and to learn and to see if there are opportunities to expand the relationship between Greenland, the United States, and Denmark. And so, it's a great day. I'm excited. Really am.
But again, we know the real reason for this trip is what I stated. Permanent military bases by the United States without any extensions by Denmark or Greenland, and also having American veto power there. And as I noted, this comes at a time where Canada is making Arctic deals with Nordic countries to push for stronger regional alliances there. Now, the Undersecretary of Defense, Elbridge Colby, he posted the following yesterday as well. A strong Canada that prioritizes hard power over rhetoric benefits us all. Unfortunately, Canada has failed to make credible progress on its defense commitments. The Department of War is pausing the Permanent Joint Board on Defense to reassess how this forum benefits shared North American defenses. I'm going to explain to you how treasonous and traitor that is in a moment. But let me fact check it. Canada has more than met its military commitments. And as the U.S. has attacked Canada, Canada has turned to Europe. Canada has turned to South Korea in order to purchase military equipment, and the Trump regime is deeply jealous of that. They're also deeply jealous of Prime Minister Carney's leadership in the world. Again, we just saw in the European Political Community meeting that took place in Yerevan, Armenia, Prime Minister Carney invited to this European Political Community meeting and also essentially leading it as well. This Undersecretary of Defense, he calls himself Secretary of War, which is the number 2 position to Pete Hegseth in the Defense Department, says, we can no longer avoid the gaps between rhetoric and reality. Real powers must sustain our rhetoric with shared defense and security responsibilities. This is very similar rhetoric to Putin in Ukraine. We need to protect you. Your rhetoric is inappropriate. The U.S. will show you how it's done, the way Russia would say. Russia will show you, Ukraine, what you need to be doing. And then Elbridge Colby posts the speech that Prime Minister Carney gave in Davos at the Economic Forum, where Carney talked about the breakdown of the old world order and how mid-powers like Canada and others need to join forces to become the new superpowers in a world where the U.S. has given up its position as the leader of the free world. Remember that incredible speech that we covered here? Yeah, the Trump regime is still jealous of it, and they're posting about that. Davos 2026 right here. And then Elbridge Colby says, delivering on shared continental defense begins by reorganizing our shared geography. Only by investing in our own defense capabilities will Americans and Canadians be safe, secure, and prosperous. He then posts a photo of himself with that disgusting ambassador, Pete Hoekstra, the U.S. ambassador to Canada, who, by the way, has attacked Midas Canada and has attacked our team here at the Midas Touch Network. Charlie Angus, he said, he went after Charlie. Charlie's like, let's do this publicly. And Hoekstra ran away from Midas Canada. He also threatened that if Canada doesn't buy the F-35s from the U.S., because now it's under review in Canada, because why would they want to buy the F-35s if this is how they're being treated by the United States? Why would they want to buy the F-35 when Trump says we can put a kill switch on your weapons? It's why Canada has been talking with Sweden about their Gripen, their version of the F-35, which many say is better than the F-35, especially in Arctic areas. And also, Sweden is offering real joint manufacturing to help with Canadian jobs. But Hoekstra, the U.S. ambassador to Canada, says, if you do that, then we're going to pull out of NORAD and we're going to fly our F-35s over Canada and we're going to harass and intimidate your populations right there. And then so Elbridge Colby writes, we're working closely to ensure every NATO partner, including Canada, reaches the Hague Summit's 3.5% GDP defense spending target, a vital investment in North American and Arctic defense. Make no mistake about it, by doing this photo with Hoekstra, who talked about taking America out of NORAD, this is another threat that's being directed to Canada right now. And just to remind you what the Permanent Joint Board on Defense, the PGBD or the PJBOD, the PJBD or the PJBOD is, it's the longstanding bilateral Canada-U.S. defense advisory body established in 1940. And it's the oldest formal Canada-U.S. defense coordination mechanism, created during World War II for joint continental defense planning, military cooperation, and advisory work on North American security. And this is what the United States is pulling out of right now. I mean, do you know how utterly weak and pathetic that is? And so as the U.S. is doing that, I mean, you had Vladimir Putin making announcements about the deals that he's entering into with China. Putin addressed the Chinese people ahead of his visit, talking about the bilateral trade, the mutual visa-free regimes, cooperation through BRICS. They're talking about strengthening their alliances while the U.S. is attacking its alliances and then helping Putin by having the Treasury Department continue to extend the removal of these sanctions right there. What else is Donald Trump doing? The Trump regime is now proposing also raising the refugee admission ceiling for white South Africans, because the Trump regime says the only refugees we can bring in are white people from South Africa, because the Trump regime has made up that there is a fake genocide in South Africa while not recognizing the real genocides in Gaza and Lebanon and also attacking Ukraine. Donald Trump says it's the South Africans, white South Africans, who are experiencing a genocide. So the Trump regime wants 17,500 additional white South Africans. That's the main focus of the Trump regime. And look, now more than ever, you need allies, right? I mean, you have the World Health Organization, which the Trump regime pulled out of, declaring an Ebola outbreak right now. An Ebola outbreak, which,
Yes, and we're going to talk about the Ebola outbreak. How do you feel now that the World Health Organization that United States pulled out of is prepared for this Ebola outbreak and is making recommendations about this Ebola outbreak, while the U.S. is talking about bringing in people to the United States who have been exposed to this Ebola virus. They're talking about letting them come back home. Now, we know who's over Health and Human Services here. None other than RFK Jr. Who I don't believe the vaccine virus. All black children, they need to be rehomed, and all black children are on antidepressants, and they need to be. This is who's over Health and Human Services. So how do you think allowing patients with now? It's also a real strange that this Hunter virus and the Ebola virus and all of this in ignorance about allowing them back into the United States. The Hunter virus people initially weren't even quarantined. Now, this is a different strain of Hunter virus. Yes, Hunter virus has been around forever. All viruses basically have been around forever. Viruses are always mutating to stay alive. This is what viruses do to stay alive. So, how do you feel about all of this happening right before the midterm elections? We know during COVID, the United States was on a lockdown. How do you feel? All of these reasons to put the United States under martial law are in check, up and including the Department of Homeland Security, FBI, regulations about United States citizens and them being a threat or them being some type of a domestic terrorist. All of these things already have been set up. And then we have the virus scares. So, why do you think all of this shit has been put in place? Let's continue.
Elon Musk cut Ebola funding and the Trump regime cut Ebola funding. They're like, oopsies, we made a mistake. A Christian medical missionary from the United States working as a doctor in Congo tested positive for Ebola after being exposed and developing symptoms over the weekend. Also,
yes, we're not going to forget that Elon Musk, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, totally cut Ebola funding. Are we going to forget that? But this is who's flying on Air Force One, going over to China with your president as one of the greatest CEOs of all time that is going to China with your president. How did he risk the life of every American citizen? This immigrant to America. A whole immigrant to America. And the biggest thing that we got from Elon Musk going over to China with your president is they are ramped up the number of white South Africans that can come to America. This one South African that they allowed in America cut Ebola funding. Make it make sense.
Numerous other Ebola cases are being reported. One of the things we're also learning is that Donald Trump was basically told by all of the former Arab nations, the Arab nations that are allied with the United States, I can say formally allied with, I guess they still are believed to be allied with the United States, as the U.S. security umbrella has failed in the Middle East. Donald Trump got calls from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE in the past 24 to 48 hours, and they told him in a unified way that if you go and attack Iran, Iran's going to hit us. So do not do it right now. Let's try to figure out a way to resolve this. You will crush our economies and you're unable to protect us. So until you have a way to actually protect us, do not strike Iran. Do you understand? And then Donald Trump backed down. And if I was a betting person as well, I bet you Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar, and some of these other countries also said, we're not going to let you use our airspace and we're not going to let you use our air bases if you go and invade Iran without protecting us, and you're unable to protect us, because we're also learning that, according to the New York Times, U.S. officials have leaked that Iranian forces have exercised a level of battlefield adaptability not previously attributed to their military. Per the report, possibly by liaising with Russian counterparts, Iranian forces were able to learn U.S. flight tactics and better employ air defense against U.S. aircrafts, as officials told the New York Times that they believed American air tactics had become somewhat predictable. Remember our reporting over the weekend when no one else was talking about it. The MQ-9 Reaper was shot down there, and in the past 24 hours, Iran tracked a MQ-9 Reaper over the Qasem Islands in Iran. So that's what we're seeing going down there. So we have this massive weakening of the United States.
And CENTCOM tried to deny that Iran shot down that Reaper. That is a unmanned huge drone. They tried to deny it. Your government is lying to you all the time.
States hegemony, and the United States now attacking once again Canada, attacking Greenland, threatening, really there's the best way I could describe it is this almost Cold War, if you will, taking place based on the United States tactics. And so let me know what you think.
Okay, so that I just wanted to let you know we're back on the Greenland bullshit again. Now since we are talking, I said John Landry or Tom Landry. It's Jeff Landry or Jim. Is it Jeff or Jim? Landry, the governor of Louisiana. Speaking
What's the percentage of African Americans in your district? I don't know. I don't remember.
Speaking of Louisiana, since Louisiana has made since the Supreme Court has let Louisiana turn into a Jim Crow state again, Let's see a state senator from Louisiana being questioned.
What's the percentage of African Americans in your district?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Is it more than 50%?
I doubt it, but I don't.
Is it more than
know.
20% African American?
I answered your question, Senator Carter. I don't know if you have the data in front of you. Just tell me. I don't know.
I think you should know, shouldn't you?
I don't know that we should care that much about race. Honestly, I think that's the whole point
Well,
of
what do
the
you
Calais
say?
decision is you're not supposed to use race in determining these maps.
So if you're not supposed to focus on race, then what do you say to people that think is very racist to have legislation that eliminates Calvin Duncan, that eliminates the number of black judges in the city of New Orleans, that is now intended to reduce the number of congressional black leadership in the state of Louisiana? What do you do to those accusations that say, Senator Morris, this looks mighty racist of you?
I would say they're wrong.
Senator Morris, I'm trying to understand. You have 3 bills.
Correct.
Currently, we have 4 congressmen from Louisiana who are white Republicans, and we have 2 African-American Democrats from Louisiana in our 6 delegation total, correct?
Yes.
Your bill, you have 3 bills. 2 of them reduces the number of African-American congressmen down to 1. And then the 3rd bill reduces both of them. You call it a 6-0 map. Is that a fair understanding of it?
Others have called it that. I didn't draw it with that intention to draw 6-0, left race out of it.
But that's essentially how they're described. 2 of the bills reduced the African American Congress people from Louisiana from 2 to 1, and another bill is intended to go from 2 all the way down to 0.
No, it's intended to comply with the Supreme Court in Calais, of which one of the maps was clearly approved and was not subjected to any successful challenge.
Let me ask it this way.
2022 map.
Maybe I'm asking it wrong. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what the bills do. If I'm looking at your Senate Bill 121 and I'm looking at Senate Bill 130, both of those pieces of legislation will reduce the number of African American congressmen and congresspeople in Louisiana from 2 to 1.
Maybe not. It might reduce the number of Democrats, but not necessarily African American.
Okay, if I look at Senate Bill 121, isn't it true there's only one district that would be majority African American if I look at Senate Bill 121?
I can't remember
I can give you a copy of it.
The racial makeup, but that may well be the case. But
and also, if I look at the other bill,
that doesn't prevent an African American from winning any one of those seats.
Okay, well, let me ask it differently. If I look at Senate Bill 121, you would agree with me. There's only one seat that's majority African American. If I look at Senate Bill 121, correct?
I'll take your word at that.
And if I look at Senate Bill 130, there's only one congressional seat that's majority African American. Do you agree with me?
I do not doubt that.
And then if I look at the other map that you presented, Senate Bill 116, there's not a single majority African-American congressional seat in the state of Louisiana. Isn't that true?
I'll take your word for it. Probably is.
And so if this body would have passed Senate Bill 116, there would be no majority African-American congressional seats in the state of Louisiana. And if either your other 2 bills were passed, we will be reduced to just one majority African-American congressperson in the state of Louisiana. Right?
Perhaps, yes.
I asked you earlier whether or not the people need to be concerned about your legislation. Isn't it true you have legislation that has reduced the number of judges for the greater New Orleans area at the appellate court level? I believe you have legislation that's reduced 2 judges at the Fourth Circuit.
Yes.
I believe you have another bill that's pending that reduced a number of judges at the district court level. I believe it's 3, at least 5 to 7, perhaps even more district court level judges that you're seeking. You have legislation to eliminate at least 5 to 7 district court judges, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Congressman, I may just, Congressman, Senator, I may just on behalf of the chair encourage us to stay on these 3 map bills.
It is because we're looking at the intent of the author, and the author has authored legislation that has already eliminated, is intending to eliminate 2 appellate seat judges from the city of New Orleans. And now we have legislation that's intended to eliminate 5 to 7 district court judges. And I would like to also, my next question is, isn't it also true you've already passed legislation that's went to the governor, that's been signed by the governor, that eliminated the seat of Clerk Calvin Duncan? Isn't that also true?
Well, we consolidated the clerks because
so now
the parish of Orleans had 2 clerks and every other parish had 1.
And so now you want to reduce the number
of... It made sense for everybody to be treated the same.
And so now you want to reduce the number of African-American congressional reps.
So the clerk seat, it would make a sense for everybody to be treated the same. Orleans Parish has way more people than all the rest of the states in Louisiana. Let's be clear. The clerk, I think his name is Calvin Duncan. I did the story last week. He was wrongfully convicted of, I do believe it was taking someone's life. And he spent over 20 years in a Louisiana prison, fought his own appeal and case and won. And the reason he said that he had such a hard time, it took so long to fight his case, is because when he positioned petition for paperwork from the Louisiana clerk's office, it took forever for his request to be honored, and the paperwork that he was lawfully allowed to receive took so long to get from that clerk's office that when he won his appeal and was released from prison upon being convicted of wrongly convicted of a crime, he then ran for the clerk seat that gave him so much problems in prison. He not only his case was he fighting and getting records for, he was also fighting for a whole lot of other people who was there, and that was the thing that made him want to come out and actually try to win that seat. Upon winning that seat successfully, a 4-year term to that seat, this man right here wrote a law eliminating his seat. They had federal clerks, and they had for federal crimes, and the clerk for cases that were non-federal cases. So he won the seat, but then all of a sudden, Orleans Parish that had routinely had 2 clerks, now they said that they only need 1 clerk seat to make it just like everybody else. We just decided to make it like everybody else because this black man who spent 20 years wrongfully convicted won this seat. And they said, well, now the his term was supposed to start May 6th of this year. See, this is long before the Calais decision, rescinding these Section 2 of the voting rights. This has nothing to do with all of that. This man was supposed to take his seat on May 6th of this year, and then they eliminated his seat. Jeff Landry, who's over there in Greenland wanting to give out cookies, signed this. This Jim Crow motherfucking state. He signed this. So this man who had been chosen by the people, they eliminated his seat. Now, what excuse did they give? You hear him say, "What every other parish just had one clerk, so we just wanted it to be fair across the board." All of a sudden, they wanted it to be fair across the board. All of a sudden, they wanted to be fair across the board, but it wasn't fair across the board. How do you eliminate a elected official's seat days before he is supposed to take office? They said, well, why can't you just let him serve his term that he was voted in for 4 years? You know what these motherfuckers said? Well, we don't think it will be fair for him to hold his seat for 4 years and be in his seat, and he will not be able to. He will not be able to campaign or win that same seat next year. So we just gonna take it from him before he has any opportunity to work in this seat. It wouldn't be fair for him, to do the job that he was elected to do for 4 years. That would not be fair to him, because he won't be able to to run for that seat again when the 4 years is up. Do you believe that these people have the audacity to say it wouldn't be fair for him to serve out the term that he was elected to serve? What wouldn't be fair to him? Do you see how the state of Louisiana has never tried to be fair to this man at all? Even in his victories, they say it wouldn't be fair to him to serve 4 years and not be able to run again. So we just gonna ignore the voters and eliminate his whole seat. This is what they're talking about right here.
Well, we consolidate. Yes, we consolidated the clerks. Because,
so now it also to the judges, and I would like to also. My next question is: isn't it also true you've already passed legislation that's went to the governor, that's been signed by the governor, that eliminated the seat of Clerk Calvin Duncan? Isn't that also true?
Well, we consolidate. Yes, we consolidated the clerks because
so now
the parish of Orleans had 2 clerks and every other parish had 1.
So now you want to.
So if you consolidated the seat, let's take him at his word. We just consolidated the seat in fairness. So that means that prior to Calvin Duncan being voted into the seat, you had 2 seats. If you're consolidating them after he got voted in. So why strangely in your consolidation of the seat is it Calvin Duncan's seat that is being taken away? What between the 2 seats and the 2 people who have these 2 county clerk positions, why was Calvin Duncan's seat eliminated and not the other clerk? How come you didn't get rid of the other clerk for the Calvin Duncan seat? They think you're crazy. They think they're they're talking to the Trump voters, so they know they're crazy. But I digress.
Reduce the number
makes sense for everybody to be treated the same. Every consolidated the clerks because
so now
the parish of Orleans had 2 clerks and every other parish had 1.
And so now you want to reduce the number.
Makes sense for everybody to be treated the same.
And so now you want to reduce the number of African American congressional representation in the state of Louisiana. That's what either one of your bills are intended to do.
No, that's not the intent.
That's not the intent, but that would be the outcome.
Maybe not.
The outcome, the fruits of your tree shows racism. I mean, don't you see it?
Well, rather than call me racist and things of that nature, absolutely not. Of course, Senate Bill 1.
He didn't call you anything. He said the fruits of your tree are racist. You're the one who drew the maps. Draw the conclusion from the maps that you drew that appear to be racist. You calling yourself racist. Now you're you calling me racist. I don't appreciate you calling me racist when I'm just doing the bidding of a racist.
97, which
shows racism. I mean, don't you see it?
Well, rather than call me racist and things of that nature, absolutely not. Of course, Senate Bill 197, which reduces the number of appellate court judges, eliminates the division currently held by Roland Belsom, and he's white. I mean, I didn't pick anything because of race, and moreover,
out of the number of judges,
all it did was reduce the number of judges, most of whom are all African American anyway. It's going to leave African American. The purpose of that legislation was to reduce the number of judges because there are twice as many in Orleans Parish relative to the rest of the state.
Out of the 11 judges that you're seeking,
relative to the rest of the state, there is probably twice as many people.
Can you tell me how many are African American?
How many are African American judges?
Out of the 11 or so judges you're seeking to eliminate, how many are African American? How many are black? The ones you're seeking to eliminate
in criminal district court.
And of your legislation,
of the 11 that you are planning to eliminate, how many are black? And he can't understand that. But this motherfucker is writing maps and all of it. Well, how many of the justices? No, of the 11 judges in total. How many of them that you are planning to eliminate, of them, how many are black? This is a very simple question. And this is the man who is drawing up maps to eliminate districts and positions and seats of judges. And he can't answer, of the 11 seats that you are eliminating, How many of the judges are black? Very simple question.
That you're seeking to eliminate. Can you tell me how many are African American?
Was to reduce the number of judges because there are twice as many in Orleans Parish relative to the rest of the state.
Out of the 11 judges that you're seeking to eliminate, can you tell me how many are African American?
How many are African American judges?
Out of the 11 or so judges you're seeking to eliminate, how many are African American? How many are black? Are the ones you're seeking to eliminate?
In criminal district court?
In of your legislation, how many seats are held by African Americans? You've already eliminated Calvin Duncan's seat. That's an African American, right?
He's being replaced by an African American, though.
We had two clerks, right? We had Chelsea Napoleon and we had Calvin Duncan, and you passed legislation that eliminated one of those seats, right? Correct? So you eliminated that one seat. Then you have legislation to eliminate two appellate court judges, one of whom is African American. Then the next question on the district court judges, how many of them are black?
I would guess most of them.
And so now you have legislation that's intended to reduce the number of black congressional leadership. You think it's just pure coincidence that you don't even know the percentage of African Americans in your district, but yet you go around the state trying to eliminate positions of leadership held by African Americans? What do you respond to people that think that you have something personally against African Americans?
I can't help what people think, but I know this.
Perhaps they're looking at your actions.
May I answer the question?
I'm going to have to intervene again on behalf of the chair.
Well, I'll leave my questions. I want to hear from the public.
And I think that's what we want to do is give.
Let's hear from the public. This link is in my description box under Jim Crow. He said, I want to hear from the public. Let's hear from the public, shall we? I think we shall. I want to hear from the public. I want to hear some public statements about this too. All of this is under Jim Crow 2.0. Let me share with you some of the public response to this. Since Jim Landry or Jeff Landry or whatever that race is, all he had time to do was to go down to Greenland to spread this white supremacist message in Greenland. Let me, where's my volume? Hold on 1 second. All of these will be under
And you continue to do this.
All of this will be under Jim Crow 2.0.
Because you don't have a better vision. You don't have a better plan.
This is the public.
I'm going to say it again. Anybody who got to cheat to win is a sucker. And you continue to do this because you don't have a better vision. You don't have a better plan. You are your ancestors' children and grandchildren. Thieves, robbers, liars. Consistently. Because you'll go to church on Sunday, tell the Lord you love him. Pray, but you ain't praying out of the same Bible I'm praying out of. Can't be.
Let's
Isaiah 1:17.
Are you directing this to us?
I am.
Okay. I'm asking that you don't directly. No. I'm asking that we don't be called names. I'm asking.
I didn't call you a name. What did I call you?
Liars.
Do you lie? All men lie. The Bible says that.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Carter, briefly.
Mr. Chairman, this is public comment. The First Amendment allows freedom of speech and expression 100% without limitation. Mr. Chambers, put on the record your full comments, and if you see thievery, I want you to call it out. If you see something else, I want you to call it out. As your First Amendment protection is going to be protected in this building.
I'm not going to be called names.
Speak.
I'm not going to be called names. All right. And what we will do is stay on the four corners of these bills. The maps. Mr. Chambers.
If you are taking something from black people, which means we have congressional representation, am I going to be allowed to speak?
Yes.
Your mic is on.
Okay. If you are taking seats from black people, which we are entitled to by the Constitution of this country, then you are a thief, in my opinion. And I'm entitled to that opinion.
I will not be
and
called
any
a thief.
senator, if you're offended by it, that's on you, not me.
Right.
Now, if that triggered you, Senator, then you should go to bed tonight. And when you go to bed tonight, talk to your God and ask your God to change your heart, because that's conviction right there. Conviction. That's what it was. It did something in your soul. It made you feel something. And that's what happened when black men show up. When black men with courage, conviction, and righteousness show up, it triggers something in you. And you feel a way about it. So you try to limit us, you try to steal from us, and you think that we don't understand it. Every one of the black men we put up before you stand head and shoulders above every one of you on this committee. And you know it. And it does something in you that makes you feel inferior. So then you come with these white supremacist tactics because you have the numbers, but you don't have the courage. Because if you were really visionary leaders, you'd run against these black men with fair maps and you get your asses whooped. Anybody who has to cheat to win is a sucker. I'm gonna say it again. Anybody who got to cheat to win is a sucker. And you continue to do this because you don't have a better vision. You don't have a better plan. You are your ancestors' children and grandchildren.
Well, let's be real clear. That is exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. They have to cheat to win because they are because they are beneath people who actually have ideas that are going to work for the people. And we're not going to pretend like we're not seeing what we are seeing. I'm surprised that this had to come from Gavin Newsom, who I'm quite disappointed in because of his support for the rich. Gavin Newsom is not going to be successful in any 2028 election, in my opinion, because he wants to uphold the rich. He is against the tax the rich outcry that has sprung up in California. And this is going to be his downfall, because no one needs him to watch out for the pockets of the rich. They need him to fight for the everyday American. And until he understands that, it's not going to be a good thing for Gavin Newsom. So, but this has come from Gavin Newsom, and I will say bravo. He was on point with this. Let's hear this.
This is Jim Crow 2.0. It's sick. Stone cold racism in a scale I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. Never have seen in my lifetime. It's all happening. Bringing us back to a pre-1960s world. It's jaw-dropping what's happening. It was jaw-dropping what Governor Landry did. He suspended a primary election where tens of thousands of people had already voted. Why? To redistrict 2 districts to eliminate black representation. I can't believe that we're experiencing this. My parents.
So the next time you see Jim Landry hopping his ass up to Greenland, acting little boys, preteen and early teenage boys, do you want a cookie? Ask yourself, is Jim Landry going to balance the cookie on his nut to give to these little boys who he's asking, hey, you want a cookie? Hey, you want a cookie? This fucking white supremacist, in my opinion.
Talked to me about this. I said, well, thank God it's not going to happen on my lifetime. And it's happening in real time. Anti-woke is anti-black. All these attacks on DEI, it's anti-black. Level of racism is sick. Rewriting history, censoring historical fact. Number of African Americans have been eliminated from key positions and posts. The Pentagon and elsewhere, it's sick. It's happening in the United States of America in the open. And it needs to be called out. So forgive me for reacting this way. And I feel a deep responsibility to do something about this, and nothing to do with me as governor, just as a human being. This is not why our founding fathers lived and died. It was about the expansion of liberty, expansion of freedom, including more and more people. And we're seeing exactly the opposite take shape under this administration.
Governor, what's your reaction to this activities in the country since.
This is Jim Crow 2.0. It's sick.
Hold on.
Stone cold rape.
Hold on, real quick. R. Michelle Stubblefield, if you don't get your stupid ass up out of my chat, bitch, fuck you and fuck the dumb shit you are talking about. The simple fact that you are writing paragraphs in my chat shows that you are butthurt by the truth. Bitch, you are a slave. You are a slave to a ignorant man. You're the slave, bitch. Fuck you, cunt. Goodbye. Hit the like button on your way out, you dumb bitch. Okay, let's continue. Okay, let's continue. We have that stupid bitch up out of here. Yeah, I just wanted to play that for you. I think there are a couple of more things. Oh, remember the lawsuit that 47 Donald Trump, the $10 billion lawsuit that Donald Trump wanted to settle for $1,776,000,000. It seems like he has given up on that lawsuit since it has been disclosed that he was going to use that $1,776,000,000 to pay the January 6 rioters and all of the rest of the money. You would not be able to track who got this money, these payouts. Do you think, kind of like Christine, who was that? Ice Barbie, who gave the no bid contract to her friend who had never done business with the federal government under the guise of it was an emergency, that they make a commercial of her riding horses in the mountains and all of this. It was an emergency, so we couldn't take bids on the contract because this commercial that was going to be filmed by somebody who never did business in the government and had never done business in creating commercials, and they paid. They charge us $211 million. Do you think that Kristi Noem didn't get a kickback from a company that never had a government contract, never had done a commercial, and charged her $211 million? Do you think that she didn't get a kickback? Do you think that this $1,776,000,000 a slush fund that President Trump tried to create by shaking down the United States citizens and saying that he was going to pay back people, and no one would have any way to figure out who he paid and what reason he paid these people? Do you think that he was not going to get kicked back some of this money to his own pockets? I'm just asking. I'm really asking. Are we gonna play like we're that dumb? Now comes to find out now that all of this bullshit has been revealed, that he would possibly was looking to pay back the January 6 rioters. Now all of a sudden it seems like 47 has had a change of heart, and he's about to drop the whole motherfucking bullshit grift on trying to rob the United States Treasury of $10 billion. Let's hear this. Isn't it funny how that shit works?
He is dismissing the $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS. If you recall, Donald Trump sued the IRS for $10 billion, and there were talks about him potentially setting up this $1.7 billion fund to pay January 6ers and other allies. Well, this morning in court, he filed what is called a notice or request for voluntary dismissal with prejudice, meaning he can't refile the case. And in the 3-page filing, which I read this morning when it popped up in my email inbox, there's no mention of a settlement, no mention of this January 6th fund. What that tells me is that there is no settlement with the government. He knew he was likely going to lose this case because the judge was already questioning the lawsuit in terms of whether the two parties were even adverse enough, meaning whether or not they were sufficiently against each other. Trump was suing his own government. Now, I have no doubt he's going to try to find other ways to send money to January 6ers. It's going to happen. But at least right now, he's admitting defeat and saying, not for this time. Now, we'll see if the judge grants this voluntary dismissal. I'll have more updates for you soon. Follow for more. We have breaking developments right now. Donald Trump is caving, admitting defeat, and saying he is dismissing.
So, to keep it short, Donald Trump has done what he says that he is going to force the Iranians to do. Cry uncle. That's what Donald Trump has done. Let's see. I think I have a couple of more things. Okay. Let me see. This is kind of what these low IQs Southerners are afraid of. I really want to share this with you. While they want you to believe that whatever they want you to believe about Black people, understand that so much that we use now and today is because of the inventions created by Black people, yet people who steal ideas and buy ideas from people all the time are the main ones who are getting government contracts. For example, Elon Musk. And these are the people who are trying to make you believe that Black people are less than. You know, people like Elon Musk.
The plant, we can make a product that's just as flexible, durable.
Hold on. A Kenya engineer, Joseph, I don't want to butcher his last name, turns invasive water Hyconin. It's a weed that grows in water. You see it a lot in India, Bangladesh, in their waterways. He turns it into a biodegradable plastic, reducing mosquito breeding grounds and cutting plastic waste and creating green jobs for his community. You know, those green jobs, all those green jobs that 45, 47 wants you to believe that drilling for oil would be better than having green jobs, that all those green jobs that 45, 47 eliminated. These are the people with the low IQs, only out to enrich their friends, not these great minds.
This is the future of packaging. We found a way of making products that look like plastics, feel like plastics, and even perform just like plastics, but they decompose at the end of their lifetime. My name is Joseph Nguthiru, and I am the UN Young Champion of the Earth. We produce this out of water hyacinth, the world's most invasive aquatic weed. It's a weed that grows on top of lakes and waterways in more than 70 countries around the world, mostly in the global south. Blocks fishing, navigation, irrigation, kills fish, and is even a breeding ground for mosquitoes that then cause malaria to the local communities. It reproduces incredibly fast, every 6 to 12 days, and that's why it's so hard to manage. I found out that by extracting the cellulose out of the plant, we can make a product that's just as flexible, durable, and performing just like plastics. At my startup, HirePack, we now work together with these affected fishing communities to harvest the water hyacinth for us and dry it. And by doing that, they earn money. So far, creating over 45 green jobs for them, just as you would break up from a toxic relationship. Let's break up from a toxic relationship with plastics. It is time to let single-use plastics remain single. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future of packaging. We found a way of making products that look like plastics, feel like plastics, and even perform just like plastics, but they decompose at the end of their lifetime. My name is Joseph Nguthiru, and I am the UN Young Champion of the Earth. We produce this out of water hyacinth, the world's most invasive aquatic weed. It's a weed that grows on top of lakes and waterways in more than 70 countries around the world, mostly in the global south. blocks fishing, navigation, irrigation, kills fish, and is even a breeding ground for mosquitoes that then cause malaria to the local communities. It reproduces incredibly.
Now, I have a question for you. What are the young Trump voters creating? What are the young Trump voters creating other than something that they are cooking up in their hillbilly kitchens? Would it be meth? Is that the only thing that those people create? I just wanted to share that with you. This is uh, in my description box under invention. And we know where invention is always come from and is always stolen from. So I just wanted to give you this information. Let's talk about. We have a couple of stories coming out of Kentucky. One is a unfortunate story about an autistic child, a Black autistic child, whose mother suspected something was odd about the phone calls she was getting from his school, saying that he was very disruptive. He's a nonverbal child. These calls that she would get from the school saying he was disrupting classes and just all out of sorts. And she said he would come home with scratches on his neck, and her husband told her, do not send him back to that school. And she was like, oh, no, no, no. She didn't listen to her husband, but she has suspicions herself. So she decided, he had long dreadlocks, and she decided to plant a camera inside of a bun on top of his head. She put his dreadlocks in a bun and inserted a camera into his bun. And sure enough, one of the teachers said that she was stepping out of the classroom for a second, and has been reported immediately after that teacher left, a male teacher's aide start yelling and screaming at her son and telling him, don't do this and don't do that and sit down. And we're very clear from the video that the child had not moved from the time the teacher said that she was leaving. The child was in the same position, and then all of a sudden he's told, "Don't get up, don't go over there." He had not gotten up. He had not gone anywhere. And then you hear a whole lot of slapping and tussling, and then you hear this teacher aide call him a bag full of niggas. Yes, a nonverbal student who was told to sit down, don't go over here, and you are very aware that he had never gotten up out of his seat. He had never gone anywhere. He was attacked by a grown man under the guise of this child is misbehaving. And then he proceeded to call this child a bag of niggas. Now, what happened to this teacher's aide? And I really want you to see what happened when the mother went to the school and ran up to the school out of breath that I have it on camera, what you guys have been doing to my child. And you see these three people in this office. She said, you guys have been calling me up here saying my child has been doing this, that, and the other. And you see the look in the eyes of the people in the office who had been calling her about her child. All white people. And you can see their eyes going around each other. Oh, you say you called the police? You called the police is on their way? Oh, well, we don't know. And then one bitch had the actual audacity to tell the mother that she was not going to answer any questions until the police got there. This is a mother going up to the school. And do you understand that this Kentucky school district tried to say that they are concerned about every child and blah, 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 blah. If they were concerned about every child, why is it that they did not fire this person, this teacher's aide? They did not remove him from the classroom. No, they reassigned him somewhere else. They reassigned a teacher's aide to what, a different classroom. Where else would you reassign a teacher aide to, other than aiding teachers or assisting students? This man, up until the time that I found out the story, still has a job in this school system. So let's talk about things that we want to always pretend like is not happening. This is a post-racial world. Your Supreme Court wants you to believe. Let's get into this story, shall we? Hold on. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you right now. Oh, you got it. Here we go. This is the mother filming herself going into the offices where her child goes to school. This is the child up here. This is his bun where the camera was positioned. And I assume, let me see what this is. Neighborhood. This is heartbreaking. A Kentucky mother is demanding justice after she says she secretly sent her nonverbal autistic son to school with a hidden camera and allegedly captured a teacher's assistant verbally and physically abusing him at Field Elementary School. According to the mother, the school had been repeatedly calling her, claiming her son was abusive, but she says that the behavior never matched the child she knows at home. After allegedly being denied multiple requests to observe the classroom herself, she hid a camera in her son's ponytail on May 13th. The mother says that the footage started off normal before the teachers were allegedly heard discussing smoking marijuana and eating weed brownies. Things reportedly escalated after her son's main teacher briefly left the room. While the footage itself was particularly unclear, the mother says the audio captured aggressive yelling, hateful language, and her son screaming while being mistreated by an assistant teacher identified as Mr. R. The mother says that her son, Samaj Lee, was the only black child in the classroom and believes he was targeted. She's now demanding accountability and says she plans to release the footage publicly. So, interesting enough that the teachers are talking about smoking weed and eating marijuana brownies as well. And these are the people who are in charge of autistic students. Let's get into this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just think the worst thing in my life, my son had a camera in his purse, and Mr. R is beating my baby, grabbing him by the neck and beating my child for no reason. Soon as Sarah walked out the classroom to go to the restroom on camera, Mr. R is strangling my baby. He's just strangling my child for no reason. For no reason, he's strangling my child. I got the police coming up here now. It's on camera. Soon as Sarah walked out the room, he's hurting my son and calling him in the N-word. The police is on the way. I put the camera in his hair. And my come on in my office. Yeah. Come on in. So I guess, yes, they're on the way. Okay. He's choking my son and calling him the N-word as soon as Sarah walks out the classroom. What? He's choking him. And that's why I said cameras need to be in the class. Y'all let this happen to him. I begged y'all. Y'all called me every week and said he did something that he'd never done before, and he was pinching him. He's never pinched before. He was pinching him and choking him, calling him a stupid nigger. And y'all let this happen. On the camera in his hair. Whoever it is, I don't know if it's you or Mr. R. Whoever was in that classroom, there's a man's voice. I think it's Mr. R. Was calling him a nigger and choking him.
I am sorry if that happened.
Y'all let this happen. I told y'all my son's a good boy. I had to put a camera on his hair just to see that my child. The police is on the way. I put classroom choked and being called a nigger, and he's nonverbal. This is my baby, my child, and he will get justice because y'all let this happen. Mr. R needs to get locked up now. It's on the camera. He's calling him a nigger and touching him. Nigger boy, sit down. And my baby didn't even move. Sarah walked out the class and my baby didn't even move.
You got the police en route? Or do you have LMPD coming, or do you have safety?
The police is on the way. Y'all, my son has been abused at the school and they let this happen. My son has never pinched anyone. He's pinching him. But the choking and calling him a nigger, is that what y'all allow? Is that what y'all allow? My child is nonverbal autistic. And y'all call me every day, and said that he was doing stuff because he's being abused and none of y'all seen it. So you didn't know? Did you not know he was being abused? Did you know that he was being abused? Did you know he was being abused? So y'all just let it happen. Classroom, choked and being called a nigger. He was being abused. So y'all just let it happen. And I told y'all to investigate.
We're going to stop talking until the police get here, okay? So we can have
We're going to stop talking until the police get here, okay?
all officially on record.
Oh, it's on record.
Okay.
Everybody share this because my nonverbal child.
And she turns her chair around. And you saw her walking around the office, picking up books, taking them from one pile to another pile of that cluttered up office. And she turns her chair around. She does not go to be proactive to get the teacher's aid. She turns her chair around. We're going to stop talking until the police get here. Nothing about this is proactive. Do you think they did not know this was going on? They didn't care.
Has been abused and these people been letting it happen. He was choking him, calling him a nigger on camera.
Stop talking until the police arrive.
We're going to stop talking until the police arrive. This is a cover-up.
Okay? All right. Let me call Officer Hughley and make sure he's coming down.
Let me call Officer so-and-so. Let me call the people that is going to cover for us. You know, she asked, was the state police coming or the local police coming? Now she's going to call a police officer by name. I'm sure he's on his way down. Why are you sure he's on his way down? Let me call someone in particular. Not let me go get this man out of this classroom. No, none of that.
Something told me put a camera. God told me. God told me. Yes, God told me that he's a good boy at home. At church around a lot of people, he's a good boy. But somebody has to be doing something to him. And it took one day, one camera. And that's how God works. You believe in God. That's how he worked. That's how the power of the Jesus Christ do. Because if I would have kept him, I said, I can't send him back to the school next year. Somebody's abusing him. And my son was sitting down. He was being abused. So y'all just let it happen. And choking him? Do y'all have kids?
I have kids, man.
This has probably been happening every day. He's coming home with scratches on him, on his neck. It took one day.
Can you step out and get
This is just the worst. This is just the worst. And my composure right now is like at the best. It's at the best. It's at the best. I'm upset because when I seen it, I was just crying. I was like, God, I see this all the time before my face. Why my sweet baby gotta go? And I kept sending her, I kept saying, just give him a chance, just send him to school. So I kept sending my baby to hell every day and choking him. My baby to hell every day. And the whole time Sarah wasn't here. Soon as Sarah walked out the room, he walked up to Tamara and started touching and choking him. So just think of that weakness, he wasn't here. That y'all called me every day and I begged and please. I said, look, I don't know what's going on. This is somebody I'm trusting to take my son to the restroom every day. This is the worst, my little baby, my sweet baby. And he's so small and sweet. And he wasn't doing nothing. He just was sitting down. He sat down the whole class. As soon as Sarah said, I'm going to the restroom, he walked directly up to my baby. I can't even let nobody see the footage. I gotta call a lawyer. Like, I have to call my lawyer. I can't even let my baby to hell every day. I can't even. Oh, I'm just sick to my stomach. This is just the worst ever. And I gotta tell his father this, and his father told me don't send him to the school. Somebody's doing something to our son. And I still sent him now. I just look like even worse. I can't even. Oh, I'm just sick to my stomach. This is just the worst ever. And I gotta tell his father this, and his father.
Okay, so let's get to this is I concur. I concur. That's the creepy teacher we all know that know and had that always get a pass for a reprehensible behavior for some odd reason. They have one in every school system. Doing what he does. Okay. Let me see what else you guys are saying about this. I concur. Never in my life will you see me pleading to them, sorry, not sorry. I would have been cursing them out. My behavior would not. Her husband told her, don't send him to the school. They're doing something to him. And sometimes raccoon behavior will have you thinking that I can demonstrate that I am not like the other people. Oh, I am not like them. You cannot demonstrate that you are not like your own people, to people who don't even consider you to be a person in the first place. Let's start there. All of this, we're not like them. We don't do this, and trying to be so white adjacent that you try to scrub the thought of perish the thought that I am like other black people. You're all the same. We are all the same to people who are racist. I don't understand why some raccoons don't get it. Now, am I calling this woman a raccoon? What I'm saying is that she said, hey, I have such a good baby. My baby, he just sits there, and it's not about his goodness or his badness. It's about his skin color. And why are you pleading about how good your child is when the cameras don't show your child moving out of his position? You would have been it would have been better if you had been talking about the teacher and what he was doing to your son. You don't have to prove your son is good. Why do you think that you have been asking them to put cameras in the school and they refuse to put cameras in the classrooms? Most schools here in 2026 have been had cameras in the classroom, especially for special needs students. Especially for special needs students. So, yeah, I agree. I think that was a waste of breath. Let me see. I concur with you on that. However, I do believe in racism. Obviously, you're not black, so it would be easy for a non-black person in America to say that they don't believe in racism. Exactly, immortal. Exactly. Go tell Jewish people that they didn't experience the Holocaust and just get over it. It was in the past. Go tell them that. Okay. Okay. So let me get to the other portion of this story that I wanted to share with you right quick. Here we go. Uh, let me enlarge the print. 1 second. Louisville parents hide camera in son's hair to capture alleged abuse of their autistic son. After receiving unusual complaints about their son's behavior at school, the parents took matters into their own hands. Here is the mother.
At Coyle Automotive, we have a huge
hold
inventory of
on.
vehicles to shop from
Have
and
to-
prices that are fair.
A commercial. Jesus Christ. Let's get past this commercial. Almost over. Hold on. I don't know what's going on with the volume. Here we go.
A Louisville mother and father says their special needs child was abused at school, and now she says she has proof, and what she found she calls unacceptable.
Get over! Get over! This video from May 13th, taken from a hidden camera placed between the dreads of Samaj Lee, an autistic special needs student at Field Elementary. Samaj's parents said for months they'd received phone calls and complaints about his behavior, which seemed unusual.
As his mother, I knew in my heart something was not right.
The boy's mother then took matters into her own hands.
I ordered a camera to be my son's eyes, his ears, his voice.
On this video, a woman mentions how she's leaving the room for a minute, while another staff member remains in the room with Samaj. And then you can hear the staff member firmly talking to him, followed by a series of noises while Samaj's head moves around.
Get off of me now. Get off of me now.
Get off me now. You see this person is not moving from his position. Get off me now. Let's review what you see from in movement from this child's head to be on someone to get off of them. Wouldn't they have to move from their position?
Noises while Samaj's head moves around.
Get off of me now. Get off of me now.
What I discovered on the camera footage is something no parent should ever have to ever see or hear. Our child was put in a situation where he was scared, overwhelmed, and powerless.
Play with you no more.
The staff member eventually told Samaj to get away, followed by more noises, causing the boy to start yelling.
Get out of here.
Lee is now calling for cameras to be installed in classrooms that have special needs and nonverbal students.
No parent should have to question whether their child is safe at school. No child should suffer in silence.
She should be demanding that this person is arrested on child abuse charges. Because if she had done this to her own child, she would be in jail. Let's be real clear. On what a fucking camera, you should be charging, or you should be calling for jail time for this motherfucker.
Because they cannot speak.
And the boys' parents say they are demanding accountability from the district. A spokesperson for JCPS tells me the district is investigating and says the staff member has been reassigned.
He's been reassigned.
A Louisville mother and father says their special needs child was abused.
Okay, let's reassign. That's the best they could do. He's not. He has. What has the police said? Is what I want to know. Let me see. Okay. Okay. This is repeating everything that is in the video. Let me see if there's any more updates. Let me see. Let me put update. If there's any updates, I don't see any updates. No updates. No updates. Unfortunately, there are no updates. Let me see if he was arrested. Former Louis. No. No, I have no updates. There's a former teacher's aide in Louisville was arrested for essaying a child. There was a mistrial in their trial, and then former teacher facing 165 years sentence. That's a teacher. No update. No update. This is in Kentucky. So let me see what you guys think of that. What do you think of that? Anything? Must be a cousin marriage who wants to film their son getting bullied. Okay. Let me ban you. Uh, uh, it seems like you people are upset. Why are you so upset? I have no idea. You guys don't have anything to say about child abuse? Okay, let's move on then. I just want you the information. Okay. Oh, we have something real juicy. Real juicy. Guess who is testifying? Is he testifying? Guess who is testifying? Let's get in to Todd Blanche, a 4547's former attorney, is testifying before a Senate panel on the DOJ's 2027 budget. There is nothing more stimulating and exciting as to watching these sycophants testify before Congress. You guys want to go? Let's go. Let's see this testimony from Todd Blanche, the failed attorney who tried the case and lost, which uh, in turn found Trump guilty on 34 felonies. This man who sits at the top of the DOJ, a failed attorney. Let's see what he has to say. This Todd Blanche, the Ghislaine Maxwell interviewer that got her a uh, uh, a little cushy position in a prison that is not to even hold offenders of her type who have been found guilty of violent crimes, and a puppy, and the warden as her personal secretary. Yeah, that Todd Blanche.
ATF and DEA. That was a very good components. Last week, the subcommittee reviewed the president's request for the department's 4 law enforcement components: the FBI, the DEA, U.S. Marshals, and ATF and the. Let me do that again: the FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, and DEA. That was a very good hearing, General, and I appreciate your allowing their presence here in advance of your appearance today. I appreciate the department's participation as we work to complete our budget hearings and draft the FY27 CJS bill. Attorney Blanche, I appreciate your support for law enforcement in the states, and I look forward to welcoming you to Kansas in the future. Overall, DOJ is requesting an increase of approximately $4.7 billion, or roughly 12 to 13% above FY26 enacted levels. Much of that request reflects the reality that after several years of effectively flat funding, all while facing inflationary costs, many of the departments
$4.7 billion increase in the DOJ's budget. The DOJ that has lost approximately 25% of their attorneys because these professional people who studied so long and passed the bar only to be told to try frivolous cases, many of which would cause them to lose their law license. So instead of working for the DOJ, they have quit. They have quit to the extent that the DOJ cannot find good attorneys. The DOJ, to be a DOJ attorney, used to be what any law student just leaving college would revel in. Now the DOJ reputation has been so ruined that the DOJ is doing like ICE. They're giving out $25,000 sign-up bonuses because they cannot get anyone who who has gone through law school, who has practiced law, or who have completed the bar, who wants to go through all of that to possibly lose their law licenses and their reputation working for the DOJ. But they need more money to do what? To do what? Exactly. Let's continue.
Opponents were under significant strain. Last year, I worked with my colleagues. This committee worked together to maintain critical funding for both federal law enforcement agencies and the state and local departments that continue to serve as the backbone of public safety in communities across Kansas and the country. Attorney General, I saw the note in your written remarks about what a serious challenge FY26 resources in the P. Additionally, the department is requesting an increase.
Please be aware, all of these will be in my description box. This is in my description box under the title DOJ 2027 Budget Bill and Blanche Testified. You will be able to find it there. Just in case I do this through the Republican bullshit of it all. Let's continue.
Resources to fulfill its mission and keep our communities safe. This is especially true for our federal law enforcement agencies.
Let's continue.
And defend the general. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, welcome. The acting attorney general is supposed to be the people's lawyer and defend the rule of law and not act as the president's personal lawyer. But in this administration, the Department of Justice is solely focused on pleasing one man, no matter the cost. Lest anyone forget, huge banners with Donald Trump's face hang from both sides of the main Justice building. This is the big banner of Donald Trump on one side of it, so that every single person who enters that building will see it and remember exactly what that man wants them to do. You're his former personal attorney, and you know exactly what he wants. In fact, he often posts it right here on social media, his Truth Social account. He wants to weaponize the department for his own political ends. And right from the start, you and your cohorts have worked to deliver what he wants, doing his political dirty work. 2 days ago, you even suggested that there was, quote, a ton of evidence that the 2020 election was rigged against Trump. And here you are at a budget hearing asking for taxpayer funds to pursue the department's mission when you're using those funds to punish Trump's adversaries, reward his friends, and pursue his personal vendettas. Began with pardoning the rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6th and assaulted police officers. The revenge continued with the firing of more than a dozen lawyers who represented the Justice Department in those cases. Yesterday, you created a $1.8 billion slush fund to dole out taxpayer dollars to the president's supporters, including those who attacked this Capitol on January 6th. That is pure theft of public funds. And rewarding individuals who committed crimes is obscene. Every American can see through this illegal, corrupt, self-dealing scheme. You have also misspent resources on the blatant political prosecutions of James Comey and others. You couldn't find a single career lawyer to bring the first case against Comey, and lawyers resigned rather than participate in that charade. Now you've launched a ludicrous vindictive prosecution in the Seashell case. It's a shameful dereliction of your duty to pursue impartial justice without fear or favor. You've also brought criminal charges against journalists who were doing their jobs in Minneapolis. You've refused to hold accountable the DHS agents who shot and killed Renee Good. Instead, while members of the administration called both Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists, you ordered a criminal investigation of Renee Good's partner. Hardworking professional attorneys resigned rather than engage in that abuse of power. Others in the department have been fired for telling the truth to the courts, an insidious message to send to officers of the court. You have fired immigration judges who rendered decisions the administration didn't like. More gross political interference in what is supposed to be an independent process. All told, DOJ lost over 8,500 staff last year and nearly 1/4 of its lawyers. It's so bad that you're now offering $25,000 signing bonuses and hiring prosecutors with no prior legal experience, seeking applicants who personally pledge support to the president. You've also refused to share with members of Congress the Office of Legal Counsel's purported legal justification for the blatantly illegal war the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu started in Iran. You have clear conflicts of interest between your prior job as the president's personal lawyer and your duty to ensure justice. This is especially true with respect to the cases of the survivors of the heinous crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein.
But the Trump people in here would have you to believe that I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's continue. Let's hear some facts, because this is where the facts are doled out. Let's hear the facts.
Many of those survivors are in New York City today as we speak, as part of a 24-hour public reading of the Epstein files. Many reading excerpts from their own FBI 302 reports documenting the abuses they endured. These survivors have tried to share their stories with you. Instead, you spent 2 days interviewing his convicted associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, and shortly thereafter, she was moved to a lower security prison camp with special perks. Mr. Blanche, the record is crystal clear. You are still acting as the president's personal lawyer, not as acting attorney general. It is hard to justify giving you any funds that will enable this pattern of wrongdoing to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen, thank you. Senator Collins, you have an opening statement?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to asking questions after hearing from the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins, for joining us. With that, General, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Senator Moran. Good morning to all of you, Ranking Member Van Hollen, Senator Collins, Senator Moran. Good morning. Thank you for the
You mean to tell me Susan Collins don't? I am concerned. I am concerned. She's not concerned. This hackling, stupid hen. I am concerned, but I'm going to toe the water for what I say I'm concerned about. Nothing, Susan Collins? Oh, you're throwing a feather up in the air to see which way the winds is blowing. Before you cackle that bullshit you always cackle, Susan Collins, with your non-concerned ass.
opportunity to present President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Justice. As Senator Moran noted, the request totals $41.2 billion, a 13% increase over fiscal year 2026. This underscores our department's renewed focus on reducing violent crime, combating the fentanyl crisis, strengthening border and immigration enforcement, expanding fraud prevention, and ensuring our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to protect the American people. Violent crime reduction remains one of the department's highest priorities. Since January 20th of last year, the DOJ has indicted hundreds of members of TDA, crippling their leadership and dismantling operational networks. Across our major law enforcement components, the results have also been historic. Federal law enforcement helped drive a 20% decrease in the national murder rate in 2025, arrested 44,000 violent offenders, which is double the prior year, by the way, and seized over 2,200 kilograms of fentanyl. Last year, law enforcement captured 8 of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, located 6,300 missing children, and arrested more than 2,000 child predators. The DEA has made thousands of fentanyl-related arrests and seized millions of fentanyl pills and hundreds of kilograms of fentanyl powder. In one August surge alone, DEA executed over 600 arrests, seized multi-ton quantities of narcotics, and recovered more than $11 million in drug proceeds. With 82 offices in 62 countries and 26 U.S. field divisions, DEA continues to disrupt global supply chains from source to street of illegal narcotics. The U.S. Marshal Service, one of the smallest federal agencies, law enforcement agencies, with roughly 3,800 deputies, arrested more than 73,000 fugitives last year, conducted 308,000 prisoner movements, and housed over 55,000 detainees and provided protection for 18 federal protectees, including Supreme Court justices and their residences. The Marshals also manage over $10 billion in seized assets and are obviously essential to federal judicial security. ATF continues to be a leader in the federal effort to combat violent firearms crime. Since January of last year, ATF has arrested more than 8,700 violent offenders and seized nearly 44,000 firearms, including 5,100 which were interdicted before reaching Mexico, which was their intended destination. ATF agents seized 2.7 million rounds of ammunition, more than 28,000 illegal explosives, and conducted over 3,500 arson and explosives investigations. They process hundreds of thousands of traces every year, 856,000 last year alone, and are continuing to do great work. To sustain these historic results, the fiscal year 2027 budget includes $22.2 billion for DOJ's law enforcement components and U.S. attorneys' offices. This is a 16% increase over fiscal year 26. And these investments will build on our tremendous progress and will ensure our continued momentum in violent crime reduction nationwide. We are also strengthening immigration enforcement efforts. The Executive Office for Immigration Review has completed well over 1 million immigration cases and reduced backlog by more than 447,000 cases since President Trump took office last year. This budget provides for $899 million for EOR. This is to continue rebuilding our workforce and modernizing our case processing systems. Across the department, nearly $4 billion supports immigration-related enforcement activities. Finally, the department launched the National Fraud Enforcement Division earlier this year to expand federal fraud enforcement and better protect taxpayer-funded programs. The budget includes $30 million to hire 100 attorneys and enhance data analytics capabilities to combat large-scale criminal fraud schemes. DOJ is also modernizing the grants process by consolidating COPS, OJP, and OVW into the new Bureau of Justice Grants, providing a unified and simplified approach to federal grant making, while obviously continuing to preserve the important missions of each office. The department faces serious budgetary constraints. Fiscal year 2026 marked the second year of flat budgets for several components, basically equating to a decrease in funding because costs and expenses increase every year, but the budget remained flat. The Bureau of Prisons remains under-resourced, funded at $8.1 billion, almost $300 million below fiscal year 2025, and risks insolvency without additional support. The president's request of $10.3 billion for the Bureau of Prisons is essential to restore staffing and maintaining safe and secure federal facilities. In closing, the fiscal year 2027 budget reflects our unwavering commitment to public safety, strong law enforcement partnerships, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. With your continued support, the Department of Justice will remain strong, effective, and fully equipped to protect the American people. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear in front of you, and I look forward to your questions.
Attorney General, thank you. I recognize now the chairwoman of the full committee, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, yesterday the Justice Department announced the creation of a nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate individuals who were purportedly targeted by the Biden administration, in exchange for which President Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS for the completely inappropriate leak of the president and his organization's tax data. Amounts for this new fund will come from the Judgment Fund, a permanent law appropriation for paying claims and settlements brought against the United States government. Amounts in the Judgment Fund have traditionally been used for the payment of specific claims against the government or amounts owed for the settlement of those claims, but not for future claims that have yet to be bought. So I have some questions for you. First, has the DOJ ever used amounts in the Judgment Fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case?
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we have done this in the past. This was done during the Obama administration, something almost identical in structure to what we announced yesterday. In that case, there were allegations made by Native Americans that the Department of Agriculture had systematically treated them unfairly. And some had filed claims. There was a pending lawsuit, but many had not. A fund very similar to the one that was established yesterday was set up. It was funded by, in today's dollars, a little over $1 billion. And a single claims commissioner was appointed to review the claims and to distribute funds. In that case, at the end, there was around $300 million left over. And the Obama administration had set it up so that money from the Judgment Fund was distributed to nonprofits and other NGOs. So what we've done with this fund, and by the way, it is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not unprecedented. And it was done to address something that had never happened again either. So there is an unprecedented nature of what we did yesterday in response to years and years of weaponization. Just to correct a few things, Senator, it's not limited.
Okay. So Obama did the same thing. This is a bullshit. This is not anywhere similar to what Obama did, because these people rightfully filed a action against the Department of Agriculture, who has routinely done racially biased shit. Let's think about the black farmers, these Indians, even the ones who had not filed a charge. They had writing because they were the people who were affected. And he had someone to review to verify that these people who were awarded money under what was set aside for the Indian population in the United States to get paid. Do you think they were not vetted? Do you think that Todd Blanche cannot tell you every motherfucker name who got paid under this Obama fund? But what Todd Blanche is not telling you is that the fund that 4547 set up, they have no legal obligation to tell you anything about any person who has gotten paid. He's trying to tell you that this is exactly what Obama set up, but Obama didn't set up anything for people who tried to cause an insurrection in the United States of America. That's what he's not telling you. He's telling you about people who have been robbed in this country of their land all the way up into his presidency. By the Department of Agriculture, by the British who came over here and robbed them of their land. What he's not telling you is about a bunch of sycophants who is trying to overthrow a free and fair elections. And you are not giving any information about the people who you want to pay. So miss me with your bullshit, Todd Blanche.
To Republicans. It's not
I
limited
didn't
to
say
Biden.
that was.
It's not limited. It's not limited to the Biden weaponization. It's not limited to in any way, scope, or form to.
Talking about it's not limited to the Biden weaponization of the government when he is the biggest weaponizer of this Trump administration. He talked about the Bureau of Prison needs more money because of they are expected to be unsolvent. But what he's not telling you, he's so concerned about the Bureau of Prisons. What he's not telling you is that, well, hey, we want to make sure that they are able to hold people safely in the Bureau of Prison. And if we don't get more money, we are not going to safely be able to hold our people in the Bureau of Prison. Let's be real. If he cared about people being able to be housed safely in the Bureau of Prison, he wouldn't have transferred Ghislaine Maxwell into a Camp Cupcake prison for her saying whatever she told him when he personally, something that is beyond his scope and beyond his position in DOJ. He went down there and personally interviewed her and then transferred her to a cupcake prison. And when the actual prisons who were assigned to the prisons she was transferred to started complaining, started talking to media about the treatment that she was getting there was still better than they were getting there. What did he do to these people who were talking to the media? He sent them to a harsher prison. These people were rightfully sent to this Camp Cupcake. And if they talked about Ghislaine Maxwell, did he care about the protection of the prisoners who were rightfully sent to this Camp Cupcake? No, he sent them to a harsher federal prison to finish out their time if they said one word about Ghislaine Maxwell, while he's sitting up here acting like he gives a fuck about the protection of prisoners in a prison. This is just ripe for ridicule. This fucking fool.
January 6th or to Republicans. It's not limited to Biden.
That was.
It's not limited to the Biden weaponization. It's not limited to in any way, scope, or form to January 6th or to Jack Smith. There's no limitation on the claims. So, and the other thing we've done, just to finish up in comparison to what was done previously, is we intend to appoint 5 commissioners. And also at the end, the money goes back, any leftover funds go back to the federal government, not to nonprofits.
So how would the commission that you've just referenced that oversees the fund determine whether future claims from the fund are eligible to be paid out of it? And how will they determine how much will be paid for each claim? What's the legal basis for those decisions?
So there's commissions that are established.
They're not going to tell you. Their commissions are secret commissions that you will not have the right to know who's being paid, why they are being paid. He distinctly talked about the Native Americans under President Obama, who set aside money for future claims of the American Indians. Native Americans. He talked about Native Americans specifically, but there are going to be no specifics about who's being paid under their and all of these, we're going to set up 5 commissioners. What he did not tell you is that they're not going to tell you who, why, and who they chose to be the commissioners. And if they fire these commissioners, they're not going to be obligated to tell you why they are firing these commissioners. This is what Todd Blanche is. Let's be clear. Ronnie Hugh already knows this information, that a part of the agreement is the people who are on the commission, they can be fired without a cause or without disclosing anything. You know, kind of like these 4-star generals who have they. Can you tell me why you fired C.J. Brown? Everybody works at the discretion of the president, and he has the right to fire whoever he wants to. No reason given. This is what Todd Blanche is not going to tell you sitting right here. Let's go back a hair.
All the time.
Much will be paid for each claim? What's and fund are eligible to be paid out of it? And how will they determine how much will be paid for each claim? What's the legal basis for those decisions?
So there's commissions that are established all the time where a commissioner is charged with determining the correct amount, if any, to repay a claimant who's asking for funds. So in this case, what we expect is the commissioners will take in information. It's entirely voluntary. If an individual wants to apply and assert that they were a victim of weaponization, and the commission can do anything according to what was set up yesterday, from issuing an apology to the claimant to awarding compensation and the monetary compensation. So it depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who will review each claim. It won't be reviewed by me. It won't be reviewed by.
It depends on each claim. We cannot like President Obama, that I wanted to tell you, this is just like President Obama. We can give anything to oh, sorry it happened to you. Oh well, too bad, so sad. Sorry it happened to you. Get the fuck out of here. Or we can pay them money. And we are not saying that it is a distinct it's nothing distinct about these people who can come to us and say that the Biden White House was had weaponized some persecution of me. No, nothing specific as in the Obama that I wanted to tell you is the same thing that Obama did with the Native Americans who actually had filed suit. So you're saying it's the same thing as when the Native Americans actually filed a suit? But when it comes to you, well, you know, it depends on what they're complaining about. We can give them everything from an apology. So if they're complaining about it, they never filed a suit. No one never filed a suit in the about the same thing that they are complaining about. Why would you be considering them at all? Why would they be in consideration if the only thing that they are in line to get is an apology? It seems like you would already have a suit that had been filed, since you want to compare it to Obama, where suits were actually filed, and you held money aside for people who were not a part of the lawsuit, but were affected the same way that the lawsuit was filed about. Are we serious here? Do you hear what this man is telling you? It's the same as with Obama, but these people have not filed a lawsuit. So therefore, we're still holding aside money for people who didn't file a lawsuit as to tell them, oh, we're so sorry that happened to you. Who's getting paid, bitch? Who you paying? What lawsuit are you setting aside this money to rectify? Obama set aside the money to rectify the lawsuit that the Native Americans filed against the Department of Agriculture. So whom are you setting aside your money to pay, who have filed a suit against whom? This is real simple. Now, he's trying to make, oh, well, it depends, you know, they may just be owed an apology. Bitch, what? It's the same thing Obama did. Let's make it clear. There is nothing that Donald J. Trump can do that is half as good as Obama did things. And this is why he's mad. Let's continue. This is why he's lying. It's the same thing Obama did. But we can't be specific about any of the people who we plan to give this money to. We can't even tell you what lawsuit that they filed against the American government claiming what. It just depends. Some of them just maybe owed an apology. Fuck out of here.
By others in the administration. It depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who will review each claim. It won't be reviewed by me. It won't be reviewed by others in the administration. It'll be reviewed by the 5 commissioners.
Aren't those commissioners appointed by the president?
No, they're
Who are
appointed
they
by,
appointed by?
4 of them are appointed by the Attorney General, and 1 of them is appointed by the Attorney General in consultation with leadership of this body.
Will the information related to the claims be public? Publicly reported?
So that's a good question with leadership of this body.
Will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist, so I don't want to sit here today and say every...
My mic was mute that whole time. I hate when that happens. Todd Blanche wants you to believe that he is not going to be determining a body of who gets paid out. Who's going to determine that? It's going to be 4 people whom choose. I choose. The Attorney General. He said, I'm not going to be a part of the determining body. The 5-member panel is chosen by the Attorney General, of which he is what? He is the acting Attorney General. So in fact, he will be the one who is choosing who is going to get paid out, because he is the one who is choosing the 5-member panel. He said 4 of the 5-member panel are going to be determined by the Attorney General, which is himself. So he wants you to believe that he's doing something different, and the 5th person is determined by this panel. This panel of whom? This panel of the 4 people he chose who are going to do his what? Bidding, and himself. So he says that I'm not going to determine who gets paid out. No, it's not me. It's the people who I choose to be on the panel. And why would they be chosen to be on your panel, Todd Blanche, if they weren't going to do your bidding, Todd Blanche? Do you think we're stupid? Oh, we're all not the Trump voters that you're speaking to right now, Todd Blanche. We're not the ignorance that Trump so enjoys and loves. You are actually choosing people who are going to do your bidding, Todd Blanche. Are you kidding me? Are we supposed to take this man seriously? The Attorney General is going to choose the panel, which you are the acting Attorney General, which you are doing everything that is nowhere near lawful to get the permanent Attorney General job. Let's continue with this motherfucker.
Scintilla of data. So
will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist. So
No, they won't. That's a good question. There are privacy laws that exist. Well, if you're entering into a settlement, shouldn't the settlement, since the American people are paying out these settlements, shouldn't it be clear what these settlements are being paid for? There are privacy laws. There's no privacy law that forbids you from telling what a settlement is for. There are secretive laws that can be put in place, non-disclosure agreements that can be put in place to prevent the public from finding out what our tax dollar is going to pay. There is that. There is the makeup of a body of people who it is well understood that they are not going to inform the American people who they are paying and why they are paying it, like I said in the beginning. So she's asking a very good question. Yes, she is. Well, there are privacy laws. Privacy laws about what? Motherfucker, if you want to get your money, this is what you're getting paid for. Period, point blank. I thought it was about the weaponization of the Biden government. Surely you would want to tell us how Biden weaponized his DOJ. Surely, what's so secretive about that? Since you want to tell us that these people were persecuted under the weaponization of Biden's DOJ, well, surely you would want to tell us exactly how did they do that? What did they do? Now you're talking about there's privacy laws.
I don't want to sit here today and say every scintilla of data collect.
Will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist. So I don't want to sit here today and say every scintilla of data collected will be released. But of course,
Nobody asked you that. That was not even the question. You notice when somebody has to reframe the question to be something that the question was not, she didn't ask if every scintilla of the information of why the claims are being paid. She asked, will you release the reason for the claims being paid? Nobody asked for every scintilla of information about anything. We want to know who you paying and why you are paying them. Period, point blank. And he cannot say, no, we're not, all of the payments that we are making, we have the right to keep secret, as in the agreement that they made for this slush fund in the first place. Let's be real clear. Somebody gonna get his ass about this. I don't know why I keep stopping this goddamn tape. I know a Democrat is going to get in his ass about this dumb shit he's trying to pull on you. Look at this face. Look at this motherfucking face. You cannot even take him seriously because he doesn't take himself seriously with this convoluted, oh sure face when he know he's lying.
There's accountability that the commission has, a quarterly report that has to come to the Attorney General, which will certainly be public. There's a process that you all will get information.
accountability from this attorney general. When is Pam Bimbo going to testify under oath? All of this accountability that will become public, that this DOJ has said that this is privileged information. This is privileged information. Do you think that Pam Bimbo and Todd Blanche have said before the Senate before and said, of course we're going to be this is the most transparent administration? Oh, I can't answer that question. I can't answer that question. Okay, I'm done. Let them talk.
And there's a FOIA process. So I very much anticipate that the claims that are awarded, the basis and the amount will for sure be made public along the way.
Let me switch.
You mean to tell me that you're going to have to fill out a FOIA request to get this information? I'm sure that this information will be disclosed along the way, somehow, some way. It could be 15 to 20 years later, but I'm sure. No, the answer would be yes or no. This is a yes or no question. And he gave you all of that to answer a yes or no question. So unable to say yes, I'm sure it will be available eventually. Instead of telling you yes, you should understand the answer to this question is no. Everyone will not be alerted. It will not be known who they are giving this slush fund money to and for what reason.
To a different issue which Chairman Moran brought up. Along with Chairman Moran and other members of this committee, I was one of the lead sponsors of the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization of 2022. These programs are critical to reducing violence against women, ensuring that justice is served, and strengthening services to victims and survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. In Maine, the Rural Victims Program is especially critical. Despite the importance and effectiveness of these programs, the department's budget request proposes reducing funding by about 25%. Why is the department proposing a reduction in funding to combat domestic violence and to support survivors?
Well, first of all, I completely agree with you that these are extraordinarily important programs and the funds are well used to support these programs. We have asked for $539 million, I believe, in money to support all these programs. And that, I mean, look, there's a lot of money that goes, $190 million for grants to combat, to stop the stop grants, which is extraordinarily important. And so it is a priority. Obviously, we have to make choices, and the president's budget has to make choices on where to spend that money, but it is extraordinarily important. And the $539 million that we've asked for will go to support all these programs. I mean, so yes, we are asking for less money than the budget had last year, but it's not because we don't view it as extraordinarily important.
Well, I would suggest that cutting the budget for these important programs by 25% is a huge cut. And I hope that's something the subcommittee will take a close look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, this is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund that you set up. Simple question, will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
Well, as it makes plain, anybody
just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
As was made plain yesterday, anybody.
Our
committee will take a close look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, let's get down to the meat and potatoes of this questioning of this liar. Come on, Mr. Van Hollen.
Mr. Attorney General, this is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund that you set up. Simple question, will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
Well, as it makes plain,
Will they
anybody
be just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
as was made plain yesterday, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they were victim weaponization.
Mr. Attorney General, let me ask you this. Are there going to be rules that say that if you've assaulted a Capitol Hill police officer or committed a violent crime, you will not be eligible? Why not make that a rule?
I expect that because I'm not one of the commissioners setting up the rules. I expect that there
Appointing
will
the
be
5 members, aren't you, Mr. Attorney
You
General?
are appointing the members of the committee. So why couldn't you say that, of course, that is going to be part of the rules? Because I wouldn't appoint anybody who would give money to people who assaulted Capitol Police. Yes, they will be eligible.
Pardon me?
You're appointing 4 of the 5 members.
I am appointing
You can
all 5
certainly
members.
set up the rules. I would hope you would make a rule that anyone convicted.
I'm appointing all 5 members. Yes, we know. You said you were appointing 4 of the 5, and the rest of the committee, which you are on, we will be appointing the 5th. That's what I said earlier. He said, I'm appointing all 5 of them. No shit, Sherlock. Well, why did you try to make some type of distinction that you were only appointing 4, and the rest of the body will be appointing the 5th, which means you are appointing all 5. But you had to try to make some distinction earlier when you spoke about them.
Of assaulting a police officer or a violent crime, aren't you, Mr. Attorney General?
Pardon me?
You're appointing 4 of the 5 members.
I am appointing
You can
all 5
certainly
members.
set up the rules. I would hope you would make a rule that anyone convicted of assaulting a police officer or a violent crime is simply not eligible. They should not apply.
Well,
let me ask you this, because you compared it to the Keepseagle case. But I think you know full well that in that case, the settlement agreement was approved by a federal judge, including the payments to people who were not originally parties to the lawsuit. No federal judge has approved this fund, have they, Mr. Attorney General?
No federal judge did approve this.
So that's a big difference between this case and the case that you compared it to.
No, it's not.
Did a judge sign off on this case?
No.
A judge did sign off on the other one.
Yes, but your question was whether it's a big difference. It's not.
Of course it is, because that allows for an independent person to look at it rather than the
There was no independence. There was no independence. There was a single commissioner. A judge signed off on it. A judge had nothing to do with deciding the money.
There was a judge who looked at it and signed off on it. So to compare that case to this one is incredibly deceptive. Let me ask you this about the Epstein case, because as we speak, many Epstein survivors are in New York. They're reading portions of the Epstein files about the abuse that they suffered. Otherwise, they might have been here with us today. At a House hearing, your predecessor refused to acknowledge the pain experienced by some of those victims when the administration improperly released their names and identifying information. So I want to know where you stand. I spoke to the representatives of some of the Epstein survivors yesterday. They are extremely frustrated that you keep calling for people to come forward with more evidence, but you have not met with them to hear their stories. So simple question. If I connect you with these survivors, will you meet with them?
Absolutely. And what you just said is false. I have met with them. I've met with many of the lawyers for the survivors of victims, as did Attorney General Bondi. So whoever told you that, unfortunately, gave you bad information.
Okay.
But I would encourage them. I would encourage them to reach out to the Department of Justice, because like we do every single day, we absolutely care for victims, and we absolutely want to hear from them and their lawyers.
Well, I've been told directly from the representatives they've not had a chance, at least this group, to meet with you. So
Did they represent that they asked?
So I'm glad to hear
Did
that.
they represent they asked for a meeting?
Can I ask you to commit that the Justice Department will not recommend a pardon for anyone named in the Epstein files?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
Can you commit that the Justice Department, you, the acting Attorney General, will not recommend a pardon for people named in the Epstein files?
When you say people named, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of, quote, people named.
How about Ghislaine Maxwell? Can you commit that you will?
Yes, I can commit to that, of course.
Okay. let me go back to this slush fund, because there's also an individual who, after being pardoned by the president, went on to molest 2 children. And that person actually tried to buy the silence of these children by saying that he would pay them some of the funds that he was hoping to get from your slush fund. Can you commit to making the rules so that that person is not eligible for a payout under this fund?
Well, you're obviously lying in your question, because there's no way that this person committed to that. But the slush fund, as you call it, which is not, didn't exist.
I'm sure.
He absolutely is not lying. He is not lying. He is not lying. Van Hollen is not lying. Let's get to the fact that I reported on this story. If you are unaware of what Chris Van Hollen is speaking on, let's get into the actual facts of what Chris Van Hollen is speaking about. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me share this with you, and we will definitely get back to Todd Blanche sitting on here saying Van Hollen is lying, when we know that Van Hollen is not lying, but we have some dummies in here that believe anything that these lying liars say. So let's get into the facts of what Van Hollen is speaking on. Could this be the case that January 6th rioter pardoned by Trump, was convicted of sexually abusing children? When was this? February 11th, 2026. So obviously Todd Blanche has a really, really bad memory. He can't remember to February of this year, or he's lying. Look at this. Look at this insurrectionist who was pardoned by 4547, and that then went on to molest children. Andrew Paul Johnson was convicted of multiple state charges of child molestation and exposing himself to children. Johnson was charged in Florida after receiving a full pardon from President 4547 for his role in the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. But the question is, did he plan to pay them from this slush fund that that is being set aside? Todd Blanche says that Van Hollen is lying. Let's dive deeper into this story, shall we? Florida handyman who received a pardon from 4547 for the storming of the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, has been convicted of multiple state charges of child molestation and exposing himself to children, prosecutors told NPR. Andrew Paul Johnson, the pardon rider, attempted to bribe one of his victims with money he claimed he would receive as part of a restitution for January 6th defendants, police reported. The conviction is the latest case of a pardoned Capitol rioter committing new crimes after receiving a pardon. On Tuesday, in Hernando County, Florida, found Andrew Paul Johnson guilty of 5 charges, including molesting a child under the age of 12 and another under 16, as well as lewd and lascivious exhibition. Johnson was acquitted of one charge of sending sexual material to a child. There was a third charge. William Ford, Chief Assistant State Attorney for the 5th Judicial Circuit in Florida, told NPR in an email that Johnson faces up to life in prison when he is sentenced in March. The attorney for Johnson did not respond to a phone message seeking comment. A police report from the Hernando County Sheriff Office filed as part of Johnson's Florida case described a pattern of abuse, including both physical and sexual abuse, and exposing his genitalia to children. That took place over a many-month span. One of Johnson's victims was 11 years old at the time of the abuse. Johnson also attempted to keep one victim quiet by claiming he would receive $10 million from the Trump administration as restitution for former January 6 defendants, and would share the money with the victim in his will, according to the police report. Convicted rioters and their supporters have advocated for financial reparations since Trump returning to office, though it is unclear if the administration will take that step. In 2024, Andrew Paul Johnson pled guilty to nonviolent charges for entering the U.S. Capitol through a broken window during the January 6th riot and cursing at police officers trying to clear the area. Are we clear? Todd Blanche doesn't know anything about this. He said that Van Hollen is lying. Van Hollen, you're lying. I just want you to understand exactly who the liar is in this situation. Shall we move forward? I think we should definitely move forward with this. Let me share my screen with you again. I just wanted you to know that why did I know how to find this? Because I've already reported on this. And Todd Blanche, I think everyone that's under the that can hear his voice speaking right now are stupid Trump voters as he sit up here and lies. Look at this face. Look at that face. After he told that lie, he looks like a motherfucking squirrel that just saw a motherfucking coyote enter the scene. Look at him, a bumbling fucking liar. Let's go back, shall we? Look at this face. Look at this face.
For the survivors of victims, as did Attorney General Bondi. So whoever told you that, unfortunately, gave you bad information.
Okay.
I would
provide their stories. So simple question. If I connect you with these survivors, will you meet with them?
Absolutely. And what you just said is false. I have met with them. I've met with many of the lawyers for the survivors of victims, as did Attorney General Bondi. So whoever told you that, unfortunately, gave you bad information.
Okay.
I would encourage them to reach out to the Department of Justice, because like we do every single day, we absolutely care for victims, and we absolutely want to hear from them and their lawyers.
Well, I've been told directly from the representatives they've not had a chance, at least this group, to meet with you. So
Did they represent that they asked?
So I'm glad to hear
that. Did they represent they asked for a meeting?
Can I ask you to commit that the Justice Department will not recommend a pardon for anyone named in the Epstein files?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
Can you commit that the Justice Department, you, the acting Attorney General, will not recommend a pardon for people named in the Epstein files?
When you say people named, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of quote.
So therefore, what is the problem? What is the problem? Do you think that he's talking about innocent people who are named in the file, like Bernie Sanders, who was named in the file as a throw off for an example of something that Bernie Sanders said in his campaign that actually absolutely had nothing to do with Bernie Sanders having any contact with Epstein or the survivors? Are you trying to say that there are so many names that are included in the Epstein file that you are mistaking that Chris Van Hollen is saying names that are offshoots of conversation, not in any collaboration or any knowledge of Epstein or these victims? You want us to believe that this is what Chris Van Hollen is making sure that you're not going to pay these people like Bernie Sanders, whose name is mentioned in the Epstein file? Bernie Sanders' name is mentioned in the Epstein file as a part of his policies, not a part of being a friend of Epstein, going to the Epstein Island, having any involvement with these children. So, Todd Blanche, do you mean to sit here and be so many names are mentioned? Are you serious? How could I ever tell you that? Well, how could you not tell him that? Obviously, you wouldn't be paying Bernie Sanders' name, who is mentioned in these files. Obviously, you wouldn't be paying him. Obviously, the DOJ hadn't been weaponized against Bernie Sanders. So what the fuck is your point? Trying to act like you can't understand because of the nominal amounts of names that are in the Epstein files. One of these named people in the file that has absolutely nothing to do with Epstein or these children who lost their innocence. Todd Blanche, who do you think is the fool? Todd Blanche has no problem playing the fool, trying to act as if he is just so appalled as he protects the real offenders whose names are actually in the Epstein files. You know, those conspirators that were named in the Epstein files? We know who is being spoken about. But Todd Blanche has no idea. Look at this fucking fool on your screen. Look at this fool. Oh my God, he is disgusting. Oh, he is absolutely disgusting.
Can you commit that the Justice Department, you, the acting Attorney General, will not recommend a pardon for people named in the Epstein files?
When you say people named, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of, quote, people named.
How about Ghislaine Maxwell? Can you commit that you will?
Yes, I can commit to that, of course.
Okay. Let me go back to this slush fund, because there's also an individual who, after being pardoned by the president, went on to molest 2 children. And that person actually tried to buy the silence of these children by saying that he would pay them some of the funds that he was hoping to get from your slush fund. Can you commit to making the rules so that that person is not eligible for a payout under this fund?
Well, you're obviously lying in your question, because there's no way that this person committed to that. The slush fund, as you call it, which is not, didn't exist.
I'm sure,
but I can commit.
Mr. Attorney General, don't ever do that again. I am reporting
what again?
What he said. He said on the expectation that he hoped to get some of the funds from a payout. He's been
From
hearing.
you said from the slush fund, Senator, and that didn't exist when he said that.
This is the fund that the president and all of you have been telegraphing all along that you're going to use to help the president's friends.
Can you point to a single
Attorney General,
telegraph
I have a
I
last
made?
question.
What telegraph did I
have a last question for
Okay.
you. Do you know that it is a criminal offense to lie to Congress?
I am very well aware of that.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you, Senator.
In America, unlike other countries where they let you die in a ditch, in America, if you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. Isn't that right?
It is.
And and one of the programs we do that through is Medicaid.
Correct.
Okay. And this money for Medicaid, it didn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it, but it came out of people's pockets, didn't it?
Every dime of it.
And some of that money is stolen, isn't it?
Yes.
And the states, not all of them, but many of them, allow it to be stolen, don't they?
Yes.
Let's take Medicaid in California, for example. I don't mean to just pick on California, but because this happens in other states. We saw it happen in Minnesota, for example. But in California, for every dollar that the California state government puts up for Medicaid, for the Obamacare portion of Medicaid, the federal taxpayer puts up $9, don't they? And so, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
And so as a result, California has allowed thousands and thousands of these social assistance and so-called healthcare providers pop up in California, haven't they?
Yes.
And some of those providers steal the money, don't they?
Yes, we know that to be true. Yes.
And the money never gets to the people they supposedly are trying to help.
Curious. He didn't bring up Florida, the red states, where this has been going on prior to there ever being a invention called Obamacare. And what happened in Florida when this happened? Who was responsible for this happening in Florida? Your Florida Senator Rick Scott. Rick Scott, whose health insurer program, who was charged the largest fine in history. But obviously, Rick Scott must have gone to jail. No, Rick Scott went on to be the governor of Florida and now is a state senator of Florida. While you want to point out the things that are done in Medicare, you don't talk about the largest defrauder of the Medicaid system. You want to connect something to the Affordable Care Act. You want to connect. Why does $9 go to California? Because California is the one that expanded their Medicaid to take care of the California citizens. Now, first it was Minneapolis that you hear about Medicaid, and now it is California. They are not doing anything to stop the people who are defrauding Medicaid. Do you believe that this is true? Do any of you believe that this is true? Or is this the next song that the Republican Party wants to sing because they are threatened by Gavin Newsom running for president? Let's be real clear about all this. Now, let me let Foghorn, Leghorn, no, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to do this shit.
That's correct.
And the other way that California and others abuse the fact that they're putting up $1 and the American taxpayers putting up $9. Did I mention it was $9?
I think some say.
Okay, so you want to talk about what California is putting up to support Medicaid. But you're not talking about the money that California is putting up to support Medicaid in these poor red states, as California is the fourth largest economy in the world. But you want to talk about what they are putting up to put toward Medicaid in California, while ignoring all of the red states that are supported by the California tax dollar. Oh, if we are to do Medicaid by each state only support their own states, where is a Kennedy? Where is a Kennedy senator from? Louisiana. Kennedy from the Buckport state of Louisiana is talking about what California does with its dollar and ignoring the fact that the California economy props up poor fucking states like his, where he does nothing to make sure that his constituents are taken care of. But he want to talk shit about California. Well, quit taking the dollars that come from the California taxpayer in this poor ass Louisiana that is help propping up Medicaid in Louisiana, then, bitch.
It's even more, but yeah. 9 work.
They expand the services, don't they?
Yes.
Because some states, like California, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. It's not everybody in California state government, but it's a lot of them. They see this as free money, don't they?
They're not paying for it. Yes.
Isn't it a fact that, for example, Medicaid in California will pay a provider to provide tribal prayers? I looked all this up.
I mean, I'll accept that. I didn't know that. Yes.
That California will actually pay a healthcare provider, I didn't know this was a medical expertise, to pay for exorcisms. Is that right?
I'll accept that, Senator, but that's.
They pay, the California Medicaid program will pay for herbal medicines, meal deliveries. They'll pay for housing.
He's astonished that California will pay for herbal medicine. Isn't herbal medicine what our ancestors used to use? So because he's not, because they don't solely support the pharmaceutical industry, is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? Because they are not supporting an industry that gives doctor's office and hospitals a whole lot of free pills that have been approved by the Food and Drug Administration, only to 6 months later come back and tell you all of the ills and the damage to your body that this medication has caused. And God forbid that some people may want to use herbs and things like that for their medical needs. So you are appalled that the need is still a medical need, but they won't use a pharmaceutical drug. So therefore, they cannot use what medicine works for you that doesn't come from a pharmacy. So you're mad about it. Are you telling me that people who are so sick that they cannot prepare their own meals? You said, do you believe that they are having meals sent to them? That's called Meals on Wheels. You know that Meals on Wheels, that program that Elon Musk gutted. So you, as a sitting senator in Buckport, Louisiana, you mad that these sick people are getting healthy meals delivered to them? Are you mad that they are not destined to go down to the local convenience store and buy hot dogs that are cooked at 7-Elevens and these types of places, and buy pickles and pig feet that are in pickled pig feet and all of this shit in your whole ass state of Louisiana? Are you mad that they actually get nutritious meals sent to their homes instead of eating what they can on the fly? Is that what you're saying, stupid? Let's continue.
I don't know what housing a program will pay for herbal medicines, meal deliveries. They'll pay for housing. I don't know what housing has to do with health care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where
He doesn't know what housing has to do with healthcare. So I guess he believe a unhoused person healthcare could be sustained if they have any healthcare condition. He feels that their healthcare can be sustained if they live indoors or out of doors. Okay, we got it stupid.
Are you aware that the Medicaid program using federal money, taxpayer money, will pay for an in-home chef?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's a family member, yes.
Yeah,
Yes, if it is a family member, a in-home chef, he's acting like they will be able to hire what famous chef, Wolfgang Puck. Are you insulted? Now, Todd Blanche know very well that there is no in-home chef. There is someone you can hire to cook your meals for you when you are too unhealthy to be able to do it yourself. So it seems like
even pay for gymnasium fees.
It seems like gymnasium. What is a fucking gymnasium? What is a They will even pay for gymnasium fees. They will pay for you to be able to go to a health clinic, to a gym, not a gymnasium, to a gym, to use the equipment that they have to strengthen your body. And he is appalled about it. He is appalled about people who are not simply only given the option to continue to waste away, to continue to let their be trapped in their bodies, to not be able to strengthen their bodies because they don't have any type of apparatus that can they can do follow up with their physical therapy. And he is appalled that you would actually give people the ability to further and keep up and strengthen their bodies through physical therapy once Medicaid stopped paying for the 5 or 6 physical therapy treatments that they give you. No, you should then turn around and your body should waste upon itself.
Through Medicaid in California. They'll pay for bicycles, scooters.
They'll pay for bicycles. Isn't it a bicycle a way to stay healthy? Is that not a way to stay healthy? They'll pay for scooters. Okay. He act like they are paying for a motherfucking Benz, a drop top Benz. They'll pay for scooters. Maybe in California, unlike Louisiana, you can scoot your ass to a restaurant if you can't walk to a restaurant instead of having to walk to the nearest convenience store to get you a prepared meal. You know those meals that they could pay somebody in Louisiana to fix for the person at home. He's appalled about anything that will get poor people. Understand that these are not Medicaid is not given to people who have money are not on Medicaid. These are poor people in a rural country, in a rural state, as Louisiana. And he is poo-pooing the simple way that Medicaid is allowing people to get fed. But why is he poo-pooing it? Because they in Louisiana they did not take the Medicaid expansion, so they don't give a fuck about their constituents in the first fucking place. They're like, no, we don't want that here, like most of those southern states did. And he's poo-pooing. How crazy is it for your constituents to have a way to get healthy and remain healthy? They should be over there sucking on shit that's in a convenience store, a liquor store that comes in a pickle jar for their sustenance. As far as Kennedy is concerned. The fuck out of here.
Gym memberships. Did you know that?
Yes, several states do, but California does for sure.
They'll even repay your student loans. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of the student loans repayment.
Yeah, they'll repay somebody's student loans to encourage them to become a healthcare provider.
They'll repay your student loans to encourage you to become a healthcare provider. So what that tells me is that a lot of companies repay student loans if you come and work for their company for X amount of years. Some of those repaying of student loans is in the one of the benefits that they tell you that if you come work here, we will pay your student loans. Is he serious? There are some jobs that will pay for you to go to school, to improve your education and continue to work for them. And if you give them some type of pledge to remain in the job for X amount of years, is he serious? Is he serious? But if you're poor, you should not be able to rise out of your condition. You should not be able to get healthy. Medicaid shouldn't get you healthier. Medicaid should be something that will kill you. This poor ass motherfucker from Louisiana said. I wonder. Now, this is a motherfucker who has a golden insurance plan. And I wonder if he is like many of these fat, pudgy men who are on Ozempic. I wonder in his golden healthcare a program that he is under that is being paid by your tax dollars as well. I wonder, is this fat fuck is losing weight on Ozempic? This fat motherfucker sitting up here, much like Lindsey Graham is miraculously slim, but they want to complain about what poor people get on their health care insurance. Are we paying for these fat, pudgy, no control motherfuckers to be on Ozempic? While he's talking about what our tax dollar is paying for? Anyway.
California, they're just setting all kind of records. These folks are they're wild people.
California, these folks, they wild people. They're wild people. But you don't want to give your people what it takes to live. Get the fuck out of here. The audacity of this fucking country bumpkin to talk about who is wild people. You have your whole state is living wild.
California's got 12% of the population. In the last 10 years, they're responsible for half of these new so-called health providers to provide exorcisms and other things. Now, what the hell are we doing about it? Why has this gone on for so long?
Senator, listen, it's a great question. And what you just described are programs that are allowed under the program. You have a whole other issue in California where a lot of these.
Well, first of all, you didn't agree to with him that half of the shit. I don't know about exorcism. Gymnasium. Yeah, they health clubs. They do. Yeah. You didn't even agree with half of this shit. Now, you want to change the topic to something else that bothers you about California. What bothers you about California is that your poor red states have to suck the teeth of California. That's what bothers you about California. What bothers you about California is the Gavin Newsom trolling 45, 47 till he gets in his fucked up feelings about it.
Folks are just stealing the money, not even running it through for exorcism.
They're thieves, aren't they?
They're just stealing the money. Aren't you over the Department of what? Justice? How come if you are sitting up here purporting that people are just stealing the money, Where are the charges? I know when it was going on in Minnesota, when you guys came out here a couple of months ago and talking about all the Somalian theft of Medicaid funds and Medicare funds and all of this, acting as if this was something brand new. When you knew that there had been tons of DOJ investigations, and you knew at the time when you were talking about all the crime in Minnesota, these healthcare crimes, you knew that these people had been indicted. Many of them had already been tried. Some of them had been sentenced. Some of them were in the middle of sentencing. As you tried to come out here and present what was wrong in Minnesota, had already been investigated and charged under whose administration? The Biden administration had already investigated this shit that you were talking about in as if it was happening right then and now when you were speaking about it. But I don't recall Todd Blanche talking about any cases of all of this fraud that he wants to speak about. I don't recall his DOJ investigating and bringing charges of all of this. They're just stealing. Well, where are your indictments for all of this stuff, Todd Blanche? Where? Huh? Wait. Who have you indicted for this? As you gave a cavalcade of things that you have done, and this administration has stopped this and that in your opening statements, I didn't hear anything about the charges and the amount of money you were able to claw back for Medicaid fraud, Todd Blanche.
They're thieves. Correct.
And California just watches it happen, don't they? Not everybody in California.
Well, obviously the DOJ just watches it happen too. He said they're thieves. The people in California are thieves. They're thieves, I tell you. So you want to say everybody just sit back and watch it happens. Obviously, Todd Branch is one of the everybody's that sit back and watch it happens. As he is over the Department of Justice. Oh, but he can't be bothered with doing that. He's too busy bringing charges against James Comey for taking a picture of seashells in the sand that says 8647 that spell out the numbers 86 and 47. So who can be bothered? He's Donald Trump's personal attorney, his personal revenge attorney. Make this make sense. And this man is coming to the Senate asking for $4 billion additional dollars to run the DOJ. But he can't tell you who in California, all of these thieves that he has prosecuted for what he wants to go on and call Medicare fraud. Make it make sense.
California. The government does, doesn't it?
Well, that's the challenge in a lot of states, is that we don't have a state government, which you all have entrusted to run these programs and take care of the money that you all give them. There's state structures that absolutely do not do any compliance, and they don't do their job.
Because they don't have no incentive to. They're getting free money. Isn't that right?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
We got to change this, General.
We're trying.
I call this a slush fund. You want to talk about slush fund? This is a tier 1 slush fund. It's been going on for years and years and years. Billions and hundreds of billions of dollars is stolen.
Yes, Senator. And that's why, look, this department stood up a whole new fraud division, and AUSAs around the country prosecute fraud every day. So it's not as if we didn't have the work out there, but it's so systematically taking money from the American taxpayer that we very much believe that it needs its own stand-up structure. And I think it's true for the reasons that you just said.
If you need an exorcism, you can go to California, can't you?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Van Hollen. Thank you, Acting Attorney General Blanche, for appearing before us today. I want to talk about some areas where I think we're making progress and we can work together, and then raise some real concerns I have. I do think it's worth recognizing the hard work of the men and women of the department and the progress you're making on combating fentanyl and violent crime. I've long been involved in criminal justice reform, talked with and worked with your predecessor on this. I was pleased to see the president's message during Second Chance Month, where he said he wants to ensure those who take responsibility and seek to rebuild their lives have a chance to succeed. Senator Lee and I have a bill called the Safer Supervision Act. It's co-sponsored by Senators Tillis and Wicker, Kramer, and Langford. It's got strong law enforcement and conservative support, and it fits squarely in that framework. Currently, federal supervision is imposed in nearly every case, leading to badly overworked federal probation officers who then can't properly supervise those who actually most need it. There's more than 120,000 people on average per year being supervised. And this bill would help ensure courts are more thoughtful, more analytic when deciding when to impose supervision. Is this a piece of legislation you can support?
So what you just said, I very much agree with. So without looking at every word of the legislation, there's no disagreement from me on a word you just uttered.
Well, thank you. I'd like to work with you on that.
Yes, I look forward to that.
Let me raise two questions. I've been gravely concerned about IP theft, especially from China, the whole time I've served. I was struck that the department's proposed budget cuts the funds for IP enforcement. Why? And is the department under your leadership committed to protecting American innovation?
Very committed. And while you're calling it a cut, Senator, I would say that it's a major focus of
It's a lack of an increase?
Well, no. I don't mean lack of an increase. I mean that we're focused on it at the U.S. Attorney's Office level. So when we take money and spend it around the U.S. Attorney's offices, and so it's baked into that big number. Rest assured, every U.S. Attorney's office, all 93 of them, are focused on the threats that we have from there. And so we're trying to spend our money more wisely.
Chair Collins raised a concern about the Violence Against Women Act funds. Let me raise a concern about the Victims of Child Abuse Act programs. Senator Roy Blunt and I worked to reauthorize this program. I've long been actively engaged with it. I've seen how children's advocacy centers in Delaware make a critical difference, bringing together law enforcement, mental health professionals to do child abuse investigations in a child-centered way to make sure children are not re-victimized. The number of victims served by these centers has increased fourfold over 25 years. Why are you proposing cutting this program?
So we have asked for $41 million for that program, and I agree with you, and I want to work with you to make sure that we're spending that $41 million where we should. I agree with you; it's extraordinarily important, and has had a lot of success over the past 15, 20 years as it's been up and running.
Thank you. Let me return to the line of questioning from the ranking member, Senator Van Hollen, that I strongly agree with. I'm just looking at the settlement agreement in Trump versus IRS. And I just want to make sure I heard you properly when you responded previously. Your announcement said that the fund will send you quarterly reports. Will you commit to making these reports fully public so Americans know who's getting taxpayer dollars out of the settlement fund? This says they'll be confidential. This is Section 4, Part E of the settlement agreement.
The reason why I want to be careful in my answer is because there's obviously laws that...
He said they will, it says that they will be confidential. Despite the lies that he came up here and told you, it says that they will get quarterly reports that will be confidential. That's why I want to be careful. Bitch, you're not.
Exist around privacy.
Public so Americans know who's getting taxpayer dollars out of the settlement fund. This says they'll be confidential. This is Section 4, Part E of the settlement agreement.
The reason why I want to be careful in my answer is because there's obviously laws that exist around privacy that may prevent some of the information that the commission takes in from being fully public. Beyond that, there will be full transparency, and I commit to you that beyond the applicable laws that exist around privacy and privileges and whatnot. But as far as being transparent and having those quarterly reports released, yes.
Thank you. You referenced a previous case. I think it was Keepsiegel versus Vilsack under the previous administration. Did that case involve a president suing his own government and then settling that case before it could be reviewed or approved by a judge?
So no, and neither does the
No.
commission.
It did not. And so when you suggested that they're nearly identical, they're not identical. I think there's a critical difference here. President Trump is the first president to sue his own government and then direct his chosen acting attorney general to reach this kind of settlement. Will you commit that none of President Trump's family will receive a direct payout from this fund?
Well, yes, but what you just said is not true. I mean, if I can correct that.
Please.
The president did not direct me to do anything. And secondly, when we said it was that the structure of the commission is similar to Keepseagle, that's true. It wasn't the case. The underlying case is not the same. The structure of the commission is the same as the Keepseagle
Has
commission.
it ever happened that a sitting president sued his own government for $10 billion and then directed the settlement of the case and the establishment of a payout fund?
Not that I'm aware, but there's a lot of things that President Trump's the first of. No president had been indicted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Correct.
6, 7, 8 times either.
Correct. No president's been indicted. And will you commit that none of this money will go to President Trump's campaign donors?
I am not committing to anything beyond the settlement agreement itself. When you say campaign donors, that they are not excluded from seeking compensation.
Last
They were
question.
weaponized.
During police week, I heard from a number of law enforcement friends who found it appalling that there was the possibility that folks like the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys who had assaulted Capitol police officers could receive multi-million-dollar payouts from this fund. Will you commit that no one who has been convicted of assaulting a police officer will receive a payout from this fund?
So I shared the concerns that apparently members of law enforcement gave to you last week, although none of this was announced last week, so that's surprising. But
They had
I
heard
accept
rumors
that.
there would be a settlement fund.
Okay, but anybody can apply. The commission will set. The commissioners will set rules. I'm sure. That's not for me to set. That's for the commissioners. And whether an individual, an oath keeper, as you just mentioned, applies for compensation, is anybody in this country can apply.
Well, we'll be watching this very closely as this goes forward. I don't think the settlement fund should be set up this way or for these purposes. I appreciate your answers today. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being here this morning and responding to our questions. I want to follow on a couple. that have been asked with regards to the Department of Justice's state and local law enforcement programs. $1.2 billion in proposed cuts. We're looking at it very carefully because many of these grants and programs have significant impact on our state, small population, large area to deal with. The budget also calls for consolidation of the Office of Violence Against Women, the Community-Oriented Policing Services, and the OJP programs. Is the Office of Tribal Justice one of the offices that are also intended to be consolidated?
No, we're just consolidating the grant components. So OJP, COPS, and then OVD. And by the way, we're not combining them. We're just making them more efficient. So they will still maintain their own independence and brand, for lack of a better word. But what we heard from the field is that there were inappropriate inconsistencies and inefficiencies in having three separate kind of bureaucracies running each of those programs. So that's what we're trying to fix.
Don't disagree with wanting to reduce bureaucracies. My interest is making sure that the fidelity of these grants and the availability to very rural and oftentimes just very high cost because of what we're dealing with out there, that they do not get.
Bitch, you ain't even got to worry about that. If you're talking about rural Alaska, Trump has made sure that China can come in and buy up all this rural land. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about, Lisa Murkowski. You were so concerned about people being thrown off their health care, and then when you decided to vote for the budget and had a town hall, you set your stupid ass up there and said, well, everybody's going to die, and I hope they know Jesus Christ as their savior. Bitch, I hope you know Jesus Christ as your savior, and the people in Alaska know Jesus Christ as their savior. You're not concerned about anything but being reelected, you fucking dumb bitch.
Because when you have cuts to the level that you're proposing, one has to assume that, okay, you can talk about reducing the bureaucracy and just what the program itself might look like. But again, my interest is making sure that this much needed assistance is still pushed down to the very, very local levels.
Senator, I assure you that the rural communities, and I appreciate that they have the most challenges applying for grants because of just the way they're structured.
Lack of capacity.
Of course, and there's obviously, I forget the exact percentage, but a large percentage of our grants do go to rural communities, as they should, and rural police departments, as they should. And we are going to continue to do that. I mean, the COPS office is required to distribute half of the grants to rural communities. Right. But just, and I don't want to take up all your time, Senator, but that's one of the reasons why we're trying to make it more efficient, because the field said, especially rural communities, big cities don't have issues applying for grants. They have a bunch of people that can do it. And so, yes, we are very focused on that in tribal justice space, but also in the grant space.
Well, know that we're watching this one very carefully. I understand that in response to Senator Collins, you acknowledged 25% cut to the Office on Violence Against Women. I was very involved in that reauthorization, and within that, we provide that OVW may not be subsumed by another grant-making component within DOJ. So we want to make sure that, again, DOJ is going to maintain OVW's statutory responsibilities and how they move forward with their grant making, and not losing out on that subject.
We will, and we're aware of that. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask about the Not Invisible Act. This was legislation that I introduced some years ago. It became law. May 5th is the day that we recognize as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day. We had a big roundtable that Senator Sullivan helped to organize just a couple weeks ago. I had a lot of the folks from your department, along with Alaska state and local, as well as tribal. One of the things that kept coming up was the commission issued its final report. I thought it was pretty substantive. They issued it November 1 of 2023 after great testimony and consultation all across Indian country. But then it was removed, the report was removed very early on in the second Trump administration, and the related materials have been removed from DOJ and the Department of Interior websites. So people keep asking me, where'd it go? Why? What is happening? And we tried to get further information to that again up in Anchorage a couple weeks ago. So the question to you is, why was the report taken down? When will it be restored? And more importantly, what concrete steps is DOJ taking with the Department of Others and others to implement the recommendations? We don't want the work of this really important commission to just kind of sit and be ignored.
Yes, so I don't have an answer as to why it was taken down.
He don't have an answer as to why it was taken down, because they wanted to hide it, because they plan to do nothing about the report. A dummy.
But I will get back to you promptly. I will tell you.
I would appreciate that, yeah.
And your big picture question, we are on the same page when it comes to tribal justice and the work that we have to do with our Native American community and making sure that we're giving them the resources, the law enforcement. I visited 2 so far as the Deputy Attorney General. My staff has gone out to multiples, to Northern New York, the Dakotas, Oklahoma, and we'll continue to do that. I think that at the end of the day, it is a funding and training issue that is our responsibility, and I recognize that, and it's a priority.
Well, and we've seen positive signals in the first Trump administration. That was when Operation Lady Justice was stood up. I think that is good. We need to continue on that. You've put good people tasked to this, but this is where it gets confusing, because when you have a public-facing website that helps people navigate through some of the reporting and the lack of data, that's where we could use a little help. So if you can get back with me on that, I would appreciate it.
I will, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General, for being here. As you alluded to in your opening statement, there is an acute staffing shortage at the Bureau of Prisons. At FCI Berlin in New Hampshire, staffing levels have dropped to 58% of authorized levels. And that's at a time when correctional officers are being asked to take on added duties where they have detainees being sent to our federal prison, and the retention incentives have dropped significantly. So as you point out, the Bureau received an additional $3 billion in the reconciliation bill to address staffing issues. And you're asking for additional funding, which I appreciate. But how do you plan to use those supplemental funds to address recruitment and detention of staff at facilities like FCI Berlin?
Thank you for that question. It is a crisis. And the crisis on staffing is twofold. One is we're not paying them enough, and they can walk across the street to county jails and make more money. And 2, because we're not paying them enough, there's shortages, so they're required to work overtime. They're required to actually.
I understand the problem. Can you explain what you're going to do to address it?
We're doing both. I mean, we're addressing the compensation, and we've already worked with Director Marshall over the past several months to give some retention money to officers who are staying, but we have to pay them more, and we have to make it worthwhile for them to stay. And the only way to do that is with money. The only way to do that is
I can
with hiring.
tell you that FCI Berlin has not seen that money yet, and it's going to be critical to get it out. Let me change to another topic, because we have a new DEA drug lab in Londonderry, New Hampshire. I'm very pleased that we've got that New England Regional Drug Lab. I worked hard to try and support the effort to get it there. But I'm concerned now that DEA doesn't have the personnel that they need in order to fully operate it. And when we raised this at hearings, both in the House and Senate, with DEA, what they told us was that DOJ has routinely denied its request for greater allocations of personnel, meaning that they are going to have difficulties hiring the sufficient personnel they need to fully operate this new lab. So can you commit that you will ensure that the personnel that are needed to operate the lab are able to be hired?
Yes, and our budget asks for that funding, and I agree with you, Senator, that it's crucial.
Murkowski, and their concerns about the Office of Violence Against Women and the grants. I don't support the cut of 25% for that budget. But we have a greater issue, because my staff has heard from organizations in New Hampshire working on domestic violence concerns that the department is continuing to hold fiscal year 25 funding for the office. And for some of these organizations, they had their grants canceled early in 2025. This disruption has caused those organizations to scale back, to start laying off staff, which limits their ability to help survivors. So when is the department going to make available the fiscal year 25 and 26 grant funds that have already been approved by Congress?
So you have to ask Roosevelt over the Office of Budget and Management, the Project 2025 curator. You're going to have to ask him because when grants have been approved by Congress and the money is scaled back, that is who scales back the money. Let's see what Todd Blanche is going to say. They don't give a fuck about violence against women. That's what he should say, because if you still haven't gotten the budget that was approved for 2025 and you have not gotten any of the budget for 2026, what is that telling you about this administration?
The NOFOs for 2 of the 3 agencies are all out and back. There's one NOFO that's pending from 25 that we expect to get out any day now, and then we'll start working on 26. And so it's done on a rolling basis, and
is that acceptable job performance? Is this acceptable job performance? We are in May, and he says that the last one we're waiting on for 2025, it should be in here in a day or so. Oh, I didn't know you were going to ask me that, so I'm going to act as if we're on top of it. We should get the last one back in a day or so. Here we are in March of 2026 talking about money that wasn't dispersed for battered women in 2025, and then the one for 2026, we get it on the rolling. You just told us about 2025 and why it's 5 months late. Over 5 months late. We had the whole calendar year of 2025. This money wasn't dispersed. And here we are at the end of May of 2026. And you just say, well, we should get that whatever holdover in a couple of days or so. And then you go to 2026. So in a day or so, when you get that last 2025 thing that you're waiting on, when you're going to release the money, then you go on to 2026. Did you see what he did there? He wanted to give you a whole lot of excuses why. Now, they want to get rid of bureaucracy. But notice they don't want to get rid of bureaucracy that they can blame why they are not helping the American people. They're not getting really rid of any bureaucracy that is in the Pentagon. The only bureaucracy they want to get rid of is the bureaucracy that is going to benefit you and how you live your life as an American citizen. If it's going to benefit you, it's unneeded bureaucracy. He goes right on to not answer, when are we going to get the 2025 money that has been allocated by Congress? And we have not received that as of yet.
25 that we expect to get out any day now, and then we'll start working on 26. And so it's done on a rolling basis, and we're working.
It's done on a rolling basis. Or roll that shit out. You couldn't work on both of them. You just got 2025, and you're expecting the last one for 2025. So in the meantime, in between time, we're in May of 2026, and we work on them in a rolling basis. Well, you should have been working on that in January, since you knew you ain't even got 2025 out yet. But you talking about what you do on a rolling basis. Bitch, roll your shit up to January of 2025 and start on 2025, since you know you were insufficient in doing your job. 2026, I mean, since you know you were insufficient in doing your job in 2025. The fuck we talking about? Where they do that at? And these people still are employed. These are the answers that they're giving you about money to help domestic violence survivors.
every day very hard to get that money out. As far as grants that were canceled, I believe 330 some were canceled, just about 5 or 6% of the overall grants awarded for various reasons. But grants that were more than that were initially canceled, and the grants.
But those are grants that had been approved by Congress that had already been sent out. Why is the department canceling funding that our organizations are depending on in order to help survivors?
Well, it's not that they were approved by Congress. The money was, and so for a very small portion of grants, they were canceled for various reasons. So
Well, they were canceled because DOJ came in and made significant cuts, and the administration has made cuts. I guess I'm not going to argue with you about why that happened. I think it was wrong. I'm going to acknowledge your commitment to ensure that those funds are going to go out to the organizations that are depending on them so that they can serve the people who need it.
I commit to that.
Thank you. Last fall, the U.S. trustee for Region 1 didn't name a new Chapter 13 standing trustee for New Hampshire. Instead, he assigned New Hampshire's duties to Maine's standing trustee over the objections of the New Hampshire Bankruptcy Bar. The transition from New Hampshire's standing trustee to the new Maine trustee, who's supposed to be serving both states, has not gone well. Debtors who had completed their payments were not being discharged from bankruptcy. Creditors and attorneys were not getting paid. In fact, a motion to remove the New Hampshire and Maine trustee was filed, and the New Hampshire bankruptcy judge admonished the trustee, but unfortunately didn't ultimately remove him. I am very concerned that we have granted staters who need to use the Chapter 13 bankruptcy and that they're being disadvantaged because of this decision for whatever reason. We have no idea because the U.S. government doesn't pay those standing trustees. There's no reason. That's not a benefit in terms of savings.
Wrap that up. I would appreciate
Okay, we have that in many districts.
Standing trustee and look into this because it's a real problem.
So we have that.
And Mr. General, the time has expired, so if you can quickly wrap that up, I would appreciate
Okay, we have that in many districts, not just New Hampshire, and we're working very hard to rectify it for the reasons that you say, the challenges it presents.
So you will look into that and try and.
We've been looking into it, and we'll continue to do so, Senator. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. General, appreciate you being here today. I wanted to start with an issue that I raised with you in your confirmation hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee. We talked about the Executive Office for Immigration Reform. Some people call it EOIR, some people call it EOR, but ultimately it oversees our immigration courts. As you're aware, there was a significant backlog that was left by the Biden-Harris administration. Unfortunately, they created a culture of dragging their feet and not actually completing these cases. I know they also rolled back.
Encourage them to have a guideline that says those.
Law enforcement needs all the money we can give them. I agree with that very much. And whether I would be supportive of more money that you all come together for local law enforcement. Yeah, yes, I will. I mean, look, this budget.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure. Come with
those.
Actually prosecuted for these crimes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Murray, do you want to jump in first? Okay. Thank you, Acting Attorney General. So the budget has a $500 million cut to the COPS grants. Those grants are certainly important to our local law enforcement, for staff, for equipment, for investigations. Is there any particular reason that you think the police departments need less money now than they did before? And would you be supportive if we...
So who's defunding the police now? So who is defunding the police now? All of you who, the libtards, they want to defund the police. Who's defunding the police now? What do you have to say about the police being defunded now? Oh, nothing. Because it was all a bullshit, fake ass argument. Let's continue.
Advocate for more funding rather than less.
So local law enforcement needs all the money we can give them. I agree with that very much. And whether I would be supportive of more money that you all come together for local law enforcement. Yeah, yes, I will. I mean, look, this budget.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
There is a bill called the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act that senators on both sides of the aisle supported, including Senators Tuberville and Cornyn. And this is about the troubled teen industry, where there are basically all kinds of fairly unregulated, without oversight companies that say, hey, you send your teen to us and we'll get them on the right path. This institutional care often results in institutional abuse. And what we did when we passed and funded that bill, because we had both authorized it and then we funded it, was to have the National Academies of Science study, because there's 50,000 kids that are in these institutional settings each year. They're often taken away in the middle of the night under arrangements with the parents. The parents think they're sending their kids to get help, but often they're sending their kids into abuse. Will you take a look at this issue and just kind of track the national academies as they proceed to study this? And if there are ways that we can reduce abuse, help us find that path.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. To follow up, you noted that it would be up to the 5 commissioners that you appoint to determine whether there are any guidelines. Will you encourage the folks that you select to ensure that folks who were convicted of violent acts against police officers do not get compensation from this fund?
Well, I expect they will. They don't have the option of establishing guidelines. The commissioners will establish guidelines. And so
will you encourage them to have a guideline that says those who have been convicted of violent acts against police officers are not eligible?
I will definitely encourage the commissioners to take everything into account when determining who should get compensation.
But why not this specific issue of violent acts, convicted of violent acts against police officers? Do you feel they should get compensation after being convicted of violent acts?
My feelings don't matter, Senator. In my mind is not limiting to say this. Yes, I will commit to this or that. What I will commit to is making sure that the commissioners are effectively doing their jobs, and that includes setting guidelines like you're describing.
Okay, I'm disappointed that you feel it's acceptable that those who are convicted
Excuse me, my something happened with my my stream. Let me bring that back up. Here we go. Let me go back a hair so you guys can see.
are convicted of assaulting police officers.
Let me go back a second so we can start off where we left off. Okay, here we go.
Definitely did not say that. I didn't say I found it acceptable. Mind is not limiting to say this. Yes, I will commit to this or that. What I will commit to is making sure that the commissioners are effectively doing their jobs, and that includes setting guidelines like you're describing.
Okay, I'm disappointed that you feel it's acceptable that those who are convicted of violently assaulting.
Definitely did not say that. I didn't say I found it acceptable, Senator.
Will you agree to encourage those commissioners to set a guideline that compensation will not go to individuals who are convicted of assaulting police officers?
I expect.
Just a yes would answer my question. or no?
Yes, will not answer that question. I mean, you're asking whether I will encourage. I don't think that's a fair word. I don't think it's the Attorney General's job to encourage commissioners to do or not do anything.
Okay,
It's their-
well, we'll move on, but I will say that you have complete power over who you appoint, so you have huge influence. You are going to be evaluating the inclinations and attitudes of those who will serve, and certainly this looks extraordinary. You described it as parallel to a fund set up to compensate Native Americans who were discriminated against in the agricultural world. It's not parallel at all. President Obama did not sue his own Department of Justice. He did not have a judge saying that Williams had, how did she put it? Kathleen Williams, the judge handling the lawsuit, dismissed the case and finally admonished the government agency, notably the Justice Department, for not being transparent about the settlement deal. Williams previously assigned a group of attorneys to determine whether there was a conflict of case, since as sitting President Trump was suing entities, quote, entities whose decisions are subject to his direction. This type of conflict of interest is not at all involved in the fund set up to compensate those who are discriminated against in the agricultural realm. I want to go on to the Epstein investigation. Is it closed or open?
Okay, so what he described there is the judge who got the case to that Trump was suing the IRS, a entity that he is over for $10 billion based upon his tax refund or lack thereof, his tax information being released by an individual who is serving 5 years in jail for releasing his and others. I think it was over 10,000 other people refunds who he also released. The judge said, I don't see that you guys are adversaries. I think that you guys are kind of working in conjunction with one another. Thus came up this $1,776,000,000 slush fund. Now, Todd Blanche is over the DOJ. What is his name? Oh, God. Oh, my God. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Over the Treasury Department. What is his name? I can't believe Scott Besson over the Treasury Department has out and out said that he will, as soon as it's decided or settled or whatever happens with this $10 billion suit, that they muddled down to an agreement that would be paid. Scott Besson over the Treasury Department said, oh, he will absolutely get that payment out as soon as it was approved. Come to find out, though, Scott Besson may not be doing that because there has been someone in Scott Bessett's Treasury office who has unceremoniously retired, has quit his job. So let's get to who quit in Scott Besson's office. Let me find that real quick. You will be surprised, or maybe you won't be. But let's get. Oh, where is this? Let me find this. I can't believe I can't find it. Hold on 1 second. Dear God. Let me go back here. Hold on 1 second. Because I feel that this goes with this testimony that is ongoing. Let me share this with you real quick. Guess who just quit? top official suddenly quits. Okay, let me share with you. Scott Besson is eager to give out this whatever amount that is agreed upon. And guess who just resigned? Let's get into this.
Working with Donald Trump and the Justice Department in a top Trump official has suddenly resigned. We're seeing these mass resignations within the Trump regime. This time, this top Trump regime official is the general counsel within the Treasury Department. In other words, he was the top lawyer for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And this follows the Treasury Department working with Donald Trump and the Justice Department in a collusive matter to establish a settlement fund for $1.776 billion to go to the January 6th insurrectionists, which is a violation of the 14th Amendment. It is also a violation of the separation of powers. It is also, by its terms, a traitorous and treasonous act. And this Treasury Department general counsel did not want to be associated with it because it could likely result in him losing his bar license. So he resigned. And I think we're going to see many others in the Treasury Department resign as well. By the way, it also follows the Treasury Department extending the removal of sanctions by the United States against.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Be aware of this as we continue to listen to the head of your DOJ sit up here and spin fables and fairy tales and lie to you. Be cognizant of that. Make sure you understand when you hear Todd Blanche speak. That attorney quit today. When will Todd Blanche quit? It doesn't seem. It's Todd Blanche is the new Rudy Giuliani. It appears.
When you say the Epstein investigation, what are you referring to, Senator?
Well, the FBI said in last year in July that it had closed.
When you say the Epstein investigation, what are you referring to, sir? He asked him, "Are you?" If the Epstein investigation is still open.
Is it closed or open? Since as sitting President Trump was suing entities, quote, entities whose decisions are subject to his direction. This type of conflict of interest is not at all involved in the fund set up to compensate those who are discriminated against in the agricultural realm. I want to go on to the Epstein investigation. Is it closed or open?
When you say the Epstein investigation, what are you referring to, Senator?
Well, the FBI said in last year in July that it had closed the Epstein investigation. So I'm just using their words. Is it open or closed?
I don't believe the FBI said that. That's,
well,
I mean, if you're referring,
you're head of the Department of Justice. Is the Epstein investigation open or closed?
But I guess I don't understand what Epstein investigation means.
Is it open or closed? You don't know. I don't know what the Epstein investigation means, but I know that the FBI didn't say that.
Well, let me put it Jeffrey Epstein himself, yes, he's dead. Any investigation into potential of...
He can be dead and there could still be an investigation because they are co-conspirators, as we all are very well aware of. Just because Epstein is dead doesn't mean that closes the Epstein investigation. Are you serious? Are you trying to be serious at all? It doesn't appear as if you are.
Other bad guys will always be open if we Epstein investigation means. The investigation
well, let me put it
Jeffrey Epstein himself, yes, he's dead. Any investigation into potential other bad guys will always be open if we have evidence that supports in any way, shape, or form that we can make a case.
Okay, so Trump said in November, this is after the FBI, and it was the FBI words when they said the investigation was closed, but what Trump wrote in November of last year, I'll be asking the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots, the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationships with, and he gave a specific list, Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, people at JP Morgan, and many other people to determine what was going on. Is there a list particularly targeted at Democrats, as opposed to being, if you will, blind to party affiliation, investigations that are being pursued under your direction?
Any investigation, no matter Republican, Democrat, man, woman, old, young, any investigation will be open if the Department of Justice and the FBI have evidence that a crime's been committed. And that doesn't, I mean, you're talking about
You commit to pursue regardless of political affiliation?
Excuse me, Senator?
Do you commit to pursuing investigations free of prejudice about party affiliation?
Of course, yes.
Well, you say of course, but this president has repeatedly spoken of an enemies list that he wants to go after. And I must say, it's one of the symbols of the breakdown of a democratic republic when a president uses his Department of Justice, which you now head, to go after his perceived political enemies. I hope you won't be party to that. Thank you.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And that's why what happened during the Biden administration was so disgusting.
That is completely inappropriate.
Oh my God, he has the audacity. What happened with the Biden administration is disgusting. I'm so glad he clapped that.
And during the Biden administration was so disgusting.
That is completely inappropriate and wrong. There is no comparison to the absolute fair-minded pursuit of justice under the previous administration and this administration's pursuit of an enemies list. Thank you.
Senator Murray.
Check that bitch.
I believe Senator Fisher was next. Yeah.
Senator Fisher, so glad of you to join us.
Thank you.
Trying to ingratiate myself with the ranking member of the
No,
committee.
you didn't see me at the kiddie table. It's fine. So, Mr. Attorney General, welcome. Senator Murkowski brought up to you about the consolidation of the grant programs and also that the budget request is $1.2 billion, a cut to the state and local grants. All right, thank you for clarifying that. You will extend recommendation between staff. How's that going to impact and
Get them new bodies, but also overtime over the during or capacity.
because I can attest to disappointment by many police departments. OPPD Omaha, for example, did see their numbers really decrease. Have you reached out and have any numbers on what it is?
The Republicans are defunding the police. Good googly muggly.
Now.
Regularly, including last week during Police Week, I met with a lot. It's still a problem. We have not fixed it yet. I mean, look at what happened over the past year with law enforcement officers getting doxxed and having rocks thrown at them, having local leaders.
Oh, law enforcement officers are being doxxed. That's why we can't find enough law enforcement officers. Really, bitch? That was ICE. That was not the police. You're trying to compare police departments with ICE agents. They were being doxxed. They wouldn't have had to been doxxed if they had badges identifying themselves and weren't wearing masks. Are we clear? What are we not clear on?
Say to good, hardworking cops, you can't help. So this isn't something that we've won yet, but it's a priority to win that fight. And I'll keep on talking to state and local sheriff.
Homeland's out of for and agencies like DEA and FBI. Can you share how this proposed reorganization is still going to ensure strong interagency coordination so that we can see a continued focus on transnational crime threats, and specifically with those local law enforcement agencies? It's very important.
Dollars for
The Vice Chair of the full committee, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Acting Attorney General, right now, families are paying $4, $5, even $6 or $7 for gas. Inflation is at its highest level in years because of the president's policies. But instead of helping Americans get by, President Trump is literally using their tax dollars to set up a slush fund to enrich his own friends. On Monday, Your department settled the president's lawsuit by setting up a fund with $1.8 billion, and you and the president will pick the handful of people who decide how that money gets doled out. So let's be clear. What we're talking about is nothing short of the sitting president of the United States looting from the Treasury for his own gain. Do you seriously think that?
And why do you think that the main attorney for the Treasury Department unceremoniously just quit his job as opposed to be a part of this robbery of the Treasury? Are you clear on that now? And let's see what Todd Blanche has to say about this thievery.
This arrangement is appropriate? The president telling the federal government to settle a case and let him pay billions to the people that he chooses?
What you just described wouldn't be appropriate, and that's absolutely not what happened, and that's not what's happening now. So you just set up a series of facts, most of which were not true.
No,
No, it's not. I mean,
the president has set up a slush fund, however you want to say that it got set up, and he literally will get to choose through his handpicked appointees who gets paid that fund. That is absurd.
The president did not set up this fund. It's not a slush fund. It's been done many times. We have lots of fun.
You called it a slush fund earlier in this hearing. You actually went behind someone who called it a slush fund, and you said, no, the slush fund is for X, Y, and Z. You called it a slush fund. I wish I would have, I noticed that. I didn't stop it. You've called it a slush fund in this hearing yourself. Let's be clear.
I heard your response earlier to Senator Van Hollen.
The president did not set up this fund. It's not a slush fund. It's been done many times. We have lots of funds.
I heard your response earlier to Senator Van Hollen. This is not comparable to the case that you cited. A judge was not involved. This is the president versus himself setting up a fund.
The judge wasn't involved in the distribution in the Keep Siegel case at all. It just wasn't. There was a single commissioner that was set up, not five. And so when
the judge signed off on that case.
Yes, it was at a much later point in litigation.
That's my point. That is all of our point. And I just have to tell you, this is corruption that has never been more blatant or more widespread. What is happening is you write the check, Trump and his cronies cash it, American taxpayers who are already being whacked with high prices are going to foot the bill. That's what we are seeing today. And that is what many of us are really, really angry about. So let me move to another topic. This Department of Justice is sending the message that if you're wealthy, if you're powerful, if you are well connected, you won't be held accountable even if you abuse children. You know, it's after Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act and DOJ finally began to release the files, your department exposed survivors' names, their sensitive personal information, and even nude photos, while redacting names of alleged perpetrators of those crimes. The message that sends is this Department of Justice worked harder to protect the privacy of potential child abusers than the survivors. Your predecessor refused to apologize to those victims, but I want to give you the same opportunity to apologize for the way the department handled the release of these documents. Will you apologize to the survivors?
When the president passed the Epstein Transparency Act, that was the only time, when the president signed the Transparency Act, that was when we were legally allowed to release the files. Prior to the passage of the act, which you all passed, I agree.
That is not the question I'm asking.
It was the question you asked. You asked 5 or 6 questions. I'm answering them in order.
No,
that was one of the questions you asked.
The question I want you to answer is, will you apologize to the victims whose names, sensitive personal information, and even nude photos were not redacted by your department? Will you apologize
Of course,
to them?
that was, we never want to release a single victim's name.
That is what they are hearing.
Can I answer the question, please?
I'm asking if you'll apologize.
So I just said yes, but I would like an explanation to be given to that. What this act did is
apologize before you give the explanation. Will you apologize? Of course. Well, do it then, bitch. Do it then, bitch. You want to say what you want to say, but you don't want to apologize. You want to give some type of rationale for you knowingly distributing. Isn't that can't you be convicted for sharing nude pictures of underage minors? Isn't that criminal what you did?
Required us to review over 6 million pieces of paper in a very short period of time. And so 0.001%, we made mistakes and we owned up to them. And the second that a victim or their lawyer told us that we made a mistake, we pulled that document down and we put lawyers 24/7 in being responsive to victims and their lawyers to make sure that we fixed every single problem. And so, yes,
I
mistakes
hear
were-
your anger.
I'm not
and I
angry.
will
No, I'm not
tell you-
angry.
I hear
I'm
your
just
anger,
making sure
and I
it's
will tell you
understood
who's really
that
angry is
we
people who had
matter.
their
that-
nude photos released. I just want to hear you say, I apologize to those victims.
So as I just said, of course, anytime we release a victim's name that shouldn't be released, we have failed as a Department of Justice. And so we have to do everything that we can to not fail.
Well,
And so
I haven't heard the words, I apologize.
I'm trying to give you
those
an
victims.
explanation of what happened. I don't think
Okay.
you're
No,
really interested
she
in
didn't
that because
ask-
you
Well,
want
I
to
am.
get
Yeah,
I
she's
have
not-
a few more questions here, and I want to
No,
know, and I know that
she's-
Senator Van Hollen raised this, but I want to ask you, will you personally
No, she wasn't interested in an explanation. She was interested in hearing an apology. The thing that you said, of course, you would give, but you never got around to giving it, to repeat the same thing you had already said as an explanation, and then to turn around and try to repeat the same thing that you said, which was an explanation, trying to paint yourself white, and as opposed to apologizing, the one thing that she did ask of you. Let's be clear.
commit to meeting with the survivors? I have heard from them personally that DOJ refused to meet them, and I'm asking about you. I'm asking about the Justice Department reaching out to them to be heard, not waiting for them to navigate a legal system that has obviously repeatedly failed them so far.
Can I answer?
Yeah, will you reach
Okay,
out to them?
so as we have said repeatedly, of course, any lawyer, now if a victim has a lawyer, I'm not allowed to reach out to the victim directly, you know that. But any lawyer can reach out to the Department of Justice. They have, and I've met with many victims and their lawyers, as has the FBI, as has the SDNY. We will always meet with victims' counsel. Any victim
will
or their
always
lawyer
meet
can
with
come forward to the
victims' counsel.
FBI
With these
at any
women,
time.
and I've met with them, and I know Senator Van Hollen has, and so many other, they are personally so feeling abused again and again by what happened to them originally, and now what's happening by them. I am saying to you, as a human being, who don't make them navigate a system that is impossible to navigate, that's already abused them. Reach out and ask to meet
So
with
wait,
them.
you're
That is
asking
all
me
I'm
to
asking.
call, you want me to personally call the victims? Is that
I
what you're
can
asking
help
me to
you
do?
reach them.
Oh, that would be great. Yes, because we have said
And
from
you
day
will meet
one,
with them if
of
I reach
course,
out to you.
there have been members that have done that. And we immediately reach out to the victims or their lawyers when the lawyers want
Well,
and they say they want to do it.
We will follow up on that. Thank you very much.
Let me ask a few questions, and then we'll get to Senator Reed and Senator Peters, and then we'll have a conclusion of the hearing. I want to, oh, yes, and Senator Gillibrand, excuse me for my lack of peripheral vision. We'll make certain, Senator Gillibrand, that you are called on. General, worried about staffing and operational strains at the Bureau of Prisons. This committee, this subcommittee, and our full committee has tried to help in the last several years. And there was money in the reconciliation bill, $5 billion to support recruitment and retention efforts to address the BOP's maintenance backlog. In correctional facilities in Kansas, and we have certainly a major federal and lots of state correctional facilities, but officers, wardens, stakeholders continue to hear.
This link is in my description box. I'm fast forwarding.
On drones and counter UAS systems, we have Kansas City is a FIFA site.
I'm fast forwarding.
Thank you, Department of Justice per year.
Who gives a fuck about Kansas City?
Or maybe one, well, it did, there's no money we can.
IRS contractor in the 2020 breach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, how many taxpayers' returns were leaked by the IRS contractor in the 2020 breach?
How many taxpayers, excuse me?
How many taxpayers' information was breached at the same time Donald Trump's taxpayer information was breached? And why is Eric and Don Jr. included in this proposition about the IRS breach? Were their tax information breach as well? How many people was breached along with Donald Trump? And what do they get for their information being breached? Todd Blanche.
Many taxpayers' returns were leaked by the IRS contractor in the 2020 breach.
I don't know the exact amount, but a lot.
405,427. One of them was Donald Trump, correct? One of them was Donald Trump, correct?
One of them was Donald Trump and his family or others, correct?
Right. And Donald Trump was president at the time.
Correct.
So it was his IRS department that allowed this breach of privacy, correct?
Well, it was a criminal who worked in the IRS, yes.
Under his department. Under his department.
Well, he was hired under Trump's administration. This is one of the Trump.
Well, there was a criminal breach that led to this, yes.
Very good.
Under whose administration?
How many of these 400,000 people have received monetary reimbursement for the breach?
I don't
None.
think any have, including the president.
No, they haven't. But you've authorized the president. Do you agree the president should have reimbursement, correct?
No, we settled the case. No, there's no reimbursement to President Trump.
Well,
He
that's
filed a suit,
interesting.
Senator, but
So President Trump, you're going to assure us President Trump and his family will get no proceeds from this?
Correct. He will not.
He will not get. His family will not get.
Correct.
And who will direct the distribution of these? Who gets the money?
From the
Right.
Victims Fund?
Yeah.
Well, there'll be a commission of 5 individuals that will be set up, and they will take in requests and claims and decide whether to do anything for Mission
Who
Apollo.
will name the commissioners?
I will, or the Attorney General, whoever the Attorney General is.
The Attorney General. Okay.
Sorry, just to correct, and one of them will be done in consultation with leadership of this body.
Consultation. Well, that's good. But when he first announced this suit on January 30th, he said, I think what we'll do is something for charity, where I'll give the money to charity. I'm talking about the American Cancer Society. I would say established and respected charities. Will you fulfill the president's wish that it goes to respected charities?
I'm
No.
aware that he put that in or said that, but that's not ultimately what the settlement calls for.
Well, the settlement was negotiated between his lawyers and the Department of Justice, correct?
Correct.
So his lawyers did not urge that they adopt the president's vision of giving it to a respectable charity?
I am confident his lawyers urged the president's desires. Obviously, there's not a charity.
The order that you signed yesterday states that the government pay this settlement if the Secretary of Treasury has certified the payment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a coincidence that the General Counsel of the Department of Treasury resigned yesterday?
I don't know if it's a coincidence.
Have you looked or checked?
Have I checked?
Yeah.
I have not. As to why he resigned?
It just seems to be very coincidental that a high-ranking member of the Department of Treasury, Senate confirmed, would resign the day that the Treasury Department was required essentially to certify these payments.
Well, I believe the IRS signed the settlement agreement as well. But yes, but I can't speak to why he resigned, Senator.
Well, this all seems to be an
Criminal.
obvious
Criminal.
abuse of power by the Department of Justice, by the president. He negotiated essentially with himself. You're his appointee. The IRS are his appointees. He's the plaintiff. And the American people, I don't think, are surprised that suddenly all this money is going to his friends or people that he, in his orbit. Will you ensure that none of this money goes to anyone convicted on the January 6th attack?
No, he most definitely will not ensure that because how will you get a riding force to go up if he choose to dog whistle them after the midterms. No, he will not ensure that.
On the Congress?
Well, the commissioners will determine who is eligible to receive the money. not
And
the attorney
who are the commissioners?
But since you are choosing the commissioners, wouldn't that be a sticking point that you would give the people that you are choosing? I have nothing to do with that. I don't make those decisions. You're deciding on who is going to be able to decide on that. And shouldn't that be one of the things that these commissioners that you are putting over this money should understand? Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Commissioners.
They're not named yet.
Who will name them?
I will, or the Attorney General will. It's not me.
So, with the suggestion of the President of the United States,
Excuse me?
with the suggestion of the President of the United States, your boss.
I do not make suggestions. I will.
No.
appoint commissioners.
He will make suggestions to you.
I have no idea if he will or not. I really don't. I have no idea if he will or not.
Yeah, I really don't. I don't know if he's going to make suggestions to me. Do you think we believe that? Do you think anyone believes that? He tells you what to do, and you do it like a do boy. Do you think he will not suggest who is going to be on this panel that you choose? Or do you think he trusts your judgment? He has you around to do his dirty work.
I would be shocked if he didn't tell you exactly who to put on, and I'd be more shocked if you did not put them on.
Bing, bang, period, point blank.
This is a travesty of the law in the United States and the Constitution. You had an opportunity to go down and talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. And then a few days later, she was transferred from a high security prison to a very comfortable.
I mean, that's
very
true.
comfortable.
It's just not true. She was not in a high security prison. She was transferred from a low security prison to a low security prison. I mean, you're looking at me like that's verifiable.
Well, I don't think at the other prison she had her own room. She had access to a private shower. She could have pet therapy. And
I don't know if any of that is true. I'm not disagreeing with you.
it is true, and you should know it, Mr. Attorney.
I should know that?
You should know.
Whether an inmate
Yes,
has access to her own shower?
No.
Yeah, you should know that.
This is a person of extra special.
Yes, you should know that. And you do know that. We're talking about you should know that. We know you know that. Why would you have her transferred anyway? What about this interview had her transferred anyway? Do we think that you would not know it if she was transferred to a high security prison? You would know that as well. Get the fuck out of my face with this dumb shit. You're not talking to the Trump voters. You're talking to all of America. Nobody believes this dumb shit.
Special interest to the President of the United States. He's known her. Why did he send you down to talk to her?
He didn't send me. I went. What do you mean? You think President Trump called and asked me to go interview a witness in federal prison? Honestly?
Yes, I do, frankly.
Well,
because you know why?
Didn't.
Because the deal was in. He needed somebody he could rely. He needed somebody he could rely upon to talk to her and say, what would she say if she was asked about Jeffrey Epstein? And you were the perfect choice. And you went down there, and suddenly, shazam, she's out of what is a more confining situation into a much more relaxed federal prison.
Every word that I asked her is recorded and available to you to review. If there's criticisms of the question that I asked her, go ahead and make them. But the president did not have anything to do with my choice to go interview Ms. Maxwell. If I wouldn't have went and a career would have went, you would have said, why didn't you go yourself? Just like you expect me to know what.
If a career would have went, they would have been in their place to go. You were the acting attorney general. We would expect a career to go. You are the acting attorney general who was previously 47 attorney, personal attorney, before you got the job as acting attorney general. We would expect a career DOJ attorney to go down there. Because why? Because you did not handle the Maxwell case. We would expect a career DOJ attorney to go down there and question her because they have a thorough vetting of the case. You just heard him complain about, we only had a little time and we had to put the Epstein files out, so we were so rushed that we put nude pictures of underage girls out who were victims of Epstein. You were so flustered at the amount of information that you had to put out. But you're going to take your ass down there. Not having, you weren't flustered then when you had to go down there and question Maxwell about what exactly? And since you were not embedded in this case, you so unflustered that you felt that you can go down there and interview her, not being embedded in the case, and understand if she was lying about the whole situation about a case that you were not privy to a part of. So why wouldn't you send the person who prosecuted the case down there? Surely the career DOJ official who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell successfully. If you needed to talk to her, why did you go down there? Who didn't know the ins and outs, the truths and the false of the case to prosecute the case? How come you didn't send the prosecutor down there to question her? Huh? Because you had fired her. You had fired the prosecutor, the career prosecutor who successfully prosecuted the case. And what did she get in thanks when the Trump DOJ came on board, including you as the assistant attorney general and Pam Bimbo as the attorney general? She lost her job. And what else is peculiar about this career DOJ official that successfully prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell? Her name is Maureen Comey. Who is Maureen Comey? The daughter of James Comey. And that's why you didn't send a qualified career person down there to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell, because you were trying to get something out of Ghislaine Maxwell. You were getting a understanding with Ghislaine Maxwell in lieu of transferring her to a cushy prison. And we are all aware of that. And the attorney who has given Maureen Comey the right to sue this Justice Department for wrongful termination knows it as well. Let's continue. Look at this face. Look at the puss on this face. Trying to protest so much. Look at this bitch.
She has access to her own shower. It did not have anything to do with my choice to go interview Ms. Maxwell. If I wouldn't have went and a career would have went, you would have said, why didn't you go yourself? Just like you expect me to know whether she has access to her own shower.
You
so
should.
I did go.
Everyone in the United States who reads the newspapers know that. I guess you don't, read things like that. This.
Hold on. Excuse me. Are you talking about Todd Blanche is the liar? Obviously, you must be talking about Todd Blanche being a liar. If you're saying that I'm a liar, please be specific. Please tell me a lie that I have told. I'm waiting. All of this frantic yelling liar, who are you even talking about is a liar? And if you're saying that I'm a liar, I need you to demonstrate what lie I told. I'm curious. I'm quite curious. Oh, yes, you're still able to type in here. What is taking you so long to distinguish who you are calling a liar? And if it is me, what lie have I told? Let's continue as we wait on the person who is in their feelings because they are hearing facts upon facts being told. Nobody cares about your temper tantrum. You
This
gotta
whole
be
hearing, I think,
serious.
is exposed.
Why didn't you go yourself? Just like you expect me to know whether she has access to her own shower.
You
So
should.
I did go.
Everyone in the United States who reads the newspapers know that. I guess you don't, read things like that. This whole hearing, I think, is exposing something, which is, to me, very frightening. You're a very gifted lawyer. But from my perspective, you have very little faith to the Constitution and the people of America, and you're the president's consigliere.
Your perspective is completely wrong, Senator,
Well,
respectfully.
I think the facts will prove me right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, last May, my staff at Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee released a report documenting that the inspectors general that President Trump fired had together, collectively, had uncovered billions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse. We oversee IGs and believe that they're incredibly important to hold government accountable, which needs to be done so that American people have trust and confidence in the work that we do here. In fact, it was quite, I thought, striking. The study showed that for every dollar that we spend on IGs, it's been estimated the return on that investment is roughly 18 times what we put into the IGs. But despite the administration's purported focus on fraud, your department, FY27 request, would actually cut these IGs, their budget, by nearly a third. These are folks that have an 18-to-1 return on investment. Prior to being in public service, I spent 20 plus years in the investment business. If I told investors, this is an investment I'd like you to make and you're going to have an 18-to-1 return, they would jump out of their chair in excitement and say, absolutely. How much money can I put in to get an 18-to-1 return? So while the request, and this happens while you're requesting an increase for your overall agency through the reconciliation, so you're going to be gaining additional funding, which I would argue requires oversight as you get additional funding. That happens every government agency, not just yours. And to have a massive cut of IGs with an 18-to-1 ROI, why was that decision made? And how do you intend to have robust oversight of the department when you're cutting the folks who are responsible for that and have a brilliant track record of doing that with every administration, Democratic or Republican, before you?
So I agree the IGs are extraordinarily important. The budget that was proposed, it was developed consulting with the IGs. And so this is a budget that OMB and DOJ worked with the IG's office to come up with, and this was an agreed upon budget from them. So
OMB, Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vogt, who wants to see the bureaucrat crippled. Russell Vogt, the co-author of Project 2025. Russell Vogt, who is over the Office of Management and Budget, who was filmed on a secret device, saying how he wanted to cripple the actual apparatus that operate the government system in Washington, D.C. They agreed upon it. Did they have any other opportunity to do anything else but agree upon a third cutting the jobs of the inspectors generals 1/3%?
while not, just because you're not giving more money and you're even taking away money doesn't mean the conclusion you reach is accurate, which is that it's going to result in less work or less return on our investment. I just don't think that's true.
Well, that makes no sense, of course. If you
No.
have 1/3 fewer folks working, granted, maybe they're incredibly more productive, but it's really clear with an 18-to-1 return, investing as your budget is growing, you're going to have that kind of return. And it makes no sense to do that. Why? There's no financial sense to do it. So is there another reason you just don't want IGs on the job?
As I just said, the IGs themselves work with OMB and DOJ to develop this budget in a way that made them feel that they could get their job done.
So
That's the budget.
it wasn't like, we've got a budget for you. You can either take this or you're going to get a lot less.
I wasn't part of the conversation, but I assure you it was
I
not.
can't imagine IGs are going to say, okay, we want fewer of us, even though we have an 18-to-1 return, and we're the guardian to make sure that people can trust what happens in federal government. And it makes no sense to me to have that cut. And I think it speaks volumes of what this administration is really focused on. And it's not about reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. You don't do that by decimating the IG Corps. You certainly saw him fire a number of IGs earlier and have serious concerns. Mr. Blanch, the president also signed an executive order on March 31 directing the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Postal Service to take a series of actions related to federal elections, including the creation of a federal citizenship list and new rules on mail ballot distribution. That order is rightly being challenged in federal court, as these are state functions. But recent reporting indicated that the implementation of that order is being coordinated through the White House meetings involving senior Department of Justice leadership, including Assistant Attorney General Harmet Dillon. So my question for you.
Okay, before we go there, let's be clear. Let's make sure you're clear on who and what the inspectors general have routinely done in Washington, D.C. Just in case you're not familiar with what a inspector general does, let me familiarize you. Why did we need a Doge in the first place when we actually have inspector generals? Because they wanted to get a bit of rid of Black employees in this administration who had government jobs. That's why they needed Doge. So let's see what inspectors generals really do. Shall we?
Elon Musk has saved taxpayers hundreds of billions.
So the actual savings is around $2 billion, according to budget experts.
So since starting Doge, Elon Musk has saved taxpayers hundreds of billions.
So the actual savings is around $2 billion, according to budget experts.
So Elon needs help, and we spoke to some people who can help him. Here's how much money they've saved you.
$75 billion, well over $10 billion. I think $10.8 billion. $30 billion hard dollars.
$14.5 billion at least.
Hundreds of millions of dollars at NASA.
They might not be 19 and they don't have chainsaws, but these people know a thing or two about saving you money.
We did an audit that was released in October of last year, looking at pricing for spare parts for the C-17, big transport. We identified one particularly egregious spare part. I believe it was a 7,943% markup on a soap dispenser.
There was this rapper, I think his name was Nuke Bizzle. And Nuke Bizzle, he got so comfortable stealing this unemployment insurance fraud money that he actually went online and did a video.
I just been swiping for EBD. Go to the bank, get a stack at least.
It was the video that led to his capture.
Nuke Bizzle boasted about getting rich off fake COVID-19 relief funds.
Former Secretary David Shulkin had taken a European trip with his wife. It was essentially a couple of hours of meetings, but the rest of the time they were sightseeing in Europe, as well as getting tickets to the Wimbledon tennis tournament. The government had paid for this trip, so we did the investigation. The secretary had to pay back the value of the Wimbledon tickets, the value of his wife's trip.
Expensive soap, fancy tennis tournaments. You'd think Trump and Musk would be dying to work with these people. Unfortunately, that's not how this story goes.
Dear Christy.
Dear Larry.
Dear Hannibal.
On behalf of President Donald J. Trump,
I'm writing to inform you that due to changing priorities,
Your position as Inspector General
Inspector General
Inspector General of Department of Defense
at the United States Agency for International Development
Of the Small Business Administration,
Department of Labor,
Veterans Affairs,
Interior
Health and Human Services
is terminated
terminated
effective immediately.
thank you for your service.
Signed, Trent Morse, Deputy Director, Office of Presidential Personnel.
So, who are these people, and what exactly do they do?
What inspector generals have done for almost 50 years is not only save taxpayers billions and billions of dollars.
We look for fraud. We look for misconduct. We look for inefficiencies.
Crimes committed against men.
But you had Doge guys come in there and steal all of the data from the Social Security and put it into insecure cloud systems and actually say that they were going to give it to their new employers to make sure that they're to dig out any election fraud in 2020. Let's make this real clear. We have Doge people who were in there firing people from their job based on and cutting out grants based on some DEI metric when they didn't even know what DEI was. They resulted into putting any thing about a religion, if you were Jewish, if it said anything about helping women, if it had anything about helping gay people, if especially if it had anything to say about helping Black people or any other race other than white, if there was a grant set aside for any other thing except to be given to a non-disclosed gender or race of person, Doge was cutting this. This is these 19-year-olds, these Elon Musk boys. This is what they did in government, and they saved nothing. These are the same people who cut funding for the Ebola virus. You know that new Ebola virus that is spinning its way across the world right now? As we have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over Health and Human Services. Yes, these Doge guys, they took the jobs of these professionals who already have a proven track record. And what did they do? They did absolutely nothing but steal everyone's data for these big tech billionaires. That's all they were intended to do. Let's be real clear.
Medicare, against Medicaid.
It's everything from murders to threats.
Against foster care programs, fraud that involved COVID supplies.
Contract fraud to benefits fraud.
We look for that sort of waste all the time.
Over the weekend, President Trump continued his flurry of executive moves,
firing at least 15 inspectors general.
All right, so Trump fired some federal employees. Why should we care?
This is not a story of a personal tragedy for Mike Ware, right? What American taxpayers should care about is that
This was a wholesale removal of 17, 18, 19 inspectors general.
This is historic. This has never been done with this number of IGs that have been fired at one time.
you took away the people who were charged with ensuring that Americans are covered.
Firing IGs puts up an open for business sign to fraudsters.
Administrations come and go.
It didn't make any difference to us who the president was, what the party was.
President Donald Trump appointed me.
President Biden.
President Donald Trump, President Obama.
The only way that this is done in a fair, unbiased, and impartial way is if inspectors general are allowed to operate in an independent manner, free from political interference.
Who is he putting in our place? If he's putting in inexperienced political lackeys, folks who are lapdogs, not watchdogs, then their credibility, I think, just goes out the window. The reports will not have the same efficacy, will not have the same impact.
The big deal is that you don't want to burn down the institution that is responsible for ensuring that you have independent oversight and transparency in government.
Collectively, these people have seen it all. Crime, fraud, government inefficiency. Now that they're gone, they have some concerns about the future.
One of the impacts of these terminations is going to be a self-censorship.
I know when I left, there was a report on my desk that was once giving out it will probably cause some angst. There would be a reluctance across the OIG community, I'm sure, with reports that may have an adverse or negative impact against that department, because they understand that, this could cause maybe loss of job.
The message is sent that if you do the work that you're intended to do and it's not popular, that you'll be punished.
Because now, if you're an auditor or if you're an investigator, why would you want to write a report that you think may get you fired?
But if you had any doubts, look at what happened to the USAID IG, Paul Martin. Great IG, well respected.
Put out a very tough report about the negative impacts that could occur based on what they were doing to downsize USAID. The report came out on Monday night. Tuesday, he was fired.
This is not exactly how I intended to end my 40-year federal career, but so be it.
And who's going to be brave enough to speak truth to power when speaking truth to power means you're fired the next day?
President Trump has just announced Elon Musk will lead the Department of Government Efficiency. That's DOE.
In many ways, these people were the OG Doge. Here's what they think of Trump's new working group.
My first reaction when I heard of Doge, I was like, oh, this is not a bad thing at all.
They dovetail with exactly what we do in the Inspector General community. Efficiency is literally in our name. And I said, well, this is great. These are folks that we can work with.
I reached out to Doge on 4 different occasions.
We were excited to be able to meet with them. That never happened.
Never got a call back.
They're going in and just firing a lot of people. And that is extremely dangerous to do. I was at VA for almost 9 years. I got to know it very, very well. That kind of experience is invaluable. And it's almost impossible, if not impossible, just to come in and in a matter of weeks say, I know the agency and I can make decisions and I know all the implications of those decisions. To me, that's very dangerous.
How much do you believe, Elon, you've identified in waste, fraud, abuse, corruption
now, and how much do you anticipate you will? I think he's going to find $1 trillion. Yeah, I think so.
$1 trillion is a lot of money.
I don't think there's $1 trillion in fraud in the federal government.
Is there bloat? Is there ineffectiveness? Is there inefficiency? Absolutely.
There's no question that there's a lot of fat to trim in the federal government.
But to think that there's $1 trillion worth of fraud, and I'm talking criminal fraud, in any government organization, I just don't think is realistic.
I don't know how that's possible in a matter of 3 or 4 days or a week or 2. It takes anywhere from 9 months to a year to really determine the effectiveness of a program. And that's with the staffs that we have. I can imagine have a team of 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 19-year-olds who don't understand that particular program, how you could do that.
Good luck.
What are the guardrails here that could stop President Trump?
This is a nakedly illegal action.
So what should we take away from all of this? Will there be more fraud and corruption in America? Or does the firing of the inspectors general symbolize something much, much darker? Is our democracy in danger?
Our democracy is not even in danger, is no longer a democracy. When people don't have the freedom to speak truth to power, where independent oversight is no longer a thing, where transparency in government is viewed negatively.
When all measures of accountability, when those checks and balances that the founders put in throughout our structure of government, when those checks and balances start to fail, that to me would send off alarm bells.
I think we're getting close. I think the firing of the IGs was one where the checks and balances didn't work.
I think history is going to frown upon this moment.
I'm worried about the deafening silence that's coming from Congress and many quarters of Congress with respect to the removal of inspector generals, not as individuals, but the harm and the chilling effect this is having on independent oversight in the federal government.
Congress really needs to step up.
Congress needs to do more.
And if Congress doesn't step up and tell the administration that they want truly independent, nonpartisan inspectors general, they're going to lose a really valuable tool and resource to help them do their job. And if they're not doing their job to do oversight of the executive branch, then one of our checks and balances is going to fall.
And as you hear in Todd Blanche's testimony, a third of the inspector generals are going to be cut as they are expanding the budget in the Department of Justice. They are asking for $4 billion more dollars, and inspector generals are going to be cut. 1/3 of the inspector generals are going to be cut, just in case you did not realize what lie was told. This channel is lying to you. What did this channel say to you? What did this channel say to you? Or did this channel just give you information? What does this channel say to you? It seems like you're hurt. You're over here, in here, trying to get some response, trying to have someone emote some feelings about the dumb shit you're saying in here. Okay. So let's get to the depositions. Y'all want to see some of the Doge depositions? There's a whole series of the Doge depositions. These guys who went into our government systems and collect all of the information that they wanted to use on insecure servers, stole all of your data. That is against privacy laws.
Yes.
While Todd Blanche sit up there and talk about privacy laws for people who are getting paid out by this government, where the lead attorney in the Department of Treasury quit his job when they put together this payout system. But this is who they had in your government taking all of your information, and you hear Todd Blanche say ditto about the American citizens' privacy that was stolen and misused by these billionaires in these data centers, collecting all of your information illegally under the guise of waste, fraud, and abuse. Let's get into it, shall we? This will be in the description box under Doge. It's a whole series. Make sure you listen to it. We're going to go through a little bit of it. Come on. Let's get into this.
Let me know if you need a break at any point. I'll try to take a break.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do to prepare for this deposition today?
I met with the U.S. attorney for about 2 hours. That's it.
When was this?
Yesterday.
Was it at their offices? Or?
Yes.
Who was there?
Rachel and her colleague, Mary Ellen.
Did you review documents in connection?
We did.
Did they help refresh your memory of the events that?
Yes.
What documents did you review?
There were many documents. How do you want me to answer this exactly?
Whatever comes to mind. What do you remember reviewing?
He doesn't know how do you want me to answer what documents did you review. And this is somebody who they had in your federal government looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. And he cannot answer the question, what documents did you review? Is America great again yet? Is America great again yet? Let's continue. This is in my description box under Doge douchebags.
Emails mostly related to the case regarding NEH. How do you want me to answer this exactly?
Whatever comes to mind. What do you remember reviewing?
Emails mostly related to the case regarding NEH.
Regarding?
The National Endowment for the Humanities and the associated grants.
What else?
Now, I need you to know that the National Endowment actually won this case. This is the deposition where they sued Doge. Let me see. It's like 7 tapes. Let me see if she has a compilation of some of these things, so we don't have to go through too much of this.
Well, gang, it's official. Doge killed a Holocaust archival project because that kind of thing is way too DEI for grant funding.
Specifically focused on Jewish cultures and amplifying the marginalized voices of the females in that culture.
The Jewish culture and paying too much attention to the marginalized female. That is to DEI. You thought it was just black people? Oh, okay.
Also nixed an HVAC system upgrade at a North Carolina museum because AI flagged it as DEI. But a lawsuit forced the people behind these decisions to testify on camera. The plaintiffs are a group of historians, archivists, and librarians, so naturally they uploaded all the primary sources to YouTube until a federal judge ordered them to take it down. But not before we got our hands on it. I watched all 23 hours of the Doge tape, so you don't have to. So let's break down the inner workings of Doge that these tapes reveal, how a federal agency unraveled in 22 days, why projects like a Holocaust archive got labeled DEI, and what this all means for the lawsuit trying to hold the Doge bros accountable. The National Endowment for the Humanities, known as NEH, is a small federal agency that funds things like museums, archives, research, and cultural preservation projects across the country. Groups like the American Historical Association and the Modern Language Association rely on that funding to support historians, scholars, and public education. And we're not talking about massive spending here. NEH's entire annual budget is about $207 million, which if you compare that to something like, I don't know, what Elon Musk makes in a year, is so small that you have to write it in scientific notation. These groups contend that Doge seized control of NEH and unlawfully canceled more than $100 million in congressionally approved humanities grants. The cancellations forced armies of historians, librarians, preservationists, and civil servants to halt research, lay off staff, and abandon work already in progress. At the center of the case is how those grant cancellations happened. Discovery in the lawsuit alleges that Doge staff took over the subject matter-driven institution without any relevant subject matter expertise. I mean, just look at this kid. But it gets worse. Because they allegedly used a flawed ChatGPT-based process to flag grants as related to diversity, equity, and inclusion to terminate them en masse, in some cases wiping out roughly 97% of NEH funding.
So you used an LLM to screen the grant descriptions for certain terms?
Yes.
Okay.
The plaintiffs argue that these grant terminations violated the First Amendment by targeting grants for their viewpoints and perceived political associations, that they violated the Equal Protection Guarantee by classifying grants based on race, sex, and other constitutionally protected characteristics, and that Doge made and executed the termination decision without any legal authority in violation of the Administrative Procedures Act. Predictably, the government's response frames the NEH cuts as part of a broader effort to cut federal spending and eliminate certain programs. So that's what the plaintiffs allege. But the deposition tapes give us new insight into how exactly all of this went down. It all starts...
Now, the scary part of all of this is the only lawsuit where anybody from Doge has been deposed. No suits from the Department of Treasury, no suits from the Social Security Department, no suits from any other department, any other agency has filed no suit against all of these cuts that Doge has made, to the point that they are in a deposition phase. Don't you find that concerning?
On March 12th, 2020.
You will, after you hear the reasoning for all of these cuts that these numbnuts who have no life experience, has never worked a job, these do-boys of Doge, you will have concern that there is no other agency suing Doge.
25, when Doge's small agencies team sat down with NEH leadership. The team was led by this guy, Nate Kavanaugh. At the time, the NEH was being run by Michael McDonald, who had been general counsel at NEH for more than 2 decades. He got the job as acting chair after President Trump asked the Biden-appointed chair, Shelley Lowe, to step down. Now, Doge's Wonder Boy Kavanaugh isn't a traditional NEH history nerd. His background is in finance, not humanities or grant making. He didn't have a background in diplomacy either, but somehow he was later also installed as head of the United States Institute of Peace during a separate Doge takeover, a move that itself triggered legal challenges over whether those actions were lawful. In contrast, the acting head of the agency
In the Institute of Peace, he actually tried to take over a building that was not a government building. If you remember the Institute of Peace, they had a black CEO who was over the Institute of Peace, and they actually burst into his office physically, accosting him and taking him out of the building. And this is not even a government-owned building. If you don't remember that, we talked about that here.
At the time, Michael McDonald had spent his whole career at NEH. He knew its grants, its grantees, its legal obligations, and what exactly is at stake. All of which makes it odd that McDonald would essentially hand Doge the keys to the family Hyundai.
And what did they say to you about their intended scope of work here when you met?
They were going to, what they said was, again, they repeated that they were here as consultants. They were here to take a look at the grants that had been made, take a look at the contracts, and take a look at the staffing situation, and that they would be assisting me as acting chairman in making decisions to reduce the workforce, to eliminate grants, and to cancel contracts, ongoing contracts.
Now, they are assisting him in eliminating workforce. Have they ever been in a workforce environment? Have they ever been hired to be in a workforce environment? Have they ever managed anybody in a workplace? But they are here to oversee him cutting his workers in a field that he worked for 40 years, in a actual field that they have no knowledge about, no educational collegiate knowledge about, nothing. This was Doge.
Did you push back on any of those plans in that meeting?
Objection.
No.
What McDonald did not know at the time and would only learn later in the deposition room was what Doge planned on doing with that data. And look, in the age of AI, databases are power. You're probably on a bunch of them, and anybody with a credit card and an internet connection can pay to access them. So now is probably a good time to wipe all your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone, you decide you want to keep it, you'll still DEI means. In fact, as his deposition DEI means, it related all to DEI. And not just any ChatGPT. This was ChatGPT 4.5. OpenAI hadn't introduced the thinking feature yet, and it was basically just a really fancy predictive text model. And I think it's fair to say that the prompt Justin Fox fed to ChatGPT 4.5 was overly simplistic. Quote, does the following relate at all to DEI? Respond factually in less than 120 characters. Begin with yes or no, followed by a brief explanation. The prompts given to ChatGPT did not identify specific criteria of what DEI means. In fact, as his deposition testimony made abundantly clear, there was no consistent definition of DEI guiding this process at all. Just a series of prompts, keywords, and yes or no outputs. Fox then compiled ChatGPT's responses into a spreadsheet. Grants that received a yes were flagged for termination. But Fox had also created what he called a detection list. This was a catalog of keywords that, if found in a grant description, would mark it for potential elimination. The list included terms like BIPOC, indigenous, tribal, homosexual, LGBTQ, melting pot, and equality. Anyway, Fox was then asked about specific grants his process had flagged.
Why is a documentary about Holocaust survivors DEI?
Objection.
It's the gender-based story that's inherently discriminatory to focus on this specific group.
It's inherently discriminatory to focus on what specific group?
The gender-based, so females during the Holocaust. It's a Jewish, specifically focused on Jewish cultures and amplifying the marginalized voices of the females in that culture. It's inherently related to DEI for those reasons.
Okay. Because it's about Jewish culture.
Plus marginalized female voices during the Holocaust, gender-based violence.
Trump's executive order targeting DEI directs federal agencies to terminate DEI-related programs and funding, including grants like those issued by NEH. But critically, the order never clearly defines what counts as DEI. Description they fed ChatGPT. See if you can spot. We know that DOGE staffers fed ChatGPT a prompt describing this project. Let's take a look at the description they fed ChatGPT. See if you can spot the DEI in this paragraph. The High Point Museum proposes to replace aging HVAC systems in the museum's main building to create a better preservation environment for the varied collections it houses. Phase 1 of the project, completed in 2021, analyzed the existing HVAC systems and was followed by a building envelope study in 2022. New equipment will ensure greater flexibility in responding to outside conditions, will improve energy efficiency, and will further the museum's goal of providing greater access to its collection.
Access is the term that has determined this to be DEI. Because DEI is DEINA. The A of DEI that is always dropped out is access.
By ensuring their long-term visibility. Here's how ChatGPT apparently concluded that this related to DEI, responding, quote, yes, improving HVAC systems enhances preservation conditions for collections, aligning with the goal of providing greater access to diverse audiences. Hashtag DEI. I don't know about y'all, but I'm starting to suspect that they did not pay for the monthly professional subscription. To be clear, this isn't ChatGPT going rogue. It's doing exactly what it was told on both ends. The user who demands that it spit out something, and its own coding that famously erred on the side of sycophancy when in doubt. Now, DOJ will likely point to their client's insistence that they didn't really rely on ChatGPT as a source of truth. But if that's true, it doesn't really line up with what they did next. The terminations happened with extraordinary speed. On March 31st, 2025, the day before 1,400 grants were canceled, Justin Fox sent a series of urgent messages to McDonald, pressing him to act. Quote, we're getting pressure from the top on this, and we'd prefer that you remain on our side, but let us know if you're no longer interested. Nate Kavanaugh, Fox's superior at DOGE, elaborated on the pressure in his own deposition.
So as a pressure tactic, we would tell Mike that we were getting pressure from basically the White House to effectuate these contract and grant terminations that are aligned with the EO. So it was a time pressure tactic.
So DOGE was in a rush to move fast and break things. That much is clear. And the stated justification for all of this? Reducing government...
We lied.
Spending, supposedly.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of grants were terminated from the NEH. The deficit didn't change much. And
are any of these people in jail? No, these people are working, have gone on to obtain more jobs with millionaires with all of your personal data on a thumb drive. Let's continue.
You were paid $150,000 to do that job of reducing the deficit. Do you feel like the $150,000 paid to you was wasteful spending?
Objection.
Do you think you earned that $150,000? You just sat up and told Chat GPT to weed out certain things based upon your own personal biases. So therefore, did you work to root out any of DEI in any of these agencies, or did you cheat? Are you in jail, or do you have a lucrative new job?
What are you definitionally saying wasteful spending is here?
That moment is pretty revealing because the entire process here seemed to rely on terms that even the guys who were cutting the grants couldn't define. DEI isn't defined. The wasteful in wasteful spending isn't defined. And when you can't define the rules, you can justify pretty much any result you want. That's why in these videos, you see the plaintiff's lawyers taking the government's own justifications and stress testing them under oath. If the person making these decisions can't even define what DEI or wasteful means, it makes the entire process look arbitrary. As evidenced by the very long pause in that clip, the lawyer's question was an effective trap. Fox suspected that he'd been caught, but couldn't quite think of a way out of it that didn't bounce back on him. For example, at one point, Fox tried to identify the things he did that had legitimate value to taxpayers, tying his decision to flag the Holocaust documentary to other things he would rather see the government fund.
Those dollars could be getting put to something like food stamps or Medicaid for grandma in a rural county. So that's not wasteful spend.
So because you were paid $150,000 to help to save hundreds of millions of dollars, that $150,000 was not wasteful. Is that your position?
Objection.
Yes.
Of course, in the end, Doge did not reduce government spending. Nate Kavanaugh admitted as much in his deposition.
I think it was more important to reduce the federal deficit from $2 trillion to close to zero.
Did you reduce the federal deficit?
No, we didn't.
But the plaintiffs weren't there just to argue about what constituted DEI or waste. One of their legal claims is that these decisions weren't made by the agency Congress authorized to make them, by outside actors with no statutory authority, rendering the entire process unlawful. That's why they wanted to know the mechanics behind the grant terminations. The depositions revealed that rather than use the NEH's standard grant management procedures, Fox sent the termination notices himself from a Microsoft email account. McDonald acknowledged in his deposition that it was the first time he could recall that the NEH's official functions were carried out by staff from another part of the federal government.
And did you review this letter when Mr. Fox sent it to you?
Yes.
Did you review it closely?
In retrospect, not as closely as perhaps I should have. I do not see my email on this document.
You see it says, please contact grant_notifications at nehemail.onmicrosoft.com.
Yes.
And is that an email address you've never seen before?
Is it? You mean
Before April 1st, 2025, had you ever seen that email address before?
No.
Okay. Is that a typical email address for a government email address at Microsoft.com?
No.
Objection.
Okay. And your email addresses all end with @NEH.gov, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So at some point between the draft letter that Mr. Fox sent you that we looked at and this final version, your email address was swapped out for this email address. Is that right? And your the signature that's typed at the bottom /S/Michael to McDonald. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you write that there?
I approved the use of it.
Yeah. Did you type in /S/Michael McDonald?
No.
The depositions also raised a more fundamental question that I am terminally interested in. Who is the administrator of Doge? In its prime, Doge operated without a clear statutory structure, with overlapping roles and unclear lines of authority. And that raised serious questions about whether the people making these decisions had any legal authority to do so. And as I pointed out, McDonald said that this was his understanding around March 11th, 2025.
Steve Davis was one of Elon Musk's, for lack of a better word, lieutenants who was placed in charge of the Doge operation. My understanding was, yes, at the time, that he was functionally running Doge.
That's weeks after the White House named Amy Gleason as the purported acting administrator of Doge. When Nate Kavanaugh was asked about who ran Doge, he also said Steve Davis.
Steve Davis.
And what did you do with Mr. Davis?
Steve was effectively my manager at Doge.
You said Steve Davis led the meetings?
He would open up the meeting, and then each respective agency lead for Doge would provide their relevant update.
So you mentioned Steve Davis was at the top. Did he have like a deputy?
No.
Did you report to anyone?
Not in a formal capacity. In an informal capacity, it would have been Steve Davis.
Was it you all along?
So he never had to report to anyone. I would be remiss if I did not tell you. I do believe that this is the character named Big Balls. You remember Big Balls in Doge, who got his ass kicked by a 14-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy, and allegedly who was trying to carjack him as he was sitting out on a DC street where bars are. Who was allegedly drunk and sitting in and near his car, and under the pretense that this 14 and 15-year-old tried to carjack him. First of all, are we going to pretend like this Big Balls was not 21 years of age and shouldn't have been drinking his goddamn self? We're going to forget all of that. Are we going to forget that Big Balls is the reason why the National Guard was put out on the streets of Washington, D.C. the next day? Are we going to pretend like anything in this administration, from the onslaught of what these Doge people have been doing, is legal? No, we're not going to pretend that. So she does a little bit too much talking for me. She is informative. This link is in my description box. So I'll go over there and check it out if you want to. Is there anything else? Let's go through the Doge people and hear them
colleague conversations,
and
informal,
stammer.
not related to any specific Doge project.
Here, let's go ahead.
The Doge bros, I guess, are having to go through like a deposition about all of the information that they stole, / all of the kind of grants and contracts that they like flagged without permission.
How do you interpret DEI?
There was the EO explicitly laid out. The details, I don't remember it off the top of my head.
It's okay. I'm asking for your understanding of it.
Yeah, my understanding was exactly what was written in the EO.
Okay. So can you?
I don't remember what was in the EO.
So right now, do you have an understanding of what DEI is?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your understanding as you sit here today in this deposition?
Well, it was exactly what was written in the EO. And so anytime that we would look at a grant through the lens of complying with an executive order, we would just refer back to the EO and assess if this grant
EO is the executive order.
had relation to it.
Okay, but I guess I'm stepping back from your methodology strictly in terminating the grants. Do you have an understanding as you sit here today of what DEI means?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your understanding of what it means?
Well, it is
We
exactly
don't
what
know.
was written in the EO.
Okay, so why is a documentary about Holocaust survivors DEI?
Objection.
He cannot simply say that DEI is about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also access. He does not even know the words to describe what the D and the E and the I represents. Let that sink in. But this is who had taken over for the inspector generals that were getting the United States government repaid 18 cents on the dollar. Well, 18 times more. What was it? Whatever. That was reeling in a whole lot of waste and abuse in government contracts and working and all of this type of stuff. Now, you had Doge, who did none of this stuff. And what happened to them? A whole lot of people lost their jobs. A whole lot of people were made to be unemployed. A whole lot of people joined the role of a whole lot of people joined the unemployment rolls, could be some food stamp rolls, could be a whole lot of bad things happen to people for a no good reason. Oh, but it doesn't it isn't it amazing how Todd Blanche is sitting up in a hearing asking for $4 billion more dollars? Isn't it a wonder? Isn't it wonderful how your president has a 1.776 million slush fund to pay off whomever he wants to without anyone's approval, and not even having to disclose who he's giving this money to? Isn't it miraculous that the Pentagon, who had $1 trillion budget for 2026, is before we get to the middle of 2026 is asking for a $1.5 trillion dollar budget for next year in 2027? Isn't it miraculous how all of this talk that is going on in the United States is in the billions and trillions? You never hardly ever hear the word million anymore. I mean, you're talking in millions. You may as well be talking about quarters. To everything is about billions and trillions now. As more people are losing their homes, more people are behind on their car payments, more people are behind on student loan debt, more people are paying more for everything in their life, and they talking to you in millions and billions, but they telling you what they cannot do for you as an American citizen. Isn't it miraculous?
It's the gender-based story that's inherently discriminatory to focus on this specific group.
It's inherently discriminatory to focus on what specific group?
The gender-based, so females during the Holocaust.
You believe that that's inherently discriminatory?
I'm just saying that's what it's focused on.
Sure.
But this is related to DEI.
Right. But you just used the term inherently discriminatory. What did you mean by that?
It's focusing on DEI principles, gender being one of them.
So a documentary that's about women would be DEI. Okay. Is that fair to say?
No.
So tell me why what I just said isn't DEI, but what you just said is DEI.
Objection. It's a Jewish, specifically focused on Jewish cultures.
Woo!
Amplifying the marginalized voices of the females in that culture. It's inherently related to DEI for those reasons.
Ding, ding, ding! It was the Holocaust part. Although, to be fair to him, the female. Do you think that they flag anything related to men?
So what I want to know is this hyper sensitive administration this hypersensitive administration who wants to say that everything is anti-Semitic. What has happened to these Doge people? I'm very curious.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Prepare yourselves, because we are all over the map today. In just a second, it is getting really, really bad out there. I mean, the economy is falling apart. MAGA start with Trump's numbers when it comes to Hispanics, and look at this utter catastrophe that MAGA is dealing with.
Where are we now? What a different world. Oy vey if I'm the president of the United States, because just take a look here. Okay, Latino voters on Trump. He won a record share for a Republican presidential nominee, 46% of that vote, going all the way back since we had the advent of exit polls back in 1972. And look at where he is today. His job approval rating in an average of CNN polls this year, 28%. That is an 18-point drop. The bottom has completely fallen out when it comes to Donald Trump and Latino voters. He won record numbers of them back in 2024.
Let me just pause to point out, he won record numbers of them for a Republican in modern history, right? That's what that 46 number is. Now he's at 20.
They got what they asked for. Fuck them. They got what they asked for. Who gives a fuck?
Rig the midterms, but also Greg Abbott is a fuck. Twitter, I thought it was exactly right. This is going to be wild because the numbers coming in Texas in the midterms, this could be a bloodbath for Republicans because there's a lot of Latinos in Texas. And, then you have to start to fear not only Trump trying to rig the midterms, but also Greg Abbott is a fucking psychopath. The right-wing Governor Hot Wheels in Texas, he's a psycho and makes him far apocalyptic. It's stuff like this that got Trump over the hump in 2024. And now all of those groups are gonzo. Independents are totally gone. Latinos are totally gone. Young voters are totally gone. Independents, oh my God, independents have, ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. I mean, it is astonishing. They all turned into Usain Bolt or Gout. Okay, like it is crazy what we're witnessing here. A drop of 51 points.
Talk about one of those races in just a moment, but wait, there's more before that, which is, look, this new CNN poll this week talked about just how people have.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Let me see. I want to talk about the economy. AutoZone is saying we're facing the largest supply shortage of lubricating fluids in the modern history of America. Realistic middle of the road estimates are for our average available supply in this product category to drop by 40%. That's if you're able to put gas in your car, you're not going to be able to put oil in your car. Let's hear about the economy. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's hear the economy talk from Kyle Kulinski. If you're not subscribed to Secular Talk by Kyle Kulinski, you better go over there and treat yourself. Only 29% of Americans think that the U.S. economy is good. 77% says it's awful. Let's get into the economy talk of it all. That's why I'm here.
For Congress and for the United States Senate in particular.
Damn, son.
This link is in my description box under the economy.
We also have this national poll by CBS. Trump's approval rating, 37%. Disapproval, 63%. In the CBS poll, this is the lowest second-term approval that he's had. Remember, guys, CBS is now a hack organization run by Barry Weiss, owned by the L.
I'm just like, how is he at 37%? He should be in the low teens at this point. How is he still at 37%? Give me a break. Because CBS is a nutsucker. Let's continue.
Zionist MAGA hacks is what they are. Even in their poll, 37% support for Trump. Trump's net approval on key issues. On immigration, -14. Iran, -32. That's a new low. Economy, -34. A new low. Inflation, -46. That's a new low. So Trump's overall approval of inflation is down at 27%. Okay? I told you guys, I'm waiting for that 29%, 28% banger for a national poll, a national approval rating. But the fact of the matter is, we've actually seen it already and then some when it comes to specific issues like inflation. He is about to get clobbered, y'all. Clobbered. Okay, CBS YouGov poll. Is your income keeping up with inflation? Yes, it is. 23%. Only 23%. Only 29% say the U.S. economy is good. Only 29% say that. These are astonishingly low numbers, okay? Still not done, though. Trump approval trends among white, non-college voters. For those of you who don't know, this is the Republican bread and butter. This is like your day ones. These are the ones that hold you down, man. Like, this is like, if you lose them, you lost everything. It's like losing white evangelicals as a Republican. Ready? So the approval was 68% in February. That's plus 36. The approval now, 46%. So he's a -8 with a group which is like his most hardcore demographic group that follows him and goes wherever the fuck he wants them to go. That is devastating, man. Devastating. All right. Net approval trends. Ready? Among independents in February of 2025, Trump was -2. Then he goes to -26 in September, -38 in March, and now -46 in May. Holy shit. Among young people ages 18 to 29, in February of 2025, he was +10. As of now, in May of 2026, he's -42. That's a 52-point swing, y'all. That's a 52-point swing among young people. That is, these are numbers you can't come back from numbers like.
We're winning. We're the hottest country. And everybody says you used to be a dull country and now you're the hottest country. Oh, really? Okay.
This. Even if you were to reverse everything he's doing and inflation were to get under control immediately, just the fact that people were put through what they've already been put through is enough for them to be like, fuck you, kick the bums to the curb. All right, Scott McFarland says, rancid numbers and trajectory in an election year. Feelings about personal finances. Concerned, 76% now. It was 72% in May of 2025. Stressed, 67%. It was 65% in May. Secure, 44%. Back in the day, in May of 2025, it was 53% were secure, nearly a 10-point drop in people feeling secure in their finances. Content, only 43% say content, 53% said that in May of 2025. Then we get to the real nuts and bolts of the conversation, y'all. How the economy, bro, like people are still underestimating just how bad this current moment is and just how ugly it's going to get. So let me walk you through some of that here. Quote, we're facing the largest supply shortage of lubricating fluids in the modern history of America. Realistic middle-of-the-road estimates are for our average available supply in this product category to drop by 40%. It's an internal AutoZone memo, which is basically saying like, hey, bro, we're kind of running out of this thing known as motor oil. Like, what? Yes. Understand something, guys. We had an oil shock that wasn't as severe as this one that happened in the 1970s. That led to rationing. That led to, hey, if your license plate ends with an odd number, you can only get gas on these particular days of the week. If it ends in an even number, you can only get gas on these other particular days of the week. They were rationing. There are 80 countries already that put into place emergency measures to try to conserve energy. 80 countries already did that. Where are the fucking idiots who are like, we don't give a fuck, bro. We're going to ride the Titanic right into that motherfucking iceberg. We're going to ride the ship right into the rocks. So they're acting like there is no problem here, but there's a massive problem. And you already see gas is already near $5 a gallon, which also is an input for every other element of the economy. So what are you going to look at? Are you going to look at grocery prices that skyrocket even more? Are you going to look at shortages in some place, for example, because the trucking to get the food to rural communities, it's not worth it for companies to do it, so nobody takes the contracts? Again, people are not truly factoring in how ugly this can get, okay? And when AutoZone is telling you, by the way, we have a 40% drop in having fucking motor oil, that should be a little bit of a wake-up call to everybody, shouldn't it? ABC News says grocery prices in the U.S. soared faster in April than any month in nearly 4 years, driving up the cost of everything from frankfurters to tomatoes to cupcakes, according to government data. Holy cow. Then we also have this. Senator Peter Welch says the Trump administration is essentially banning wind projects on private land. Energy prices are higher than ever right now. Why would President Trump actively work against lowering energy bills? I'll answer that question. It's either because he's a Manchurian candidate and he's trying to destroy this country, or he's the dumbest person to ever sit in the White House. There's your answer, Senator Peter Welch. But yes, Canary Media points out it's a de facto moratorium on wind power in the U.S. More than 250 wind projects on private land are stalled now that the Defense Department has halted once routine reviews. So stop and think about that. Not only are there no more public wind projects, there are no private wind projects either. So at the same time, Trump is creating an oil crisis, a gas crisis, this massive energy shock. He's also saying, You're not allowed to do solar power. You're not allowed to do wind power. You're not allowed to do renewable technologies. It is literally the dumbest thing you could ever imagine, trying to actively handcuff this country. By the way, as other countries are now speeding up their investment in renewable and green technology, we are stuck. It's basically like we're doubling down on the horse and buggy at the same time the automobile was just released. That's what we're doing. We're doubling down on the Morse code machine at the same time the telephone just came around. That's what Trump is doing. That's how fucking stupid this disgusting, gelatinous, pedophile, rapist, con man criminal is. Every decision is wrong. Like literally every decision is wrong and stupid and dumb. All right, how about this? As family homelessness hits record highs, school districts are offering parking lots as safe sites for students and their families to sleep at night. Ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk is projected to become a trillionaire in the near future. Let me repeat that. Elon Musk is projected to become a trillionaire in the near future as family homelessness is hitting a record high and people are sleeping in school parking lots. This is a broken system. This is a broken economy. But you know what? Maybe it's not. Maybe this is exactly how capitalism functions. Maybe the answer is to tax the fuck out of the billionaires and soon to be trillionaires and take that money and you redistribute and you give people housing, you give people education, you give people healthcare, you give people a chance at a decent life. Right now, the income and wealth inequality is worse than during the fucking Gilded Age, and we're all sitting around with our thumbs up our asses like there's nothing we can do about it. There's a lot we can do about it. And guess what? The Trump crime family, the criminal regime, they're in the midst of kicking 18 million people off Medicaid and tripling your health insurance premium. They're actively making your life harder every single step of the way. People are homeless, and the billionaires are getting richer and richer and richer, and they don't give a fuck about you. If anything, they're trying to make it so you lose whatever job you do have because they want AI to completely and utterly take over. So then we also have this. The Trump-Vance administration has quietly lifted restrictions on M44 cyanide traps. These are essentially cyanide bombs that indiscriminately kill anyone or anything that interacts with them, not just pests. In one case, the Department of Agriculture planted a bomb near the home of an Idaho family. The 14-year-old boy and his dog found it and accidentally triggered it. It killed his dog and severely injured him. Biden's Bureau of Land Management banned their use in 2023. The Trump-Vance administration is bringing them back. You could not dream up a more cartoonishly evil White House than this. And the icing on the cake is how it has integrated themes like protecting the homeland into its propaganda when it is quite literally poisoning the homeland in more ways than one. So there's an article on it right here. Trump administration.
Wow. Wow. That's your government at work for you.
Lifts ban on cyanide bombs that kill animals. Okay, but that's not it though. The Trump administration is repealing a rule that prevents power plants from releasing hundreds of millions of gallons of toxic mercury and arsenic into drinking water. They are quite literally green lighting the
fewer regulations. We're going to have fewer regulations. What did I tell you? What have I always warned you about the fewer regulations? And we saw Lee Zeldin sitting up there with a frown on his face when Prince Charles was talking about we are the stewards of our environment. And this numbnut who had just released unlimited amount of the chemical that is cancer causing and Roundup to be used unlimitedly all across the United States. So Lee Zeldin, the head of the EPA, was sitting up there in a frump. We're going to release regulations. We're going to cut regulations and make things better. How is that making things better for you? And do you think that the runoff from these data centers is going to be any worse than the runoff from these nuclear plants? I'm really curious. Do you think that runoff that you're going to pay for, that's going to be added to your water bill at your home? Now, I heard something very interesting about these data centers. I hear that possibly these data centers are not really data centers, that these data centers are actually observing you, that these are actually sites that the information is being fed right into these centers. That's why they need them all over of the United States. These are just questions. It could be a conspiracy theory, but let me tell you, if you find out a data center is about to be erected in your area, I suggest you go out there and you make your voice heard to not get that in your area. Let's continue.
Poisoning of our drinking water, ladies and gentlemen. We have rolled the clock back to a primitive system of government. This is an anarcho-capitalist regime. It's actually anarcho-capitalism for you, socialism for the rich. Give the rich all the money, let them loot and pillage, let them rob the taxpayers relentlessly, endlessly, give them tax cuts, give them subsidies. But when it comes to regular people, your water is going to get poisoned by these companies, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what they're doing. So as all this is going on, Trump sat down for an interview with Fox News' Brett Baer, and he's asked, like, hey, here's some MAGA voters that say they're struggling with this economy. What would you say to them, sir? And look at Trump's reaction.
When you hear Trump voters, Alex says, I voted for you 3 times. He can't handle the costs. And he's not for this foreign conflict.
I hate it, bro.
He's not for the foreign conflict. But Roy in Pennsylvania, he's a retired farmer. He can't handle the fuel going up. And he says he's
going to come down
disappointed.
very fast.
And
Well,
so,
look, disappointed.
I'm just telling you
when
what they
you say
said.
to him, Roy, Alex, we got a problem. We just hit the highest stock market price ever. By the way, then when I went in, now again,
it's higher.
With the war, it's higher than it was when I went in.
And it affects their lives zero. It affects their lives. I gotta tell you, Alex, we had the biggest stock market numbers ever. And how does that affect the regular man and how they live their lives? It doesn't. It affects the lives of the billionaire class that he only gives a fuck about. Do you hear this nonsensical answer? This is a bunch of bullshit that he's talking.
These people are like, hey, I can't afford gas. He's like, well, the stock market is very high. Yeah, but you fucking asshole. Like, half the country owns no stocks, and like 90% of people don't have a significant amount of stocks that it makes much of a difference if the market goes up. The stock market is an indicator of how the rich are doing, how the investment class is doing, how like the 1% are doing, at most top 10%. You can't be like, well, the stock market's doing well. Working people usually don't have investments. Or certainly don't have.
And those working class people who do have investments, they are invested where? In 401k plans that they are trying to have a nest egg to retire on. And those who do have 401k plans, that is not a daily living money. That's not having a savings account at the bank. Oh, this man is an idiot. So this link is in my description box under the economy. I think that's it for me today. I had a lot more that I was going to cover, but I'm kind of beat. So I hope you guys come back tomorrow. I will be... Let me share this with you. Who's doing good in this economy? Who is doing good in this economy? I will be remiss if I didn't share who is doing good in this economy. I'll share that with you. This is who's doing good. This is a message from Bernie Sanders. He says Google founder Sergey Brin's wealth has doubled to $311 billion since Trump's election. Now he's spending $57 million to oppose a 5% billionaire wealth tax in California. So he's worth $311 billion, and he's going to spend $57 million to prevent from having to pay a 5% wealth tax. Where is this Google founder? Where is he dressed up in this blue, looks like an old blue sofa? He's at the Met Gala. The thing that I told you that I would never support. Jeff Bezos bought his way in. He's at the Met Gala. He wants to show off his look like mariachi band suit to you, but he don't want to pay his 5% wealth tax. He'd rather millions lose health care than to pay his fair share in taxes. This is the kind of arrogance that is unacceptable. So I'm going to drop that link here for you. This mariachi suit wearing bitch who want to sit up at the Met Gala and be seen, but he don't want to pay his way. Okay. Here is the link. I'm going to drop it in the description box. And this will be, will it be the last? I got to go. I really got to go. This is the, it's the last link in my description box under the economy as well. I'll put that under the economy because this is how the economy is doing. It is doing everything it needs to do for the rich while it is doing absolutely nothing for you. I will be back tomorrow. I appreciate all of you. Please hit the like button. Please share. Please subscribe. I thank all of my new members. I really, really appreciate you. And hey, if you're here to argue, I hope you had a good conversation with yourselves today. We can agree to disagree, but do not be disrespectful in my chat is all I care about. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And I'll be back here tomorrow to talk about all of the things that I did not talk about today. All of the things. Everything's just so rapid pace in this fool's administration. Oh, I didn't even get to the part where 4547 says that he has reached some agreement with some non-entity about not striking Iran. Did you know that 4547 was supposedly striking Iran today? But then when the story got out about those drones that had been knocked down, all of a sudden he came out with this bullshit that well, you know, I had a plan on starting the war back, but these people talked me out of starting the war back. What else? There is so much more. There is so much more. Wait a minute. Let me see. Let me share this with you. No, I'll share that with you tomorrow. Let's talk about the something that we definitely need to talk about, the Ebola virus before I leave. If you're not a member on the channel Democracy Now. It is a great informative news program. I'll go over there and check out Democracy Now. And understand that the United States have Trump pulled the United States out of the WHO, the World Health Organization. So the only thing that stands between American citizens and Ebola is the great mind of RFK Jr. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The World Health Organization declared a global health emergency Saturday due to the rapid spread of Ebola virus in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. The announcement came a day after the African Union's Public Health Agency said it confirmed Ebola infections in the DRC's northeastern province of Ituri, where 87 deaths and hundreds of cases of illness have been reported. Cases have also been confirmed in Kampala, Uganda's capital. At least 4 healthcare workers are among the dead. In a statement, the WHO said the outbreak is potentially much larger than what is currently being detected and reported. This is WHO Director of Health, Emergency Alert and Response Operations, Abdurrahman Mahmoud.
but we know very well that the country has experience, but the region where it is happening is highly volatile with the humanitarian situation going on and the population moving around from South Sudan to Uganda and other parts. So our response is to stand with the regional government, and the country neighbor in terms of solidarity to show again that they can control this outbreak.
Ebola causes severe hemorrhagic fever and is often fatal. There's no approved vaccine for the species of Ebola responsible for the current outbreak. This all comes as the World Health Organization is coordinating the international response to the outbreak of the Andes strain of the hantavirus, which began on a Dutch cruise ship. The MV Handias has docked in Rotterdam, where the ship's crew will self-isolate. There are 3 confirmed deaths and at least 11 confirmed cases, where dozens more are being monitored. As of Sunday morning, there were no known cases of hantavirus in the United States. For more, we go to Providence, Rhode Island, where we're joined by public health professor and emergency medicine physician, Dr. Craig Spencer, also himself an Ebola survivor. In 2014, Dr. Spencer tested positive after returning to the U.S. from Guinea, where he was helping Ebola patients with Doctors Without Borders. He was treated at Bellevue Hospital here in New York City for 19 days and made a full recovery. Dr. Spencer.
If you guys don't remember that case, that was he had the last outbreak of Ebola. I do remember him. I do remember this case.
Spencer's recent piece for Stat is headlined, "The Hantavirus is a Wake-Up Call. Will the Trump administration answer it?" Thanks so much for joining.
No, he won't.
Us from Brown University, Dr. Spencer, if you can start off by talking about Ebola and the significance of the announcement by the World Health Organization.
For sure. Well, I've been saying that we learned too much too quickly to be anything but remarkably concerned. As you noted in the intro, this was first declared on Friday, and already by Saturday, the World Health Organization had declared this a public health emergency of international concern. Never has something been done so quickly.
Have you heard anything about this from any health advisor in the United States? I'm very curious. Have you heard any broadcasts or precautions to be taken from your USA health administrators? No, you haven't.
And that's because the number of cases that were reported when this was first declared would make it already the 4th largest Ebola outbreak.
Hey, Nappy Child, it is good to see you. Hey, what is it? I want to say your name. Abayo Ra, thank you for being here. Let me continue playing this.
In history. This has likely been circulating for much longer than is being reported, maybe 1, 2, 3 months. And I wouldn't be surprised if the actual case numbers are dramatically higher than what we've seen so far. I think in the coming days and weeks, we're going to learn a lot more what cases actually look like, where they're at. But as has been pointed out, this is an incredibly difficult region to work in. I've worked in Eastern Congo a bunch of times. I've responded to Ebola. This is going to be a really difficult outbreak to manage and respond to, even under ideal circumstances. And Eastern Congo, particularly given the violence and conflict, is anything but ideal.
Can you describe what happened to you and your particular concern about public health professionals dealing with this and what you think needs to be done?
Ebola is a disease of compassion in that the folks that are most likely to be infected are people that take care, provide close care for people who are sick, for patients who have diarrhea and for vomiting. Think about family members, think about mothers taking care of their children, as well as healthcare workers taking care of patients. If you have the right protections, gloves and masks and everything that you need to stay safe, the likelihood of transmission is actually quite low. But most folks taking care of family members, as well as most healthcare professionals in this part of Congo, don't have access to the same things we may have access to here, including gloves, good personal protective equipment, and sometimes even running water. That makes the risk really, really high, particularly for healthcare professionals in a place where there's already not enough of those healthcare workers and where over the last year we've seen dramatic cuts in the supplies and support going to many of these clinics and health facilities in Eastern Congo.
I wanted to turn to Nicholas Enrich, a former civil servant who worked at USAID, the Agency for International Development, through 4 administrations, serving as Director of Policy, Programs, and Planning in the Bureau of Global Health until January of last year. On March 2nd, 2025, he was placed on administrative leave for exposing the Trump administration's illegitimate and dangerous dismantling of the agency. He's written a book called Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded USAID. This is Nicholas Enrich speaking to Democracy Now! In April.
There was an outbreak of Ebola happening in Uganda at the time that USAID was being dismantled. And while I knew we couldn't start a robust outbreak response that we usually have because of everything that was being dismantled, there were a few key activities that I really felt that we needed to do. And they would not even let us screen passengers at airports that were traveling on international flights onwards to the United States to make sure that they had Ebola, that they did not have symptoms of Ebola.
Whistleblower. Did you know this? Is your for-profit media telling you that while they were shutting down USAID and there was a strain of Ebola that came out, they refused to even screen these passengers coming back to the United States for the virus in an area, leaving an area where the virus was? So when is America going to be made great again under this administration? I'm curious. What does this administration consider to be great? Does that include you regular smuggler American citizens? What is going on here? This is last year. This is when Doge had cut Ebola spending on top of this.
So that was a real risk to U.S. national security, and it was just sort of laughed off and ignored by the political appointees and Doge.
So, Dr. Craig Spencer, if you can talk about this, do you think these cuts have exacerbated this crisis, and about the significance of it being in cities and conflict areas?
Absolutely. Look, Nicholas is fully correct. If you recall, it was just over a year ago that Elon Musk gleefully declared that they were throwing USAID into the wood chipper. And you may recall that Elon Musk also sheepishly said at his first cabinet meeting that he mistakenly canceled Ebola prevention, but turned it back on. For many folks, the story ended there. But what actually happened was there was an Ebola outbreak, and Doge and Elon Musk cut all the support that we normally would have been giving to respond to that Ebola outbreak. The result was that exactly USAID, who in the past would have been supporting things like airport screening in Uganda, was not providing that logistical or financial support. USAID and other partners would have been providing support to make sure testing was adequate, to make sure a vaccine rollout could have taken place, but we didn't have USAID on the ground. Similarly, CDC has long had relationships in this part of the continent, in Congo and in Uganda. And a lot of those relationships have broken down and withered over the past year because we just haven't been paying. Similarly, the US has pulled out of the World Health Organization over the last year, which means that in normal circumstances, our CDC folks are not able to even talk to World Health Organization people, something that is absolutely unbelievable and an incredible mistake for something that we should be able to do and be prepared for at all points. And the result is what we've seen over the past couple of weeks with hantavirus. We've seen with a dramatic increase in number of measles cases in the US, and now Ebola in DR Congo and across the border in Kampala. This is not all just a coincidence. This is a consequence of us cutting back our support, not only here at home, but also abroad.
Now, America is getting what I will say here, third world diseases. This new administration under RFK Jr.'s tutelage, here we are. They want you to believe that we're the greatest country in the world, the richest nation in the world. And now we are beset with third world country diseases. When exactly will America be made great again? Ask yourself. All right, guys. I appreciate you being here. I do appreciate all your support. There was one person I also wanted to uh, say thanks for being here. Fred Shields. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. Keep coming back. Nappy Child, where you been, girl? It is good to see you always. Uh, Mr. One Boston. I don't even understand what you're saying, but I'm glad you're here. Someone asked how they will reduce the global population to a desirable one AD level is systematic. Uh, this appears to be the way they will reduce the population. You know, Bill Gates is real big on reducing the population. Bill Gates is really big on telling the lie how Africa is overpopulated when in fact Africa has more land mass than the Americas and Europe and Germany combined, more land mass than all of these continents combined. But yes, they are big on talking about depopulizing the planet. Let's be real clear. These rich people only want to live amongst themselves and among regular individuals sparingly. I do believe that we're living in a time where people want to section off quarters and different positions in the world and grow a whole new stock of humans. None of this democracy that have plagued them and they have gotten to the point where their hands have been freed from being decent human beings to their neighbors, to living under any type of a democracy or democratic system, and so they are happy and they are comfortable in doing so. So it is what it is. Make sure that you protect yourself. Make sure you have some type of solar generator. Make sure you have a way to use some safe, clean water because our government systems are really breaking down under all of these oligarchs and this greed that is going around the world, not just the United States, the world. So uh, we are going to have to participate to make things better. Understand that things are not going to dawn on these greedy rich people. We're going to have to participate before things get better, and that just is what it is. I'm waiting on a lot of YouTubers and people who actually speak facts to be affected next. I'm expecting a lot of information to be blocked. I'm expecting a lot of channels to be blocked. So go out there and live your life, be safe, and make sure you are doing the things that will prepare yourself to protect yourself and your family. If you are watching my channel on your phone, go over and watch it on a computer or the TV screen. I have linked some personal protection items that you may need sooner rather than later. All right, guys, I appreciate you guys being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a blessed remainder of your day. All right, bye bye. All of my links are in the description box.